Ahoy, hoy. We're here. We're live for UFC London. It's finally here. Lots of anticipation heading into this card. Obviously, the debut of Shauna Bannon not too far away. Second fight on the card. Theo Lander is here. Harry Powell is here. And we'll be here for the whole card to talk about it, lads. I'm not sure, Harry, you were away for a little while, but what's your anticipation levels for cards like this, Theo? Because for us, obviously, looking at a lot of these guys coming up through the UK scene and through Cage Warriors as well, I would say that we have an extra bond than a lot of the other fighters that we would see in the UFC, and especially with Shauna Bannon, obviously, watching her career rise on the regional scene here before going to Invicta and now in the UFC. So do you get as excited for these cards as well, looking from the outside in? I guess when you're a part of SevereMMA, it's hard not to get excited because we're talking about it all week.
Yeah, definitely. Like me personally, I get really excited for these London cards just because, a lot of these guys have come through Cage Warriors. A lot of them have had ties to Severe for a very long time. So for me personally, I love these London cards always. And like Harry was sort of mentioning on the preview shoot before, the anticipation levels overall for this one have kind of been a little bit down. It doesn't really have the same star power as it typically does. And so that's sort of what crosses over to the States over here. When you got guys like Paddy the Baddy on the card, who is obviously now developed into a huge mainstream star over here, you're missing out on guys like Darren Till once again not being on this card. So it's sort of hard to draw in the casual audience in that sense over here. But, if you're asking me personally, I love this card. I can't wait for it, even though it is a little bit weaker than it has been in the past.
You're on mute, sir.
Excuse me. A good start. Harry and I, we did the preview show, and it was as we were going down through the cards that the matchups on it are pretty good. Like there's a lot of decent matchups. I know, Harry, what ones are you looking forward to most? I know that we've mentioned Nathaniel Wood, Jai Herbert, and a couple of Leron Murphy is also on the card as well. And anybody who's watching who wants to leave a message in to us in the comment section, we're more than happy to answer any questions as well. For anyone who is watching along today, I'll say that a couple of times throughout the stream. Harry?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the low-key sort of banger of the card is Mark Diakese versus Joel Alvarez. And I think that's I call it the low-key banger because both guys have kind of sort of flown under the radar after their last couple of performances. And I think Joel Alvarez, you go out and you lose to Arman Saryukin, and fuck me, these things happen in MMA. Like, what are you going to do? And Mark Diakese is sort of on that trajectory where he's kind of trying to establish himself as the final form, maybe, or at least the sort of scaffolding of the final form of Mark Diakese. And I think both of these guys have desperately something to prove in this division, desperately something to prove if they want to really start to build a head of steam. Now, obviously, Mark Diakese is a storied veteran in the UFC, and Joel Alvarez is still a young buck in the division. But I think for that fight, both guys have got grappling chops, as we know. Both guys can strike. Mark Diakese in the back pocket has just that elite level freak, mad bastardry athleticism that we talk about all the time. And I really like the fight. From an optics perspective, I think it's going to be good fun. From sort of the perspective, who knew Diakese could wrestle? Fuck me, it started. From an optics perspective, I think it's really good. From a breakdown perspective, I think it's really good. But also, I think on paper, it has the ability to be a really, really interesting back and forth battle for the division itself. So I think my vote, obviously outside of everything, is that. And I will say, unashamedly, Sean Sheehan, I will say that I'm looking forward to Andre Muniz versus Paul Craig. Mostly because I pray that it doesn't turn into 15 minutes of kickboxing. I will be a big sad boy if that is the case. But if we see some grappling, then hopefully I can talk us through it a little bit, because both of these guys have very interesting grappling styles in its MMA application. And so, yeah, we're going to have some things to talk about, I think.
We surely are. First fight on deck today is Jafel Fijalio, or is it Filio, versus Daniel Perez. Don't know too much about either of these gentlemen, to be honest. I believe with Jafel Filio from Brazil, 14-3. Daniel Perez, 16-5, flyweight division as well. We'll keep you updated. Look, we'll try and keep synced up together. It's probably going to be impossible to do that. but we will try our best. I have frozen up. Can you guys still hear me? Yeah.
We can hear you. Yeah, the video is a bit shoddy, but we can hear you just grand.
Yeah, a few connectivity issues on my end here this morning, lads, but we'll try work through it. Anything else that you're looking forward to on the card, Theo?
Man, honestly, I'm really looking forward to the return of Molly McCann. I know a lot of people have been sort of downplaying her role in this card being the co-main event. A lot of people saying, maybe she doesn't deserve to be in that spot, but I do want to see how she bounces back after that loss to Erin Blanchfield, which went really poorly for her. There was a long time in the crucifix position that she took a lot of damage, and she sort of had her hype train stopped a little bit there. We haven't heard a lot about Molly since then, but before that, she was steamrolling through. Obviously not against great competition, but I'm interested to see how she bounces back mentally here. It looked like she was in good spirits at the weigh-ins, getting excited as she usually does, screaming at the crowd. So, yeah, hopefully we see the old meatball here. But that's sort of one thing that's sticking out to me that I think a lot of people aren't asking questions about just because of her card placement.
This fight, by the way, these lads are fucking smashing shit out of each other.
Yeah, go for it, Harry. I'm just having, like I said, some connectivity issues here. Talk us through the fight. What's happening?
We have Daniel Bears and Jarrell Filo basically just spamming hooks at each other, which is maybe not the most technical way of fighting, but it's sure fun to watch. We've now seen Fialo hit a double leg and land some shots on top. I've actually had a question for the stream come from one of my training partners from the gym. His question is, what's your favorite MMA fight of all time? And so I'm going to pass that to Theo to begin with.
Oh Jesus, what a hard one for me to get. Out of everyone that I've ever seen, I mean, honestly, I'll just go with recent memory here. In person, I was able to see Chimaev versus Burns, which is a tremendous fight. And to cut me off here, it looks like we've got a finish here. It looks like Filo just got a submission over Perez here.
Nice one. You're on mute, Harry.
It turns out I am on mute. Head and arm chokes, these things do happen in MMA. Yeah,
they do. Go continue, Theo.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was just a huge fight at the time because we were seeing Khamzat rise through the rankings, and Gilbert was really going to be that first legitimate test for him at the top of welterweight. And the way that fight played out, it seemed like it was going to be a typical Khamzat fight early on in the first, but Gilbert just didn't go away, and we saw Khamzat tire a little bit. Then we saw him get dropped. Obviously, the third round was a slugfest back and forth that was super close. And it still feels like we got a lot of questions about Khamzat Chimaev on that night that still haven't been answered. So if you're asking me right off the bat, off the top of my head, what my favorite MMA fight is of all time, it's like picking a favorite child. I don't know if I could actually do it for you. But just for recent memory, I'll go with Burns versus Chimaev.
I have a very fondness for Chuck Liddell versus Wanderlei Silva back in the day in the UFC. I was a big Chuck fan coming in. That's why I kind of got so big into mixed martial arts. And that fight was kind of flirted with us for many, many years. I know Chuck went over to Pride to try and compete there, but to finally get to see.
I think we have lost Mr. O'Neill. Oh, he's back. He's back.
All right. You there, bud?
Guys, sorry about this. My internet is really letting me down today. How did you hear anything that I said there?
Yeah. We got Chuck and Wanderlei. We didn't get the description as to why that was your favorite fight, though.
Yeah. So that was my favorite fight. Obviously, I was a big Chuck fan coming in. Yeah, I felt that those guys were going to be fighting, and they were trying to get that fight together for many years on Pride and stuff like that. So when they finally did meet in the UFC and then Chuck got the win, I was very, very happy to see that. And it was a pretty good fight, even though both guys were coming towards the end of their tether at that stage. I'm going to try and disconnect and reconnect and try and get this internet going, guys. So I'll leave you two for a moment and I'll be right back, okay?
No worries. We'll steer the ship as best we can. So I will come in with mine. My favorite fight of all time is Robbie Lawler versus Rory McDonald, the second one. And it's my favorite fight of all time, mostly because of everything that it encapsulated. You had Robbie, who was sort of the stalwart UFC veteran, second run, had won the title, was that guy, right? Was in the apex of his career, really. And then you had Rory, who, at least in the 175-pound division post GSP, was sort of the first modern MMA fighter where it wasn't an amalgamation of styles, which is what GSP was, right? Let's be honest. It was some clean karate striking with some really excellent wrestling entries, and that was the foundation of GSP's game. Whereas with Rory, he was the first guy that was seemingly able to amalgamate all of the styles into one intrinsic style, and that's the thing that we call MMA now. And look, if we look back at Rory and his melding of those styles back then, I think we'd think it was quite antiquated. But I've talked ad nauseum now about how the Arman Saryukin versus Islam Makhachev fight has changed the way that MMA will be conducted in the future. And I think Rory was the first guy that sort of took note of that as early as possible and really pushed that on at 170 pounds. And just the meeting of those two guys and what it meant for MMA was drastically important at the time to me. And then to watch the fight play out, to watch the incredible levels of heart and skill and technique and grit and everything else, and the stare down in between the fourth and the fifth, and Rory's face at the end of it, and Robbie's got half a split lip, and oh Jesus, like it just had everything. I think it had tales of back and forth, it had ups, it had downs, it had a finish, it had one of the, I think if we were to, this is going to be an extremely strange way of phrasing this, but if we were to weigh out the amount of soul that was left in the octagon per fight, I think Robbie and Rory would be right up there. So just an unbelievable fight for me. Unbelievable fight.
Yeah, tremendous. Also, what's funny too is if you go back and watch that, sometimes I think people forget after the first round, those two were getting booed for timidity. People were saying that this wasn't going to be a back and forth fight, or at least they were saying that at the time. But yeah, clearly it comes out in the next couple of rounds and heats up dramatically. And I remember actually one of the first times I was watching, I was on UFC Fight Pass, and I remember people were telling me how great this fight was, and I just wasn't seeing it. I wasn't getting it. And then a warning came up before the third round that said viewer discretion is advised for this upcoming round. There's extreme blood and gore. And I was like, what is going to happen? And we saw what unfolded there. You see even Lawler in the post-fight interview, like he's yapping and that lip is flapping off of his face at the time. So yeah, crazy back and forth fight, Harry. I can't blame you for picking that one. Honestly, if I were to really give it a real thought, that'd probably be up there for me as well. But another one that I think also doesn't get a lot of shine either is Cub Swanson versus Doohoo Choi. Yeah, tremendous fight right there, and also Cub Swanson and Doohoo Choi were inducted to the Hall of Fame for that fight as well last year. So good on to both of them. But I don't even want to talk about this stuff right now because Shauna Bannon's about to fight. We're having her opponent Brazil walk out right now. And Harry, I want to know what you think about this fight because we were talking about it on the group message a couple of days ago. We saw the lines for this fight, and Shauna Bannon is a slight underdog at plus 100. I feel like that's kind of a crazy line, and I'm not really the typical gambling guy. I don't really advise people to gamble on MMA. Please do so responsibly if you choose. But those odds seem crazy to me. If you talk about, the maturities that Shauna's shown in her striking, the advancements in her grappling as well. Harry, what do you think about the odds on this fight and overall Shauna's chances upcoming here?
So I have absolutely no idea what gambling means. You'll notice that there's some inside baseball back and forth. There is a call from Mr. Shawnee podcast that goes around every week for a betting line on a card, and I open the website and I click a name and I pick that thing, and I have absolutely no idea what I'm picking. Less than zero idea. I have absolutely fucking zero clue about gambling. I've never put a bet on in my life, and I just don't understand how it works. To answer the second part of the question, though, which I think I'm slightly more able to answer, is for Shauna Bannon, we're going to find out is the honest answer, because a storied amateur career, a storied combat career leads you to look at that 5-0 record with a slightly different perspective, right? This isn't somebody that's come in out of the gate as an MMA fighter, gone and had an amateur career and jumped in, and now we're seeing a 5-0 professional record being put into the UFC. This is a lifelong martial artist, a lifelong striking background, and obviously now we've added all the addendums on to make it an MMA background. But I do have questions as to whether this is too soon for Shauna Bannon in the UFC. I do have questions as to what the ceiling of Shauna Bannon is as only a 5-0. The UFC is an incredibly difficult proving ground if you are still somebody who is looking to build and grow and sort of add skills to your regimen when you're in a division which is as stacked as 115 is for the females. So I'm excited for Shauna Bannon. What I said in the preview was I don't think that we're going to need to see the grappling of Shauna Bannon as much as we have seen improvements from her. I don't think we're going to need to see it. I think Shauna's ability to use her legs as dexterous jabs is going to be enough to keep Bruna Brazil away. And when the range battles start deteriorating for Brazil, we're going to see that she starts to want to make overreaching decisions, and that's a nightmare against somebody like Shauna Bannon. But I'm very excited because if nothing more, we get to see some fresh Irish blood in the UFC. And so whatever happens, I think this is a fantastic story for Shauna and her family. I just think that we're going to need some increasing advancements in her game if we're going to see her challenge the upper echelons of 115.
She's very young in her career as well, and I hope that the UFC allow her the time to grow as well, where that we're not going to throw her into the fire immediately here. I thought she's handled fight week very well. There's been a lot of hype, like for a UFC debut. I don't remember as much hype from any fighter really since joining up. Obviously, it's going to be more increased in over in Ireland and everything like that, with everybody getting behind her. But I mean, you know, it's time to do it right now for Shauna. This is the most important part of the week for getting in there, getting the win, and then moving on. I'm excited to see what she looks like, how she handles the occasion. We've seen growth in her game every single time she's gotten in there to fight. So I'm interested to see what she looks like here.
I think one of the things we were just saying was that I agree that, I mean, actually, I don't agree that it's like early in her career, given that she's literally a lifelong martial artist. I think obviously absolutely a young mixed martial arts career. But I think that for me, we have undoubtedly seen an uptick in skills every time she's performed, but it's almost a double-edged sword. If she comes out here and looks fantastic, the UFC are going to want to fuck it and find out, you know, and that's going to be a problem because we're going to need to see a slower roll, I think, for Shauna. Oh, that's a lovely leg kick. Fuck me, that is fantastic. Anyway, forget that. Let's watch the fight.
You're a little bit ahead of us, Harry. Just ahead of me anyway, at very least.
So. A lot ahead of me. I'm right on with Harry. Seems like.
Okay,
we're 3 leg kicks deep so far, Mr. O'Neill, and nasty ones too.
I see that now. I'm at like 440 right now, starting off with the cap. Yeah, not
ahead of us, behind us. Ooh. Yeah, so just for everyone watching, I'm 424, 423, 422, 422.
Just about 2 seconds ahead. That's all good.
Perfect. But you see, like immediately, right? She ran out of the gate, and what was she looking for? Inside low kicks. Why? Yeah. Because then the pocket range, Brazil's like, oh, okay, there's things here. You've already seen her mix up outside and inside low kicks. You see the step throughs and the feints and everything else. Like we're just range finding at the moment. He's just making sure Brazil's aware that those legs are available at each and every juncture, which is perfect to begin with, right? Absolutely perfect.
Absolutely. Switching stances, keeping Bruna Brazil guessing. Bruna Brazil looking dangerous over the top of that overhand right. I'd like to see Shauna pressure her a little bit more against the cage here.
I mean, I think this is where the style of those legs, like you see Shauna moves in on straight lines, right? Mm-hmm. Like the moving in of straight lines are amazing in her individual disciplines. But when you're coming in and looking at fighting with fighters who are just like Bruna Brazil did there, she took a step to her left, lands a left and a right. Like those are your problems.
Yeah. Couple of nice shots by Brazil there.
Agreed.
Yeah, Brazil looks a lot more comfortable than she did early on in this round. She's stepping in with punches now and actually landing on Shauna. Shauna seemed like she got to take a little bit of step back here and reassess here, but it looks like this round's even out a little bit more than it had at the beginning.
That's it. And you've got, look at this UFC debut, you got the walkout, your adrenaline is high. So Shauna's probably finding that little bit of an adjustment in there. If you want to call it octagon jitters, I don't know what you want to call it, but she needs a big shot to land here and a confidence booster.
That's a good head kick.
Oh, yeah.
I think the problem is linear lines, right? That's the problem. Okay, that's nice. Brazil realizes that the linear lines are coming and she can fade away and land shots over the top.
And with Brazil here, you can see she does not want to be up against the cage. She rushed out. So that's what I mean. I'd be looking to get her back behind that threshold. Keep her guessing, like, fainting for takedowns. Keep it mixed up here a little bit for Shauna.
That left leg of Shauna is hurting.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much the same as what we're seeing, just a tit for tat battle. I think Bruna Brazil is probably winning this round so far.
Yeah, Bruna seems like she keeps circling out to the left to get out of, the way of Shauna's attacks here. She seems like she's having trouble, like you said, with those straight line attacks. And I'm a couple seconds ahead here, so I don't want to even step on your guys' toes, to be honest.
Oh, that's all good. Shauna would look for that left high kick. Oh, Bruna Brazil landed a big shot there too. Interesting. What are you thinking, Harry? You thinking this is likely going to be a Bruna Brazil round?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the last 2 seconds, Brazil's just landed another right hand over the top and a left high kick.
And a high kick.
This is... Shauna needs to be able to diversify the lines that she's coming in. Brazil's just too happy to wait for the kick to come in, come out of the pocket, take 1-2 steps, find an angle, and then land her shot if she needs to. Like, I agree with you 100% that we need to see some footwork that pushes Bruna Brazil back from Shauna Bannon. But I think this is also one of the deficiencies of the style is that it's not forward or cage cutting centric, right? It's very much about linear lines. And when you're, as you've said, when you're under pressure, when you're feeling the nerves, this is your first UFC performance, we talk about it all the time. Fighters often get reduced down to the bare bones of their beings, right? And the bare bones of Shauna Bannon's beings, at least for now, is a kickboxing TKD style. So, yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what Paddy says in the corner. That's for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Shauna is going to have to come out better in round 2. She's 1 down in my book.
Yeah, absolutely. Bruno's shots, I think, were just slightly more effective. The best moments for Shauna in that round were the start with the hard leg kicks, but after that, it just seemed like Brazil had much more control of the round. So we'll see how it goes from here. But you'd got to wonder at this point if she's willing to think about mixing up getting the takedowns. I know she's not a great of wrestler as maybe Mark Diakese is, Harry, but she could certainly mix that up.
Definitely, this is MMA at the end of the day, right?
Absolutely. I'm not sure if you guys can hear what Paddy is saying. Paddy and Collyman in the corner of Shauna Bannon, Sarah Carney as well, her teammate from Houlihan Martial Arts. Bruna Brazil looking calm, looking composed in the corner. Coming in here with a point to prove in this fight as well, having lost her last one. So she'll have to be happy about how round 1 is going. Shauna is going to have to go out there and change it up a little bit if she's going to change what happened in the first round. Very interesting to see what she brings in here in round 2. What would you like to see, Harry?
I mean, I'd like to see Shauna just take a step back, allow Brazil to come onto her a touch. If Brazil has built up a head of steam like we think she has in that first round, just allow her to come on, like set up the left kicks, set up the high kicks, set up kicks, go back to the low kicks, just offer Brazil and a bit just like that. It's perfectly just like that. 4:38, Brazil jumps in. Shauna Bannon just lands a clean side kick to the midriff. It's perfect. Allow Brazil to start to dictate the range and start to use your ability to fight off the back foot to score shots. Again, we've just talked about the range battle, right? Well, if you've lost the range battle in the first round, switch it up, change things, and start to build stuff to be into your favor. And if Shauna Bannon is going to get caught in these sort of moving in pocket exchanges, we'll just take them away from her, right? Fight on the back foot for a round. Fight for the back foot for 2 minutes and just see what happens.
Nice response there from the leg kick of Brazil with Shauna with the 1-2 as well. You've got to punish Bruna Brazil for everything that she shows against. Now Shauna has finally gotten her past that threshold up against the cage.
Now we see some interesting work. Now we'll see.
Now we want to see inside leg trip is what Bruna has been taken down with before. Interesting to see if Shauna can get it done here. And I like this. I like seeing this as well from Shauna. She's mixing it up as well. You know, this is going to keep Bruna guessing as well. Fairly even in the clinch so far. Overhook and underhook, or is it that 2 underhooks from Bruna Brazil?
Nah, over under.
Over under, yeah.
I feel like Bruna, I mean, the problem that killed Shauna just before they got the reversal is Bruna's head position. You notice he's driving the forehead to the chin. Like, that's really what's keeping the posture of Shauna Bannon up. Really nice reversal from Shauna with the knee. But this is, you see Shauna's looking for the outside trip. She's doing a really good job of bringing her right leg through the middle to try and off balance the center of gravity of Brazil. But the problem you have when you do that, if your right shoulder isn't placed correctly, Bruna can start to escape out the corner and get the reversal, which is what we've seen here.
And this is also right in front of Media Row here, so you've got to think Andy Stevenson's got a great view of this one as well. I'm getting a little bit distracted, honestly, looking for him through the cage here.
Yeah. Getting a first row seat. Andy on site, us doing the live stream, Theo doing the live results. We're covering it from all angles today, lads. All angles today. Bruna looking a bit more stronger in the clinch here as well. Shauna is landing some shots off the cage, but we'll be hoping for a reversal here as well. You know, these ones are difficult to kind of score when they're on landing these pot shots, but you know, Bruna seems to be in the better control of the two right now. Shauna with a nice reversal. She's going to have to get off some shots here.
Desperate looking for that inside trip.
Yeah.
I think
been there before.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting a separation here from the official as well.
We're getting a separation. Ooh, big overhand. Shauna is still looking energized, not looking too tired. Bruna Brazil, the same, really. But this fight hasn't been fought at a crazy pace. Nice jab from Shauna there.
But still, the X factor of it being Shauna's debut, you know, the UFC jitters can sort of drain your gas tank just with that extra, you know, adrenaline going through your body. So definitely someone I want to keep an eye on here. Not to say that Shauna's had adrenaline problems in the past, but everything's different when it's just her first UFC fight as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Close enough second round, guys. Nothing. I mean, one big shot here in the final minute could win it for either one of these women.
Agreed.
Oh, that was a nice one too from Shauna. She's looking for that overhand.
Oh, that's a lovely spinning back fist. That's the biggest shot of the round.
Yeah. Shauna will need to respond to that.
Big takedown here right into the guard here of Shauna Bannon as well.
If nothing more, why this is intelligent from Bruna Brazil, and we won't go full Dom Cruz here, but why this is intelligent from Bruna Brazil is you've just landed possibly the biggest shot of the round.
Yeah.
It's smart to take Shauna down where the efficacy of striking is drastically reduced. And obviously, as you fall into half guard, you're not worried about close guard submissions or any of these sorts of things. So that's very, very smart from Brazil, not just because of the efficacy of striking, but it's also because what you're doing now is you're saying, oh, I've just landed the biggest shot of the round, and also I can take you down whenever I want, just so you're aware.
Yeah, at the fear of getting the wrath of Sean Sheen, it kind of does rubber stamp that round a little bit for Bruna Brazil. And we're probably facing Shauna Bannon being 2 rounds down and needing a finish coming into round 3 here.
I will not dare agree with either of you on that because I don't want Sean to get upset with me here. Are you guys able to see the corner cameras here as well? Because I'm watching on ESPN and we're just getting commercials between all these rounds.
No, I'm on Fight Pass and we have the corner cams.
Great. Good for you guys.
Sorry to you. We can tell you that there's lots of ice being applied and lots of Vaseline being applied in the corners now for Theo who can't see and anyone else that's watching the ESPN stream. Interesting. I mean, yeah, Shauna, I think Shauna does need a finish here, so it'll be interesting to see if she can pull it out with a fire here. Bruna Brazil still looking calm, cool, and collected heading into round 3. Big round for Shauna Bannon, the biggest of her career so far.
For sure. Oh, that was a close hook kick.
Oof.
That is close.
Yeah.
But see the way that she's forcing the range now, using that side kick as sort of a piston, almost using the side kick as a piece of footwork in of itself.
Yeah,
that's fantastic. Keep doing that. Like, don't commit to the big high kicks. Don't commit to any of the awkward sort of more angular shots. Just push her backwards with a side kick, push her backwards, and then we can start to initiate into those clinch situations again, should we want to. Because you see, she went immediately for, I think it was a roundhouse kick, and Brazil just waits and catches her with a jab on the way in. Like, if there's one thing that Shauna and Paddy can take away from this fight, oh, that's a fantastic fucking axe kick. Oh, Jesus Christ, her legs are dexterous.
Oh my goodness, that was some shot.
Unbelievable. If there's one thing that you could take away, it's that the entry to the pocket just needs to be slightly tighter on slightly better lines, and maybe the shot selection with her hands can be slightly improved. At the very least, those are the things that we can take away, win or lose, from this fight.
For sure.
And honestly, they had just shown all the tweets there showing what people were scoring the round for. Most people had Brazil up 2 rounds there, but you saw Conor McGregor at the end said it was 1 apiece. And I think it's important to remind people this time, as long as you can make an argument for 1 round that could go either way, that's really all you can say there, because, the judges are getting a different angle than we are. It's going to be one of those really close rounds that's hard to score. So you might have a lot of people online upset the scorecards after this if it goes Shauna's way, but it's certainly not out of the question at this point.
No, it certainly couldn't. I mean, from what I've seen, I guess we're getting the best view on the TV here. I would probably score round 2 to Brazil. With it being a fairly close fight, Shauna landing some shots against the cage here, but she seems to be coming into her own here in round 3 a little bit. She's doing some good work, but
it's a problem. That left hook that just landed is a problem.
Yeah,
she came in with the right hand by her pockets. Like, it's a problem.
Oh, that was a nice right hand by Shauna.
Mm-hmm. The check left after it.
Yeah, that left hook has landed again from Bruna Brazil.
Agreed. I just love the Shauna Bannon sidekick. It is unbelievable. What a shot that is.
Unreal. Oh, she looked for that left hook again. Brazil, Shauna got out of the way nicely. Oh, that was a nice right hand that wobbled Brazil there.
Mm-hmm. Smart from Brazil here. Very, very smart. Very smart.
Yeah. Up against the cage now, in the clinch position, over under. With Bruna Brazil's back against the cage. Shauna Bannon just got reversed there. Her back is now against the cage, trading knees.
I'm going to apologize if you hear dogs snoring, by the way.
That's all good. Huxley gets the pass. But yeah, I mean, Shauna's going to have to get out of this position. She is landing some shots, but nothing too noteworthy. I would think that she's winning this round so far, though, bar something drastic happens in the last minute.
It's a very close round.
Yeah, it is a close one. I think she did just enough. Also, she did get clipped with the left hook a couple of times, but she got off a good right hand.
Could not be enough, though, regardless, because I personally had Brazil up 2 rounds like most people do as well. But, like I said earlier, with these scorecards, with the viewing angle they have, you never know. These rounds are also extremely close. This third one, I think, is the toughest one to call the fight.
Oh, that was a nice takedown from Brazil.
If Brazil can use this position and land some nice shots from the top, I think it secures her the round, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, Shauna's looking for regarding well. She's regarded well here, Shauna. That's nice.
Oh,
That's unfortunate. Yeah, I think we scored that 30-27 Brazil, right?
yeah, 30-27, 29-28 perhaps, but I can't see 2 rounds there for Shauna one.
Right.
Yeah.
Shauna seems like she's confident enough here in a close position. She threw her hands up right away. So, we'll see. Maybe they know something we don't, but I also have it 3-0 for Brazil here after 3.
Conor McGregor scores a 2-1 to Shauna. Might be a little bit of bias there from Conor Mac.
Maybe just a small amount.
There we go. It's over and done with all the anticipation. That was it. Interesting to see what way the judges have it. Might just give the TV, turn it up a notch or two here. I'll just mute my mic just when they're reading the scores, although they're not going to read any scores right now because they've gone to commercial. So waiting in anticipation here.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Bruno Brazil gets the nod.
That's it. Shauna has tasted defeat for the first time. 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27. So that's it. Can't argue with those scores whatsoever. And that's it. Look, it happens. And Shauna will have to readjust and move on. And that's it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Very, very unfortunate for her. I have definitely seen her perform better inside the cage. Obviously, UFC debut is a big occasion this week as well. It's different gravy going to the UFC, guys. It's different gravy. I mean, unfortunate for her.
I think, we talked about this before, right? And we talked about it just before the fight. And let's not be, generals after the battle or anything. I think I've seen some things already on Twitter where people are saying she doesn't deserve to be there and all that stuff. Let's not get too far away from each other here. Like it was a close fight, a contested fight, and if you go back and watch that with a keen eye, then Shauna and her team are already going to be able to think of things and see things that she can improve on. At 5-1 now, 6 fights into your professional career, this is I said to Theo just before, the UFC is a tough battleground for you to earn your stripes in, and
sure is.
It's we need to give Shauna Bannon the slow roll, and we need to give Shauna Bannon her ability to grow and improve in the UFC. How many times have we see fighters go out and lose their debut in a close fight and come back and have fantastic performances in their second and third, right? So, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here.
100%, yeah. Like we said, win or lose, we wanted to see the slow roll, but obviously, it'll be back to the drawing board, and it's unfortunate. I mean, it's hard not to be a little bit biased here because she has such a fantastic story, and you want somebody like that to do well. But it always, like, MMA is a cruel game at the best of times. They don't care about anyone's feelings or emotions or stories. And look, that's it. You're in the UFC. You're going to be faced with these challenges, and that's it. And she will. She's got a strong mentality, and she's going to be as disappointed as anybody in that kind of result. And yeah, I'd be interested to hear her thoughts.
I was going to say, like, similar to when I had a quick chat with Sam Creasy after his loss, I'd be very interested in if you can get a scoop with Shauna and just go through that fight and get her thoughts on it and sort of how she felt the fight went and how she felt she performed and what her, what her feelings are. Because I think this is something, just as these fellas walk out, I think this is something that is really overlooked in MMA, drastically overlooked, is that, Bruna Brazil will go back and she'll be, applauded and have a fantastic time and all this stuff because she went and she won and the fruits of her labor have been given to her. But there's also a fighter here that's put in just as much, if not more. Paddy Houlihan on the Old Triangle was sort of detailing some of the things that Shauna goes through in order to just get camp done, right? Balancing her life and her familial duties and all this stuff. So even just to get to the octagon is something of an achievement in and of itself. And I think we forget a lot, and we don't have enough empathy for fighters in of themselves, the losers and the winners. And I don't think we really pay enough attention to the losing fighters, because you cannot have a winning fighter without a losing one. And so if we have an opportunity, Mr. O'Neill, I would be very interested in that conversation.
Well, that I will try. Obviously we will give her the time to kind of let the dust settle a little bit, and we'll see if we can make it happen. And I definitely would be interested in speaking with her as always. We're on to the next one already. That's the Chris Duncan on the way out for his fight. But I think you're right when it comes to losses as well. It's probably some of your interviews with Sam Creasy, some of the most rawest and honest interviews that you'll see. Because you hear a lot of fighters talking about how when they lose, and obviously this will be the first one in mixed martial arts for Shauna, her first defeat since she was defeated by Dakota Ducheva in her amateur days as well. So with that will come a lot of thought and a lot of kind of maybe restructuring with some things as well. I'd be very curious to see what she feels she needs to change. But yeah, that's what happens, guys. It's always it's disappointing. It's disappointing, but at the end of the day, this might be the best thing that ever happened to her too. So in hindsight, obviously she's not thinking that right now, but it would have been a real dream debut if she was to get the win there after the build up and the support she had. And it's unfortunate, but she'll be back.
A wise Irish coach once said, "Win or learn."
Win or learn. Two rights.
Perhaps the first really difficult learning lesson of Shauna Bannon's professional career here. We see this sort of turning point with a lot of undefeated fighters when they first get their initial loss on their career. So yeah, like you guys are saying, this is going to be a huge turning point for Shauna. A lot to learn from that performance as well. But also she showed some good in there as well. There's a lot to build off of. And I would be very shocked if this was the last we saw of her. This is by no means the end of Shauna Bannon. She's going to get a lot more chances in the UFC to shine. And this is just a small step in the road until that point.
100%. What are we thinking about this fight, guys? It's a tough one. I thought that Yanil Ashmouz was the guy that absolutely devastated. He knocked out Sam Patterson the last UFC London card. That was insane. And Sam Patterson is a good prospect as well. I saw him coming up in it was either UAE Warriors or Brave, one or the other. I'm not too sure. I think it was Brave, but a good prospect. And he was clipped and hurt bad in that fight. Ashmouz coming in at 7-0, looking to take out Chris Duncan here. And
both gentlemen's chins are going to get tested.
I was going to say that I would be very, very surprised if this fight didn't go or went all 3 rounds, to be honest. But it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Oh boy. Is that Robert Whiteford in this corner?
It is, I think. Yeah.
Fair play to him. Great man.
Yeah, his name popped up on Twitter actually during the week, and I hadn't seen his name in quite some time. But yeah, a legend.
Guys, can you rate Bruce Buffer's suit for me, please? I mean, that thing is absolutely spectacular.
It's fairly spectacular, but it also could be used as a pair of curtains as well, to be honest.
I'll give it an 8.3.
Yeah, I'd wear it though. I'd wear it, but like, I'm not going to lie. When I first seen it, I was like, that would make a fine pair of curtains now in my living room. But Bruce never lets us down with the old gear he has on.
Yeah, legend. Shout out Bruce Buffer.
Shout out Bruce. These guys kicked off. Ashmouz, Duncan are just gotten into this one now. Feeling out process.
I mean, sure, fucking Ashmouz came out with a spinning wheel kick. So.
yeah. You can see the respect both of these guys have for we've talked about Ashmouz's power. Duncan has some good power as well. We've seen him hurt, and then that was a sensational finish that he had on Dana White's Contender Series. Shout out to Thomas. Just asking the questions. A few jitters there. She'll be back. We were saying that a little bit on the stream. Sometimes, when you get built up and you're walking out there, and Shauna, you're kind of soaking in the moment and everything like that, you can kind of get like that little bit of jitters or a little bit of adrenaline dump as well. And 15 minutes is a very short time when that happens to you, and it seemed that as the fight was going on for Shauna, she was getting better. Maybe she was shaking out, what we want to call it, jitters, but she'll be back for sure. She'll be back, definitely.
I like seeing Chris Duncan hide that high right kick behind that right hand. It's very nice. It's not landed yet, but it's very nice.
It's getting close.
It feels like everything Duncan throws is with the intention to potentially end the fight. He's not having half power shots here. He's not trying to set things up necessarily, but he's throwing with intention every time he gets into range.
Feels like both these fellas are exactly the same, really.
Very well. The UFC matchmaking has been pretty damn good lately, like in how even that a lot of these matchups are. That was a nice uppercut on the inside from Duncan.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Ian, you were saying about the matchmaking.
Yeah, matchmaking has been really good, and like we're seeing a lot of well-matched, super close fights here. And you could even say the same about Shauna and Brunner Brazil as well, even though it was relatively close, although easy to score, but still close. Not too much into it, but the best game plan for Mark Giacchese. I know that Mark Giacchese has been working on his wrestling a little bit, so maybe we might see some wrestling tonight from Giacchese. I'm not too sure. DC obviously would be very surprised if he was to use some of that wrestling, but it'd be interesting to see if Mark comes out and looks to level change tonight.
I suspect Mark Giacchese will probably try and grapple, by the way.
Oh, I think this is actually genuinely a good fight for him to do that that in tonight.
Alvarez is obviously really, really good off his back and stuff, but I think Giacchese is going to try and probably push Alvarez back up against the fence. Oh, that's a lovely jab from Duncan. And just crush him into the fence, I think. There'll be some lower leg kicks. There'll be some, some athleticism stuff. And then, I suspect there'll be some grappling things. Some anti-jiu-jitsu.
So.
Please, Sean.
Oh, that pop up? Here we go. I think that, Alvarez is very susceptible to that takedown as well. So,
Luke Thomas put a stat out saying he has a 0% takedown defense stat. That is fucking wild, like.
Yeah, it's insane.
0% He's 4 fights in the UFC, like.
Yeah, been taken down every time. He caught, what did he catch Joe Duffy in? A guillotine, was it?
I think so, yeah. Guillotine or glass, one of the two.
Let me check. Guillotine choke, yeah. So, obviously, first time we'll see Joel Alvarez since his defeat of Saryukin. Or since Saryukin defeated him, I mean.
Yeah.
Pretty even. I'm not going to lie, I kind of lost track of this fight midway through, so don't ask me how I scored this first round.
I mean, I think Duncan's probably winning this first round. He's got a nice jab, couple of nice uppercuts. Ashmouz has had some really interesting leg kick entries, and equally has obviously got fucking dynamite in his hands too. But yeah, I think Chris Duncan has done the better work. Oh, that's a great knee. Why? Why have you taken him down with 7
Oh.
seconds left? Why? Why? Explain yourself immediately.
Because
He
a few
had-
seconds of control can win the round, apparently, Harry. Have you not heard?
Dom Cruz absolutely salivating at the takedown at the end of the round there. He had him hurt bad at the end of that. That knee was lovely, wasn't it?
Fucking beautiful. Just punch me in the throat for that takedown, though. Fucking hell.
Harry doesn't love that.
Nah, that's the Francisco Trinaldo approach. That is. I can't. I just can't. Fucking Francisco Trinaldo. Jesus. Ashmouz has hurt his left arm, I think. Left wrist, maybe.
Yeah, he's holding it. We
And
could
he's
be talking.
rolling it, got a bit of a grimace on there, keeps checking it. If I'm Chris Duncan, I'm going to try and smash that left arm as much as possible.
And he's like making it very obvious to Chris Duncan too, like just actively holding it in front of him. I mean, that's not the best. Although a bit rich for me to say, and I'm not the one who has a broken arm here. It's hard not to probably test it out a little bit, but you don't want to be showing that to your opponent, really.
Yeah, you want to Dan Hooker it, right?
You want a Dan Hooker, just a scratch. You could see the indentation, like watching back that Dan Hooker fight, you could see the indentation on Dan Hooker's arm. It was ridiculous. Tough man.
I was going to say, if there's an award for toughness, Dan Hooker's probably in with a shout.
He would have won it this year and in other years as well.
Oh, that's another nice knee.
I think Chris Duncan has the opportunity here to get Ashmouz out of there.
I agree.
It'd be interesting to see if he can do it. Oh, that was another. Looking confident now, Duncan is. He really feels he's on the front foot, and he is on the front foot here, and he has been in round one.
Or is he absolutely fucking giant for 155 pounds? Look at the fucking size of him. Like,
he's a big man.
I was gonna say, yeah, look at the size of that guy's back. He looks massive for the weight class. Also, fuck weight cutting while you're here, Harry.
Yeah. You know the drill.
You need to make a t-shirt out with that, Harry.
Yeah. Oh,
we can cuss on the stream, right?
Oh yeah, we can.
Okay, great.
Jesus.
You never know with YouTube nowadays.
YouTube won't like it too much, but
they've changed their policy now.
They've changed it again.
Yeah, it's fine. Say whatever you want. Oh, Ashmouz.
Yeah, because if we did curse on some of our streams, it would have cost us a little bit on the old. Oh my goodness, that was a serious head kick attempt. That they showed the kick in the. Do you see the corner of the screen where they showed the kick that done the damage to the arm? It was the right high kick that was blocked in round one.
Just like the Dan Hooker situation, like you were mentioning.
Absolutely. That's why you should be always blocking your head kicks with two arms to take the force away. When you're blocking with one arm, you're not good news. You're always turning into those kicks, blocking with them two arms. Double impact.
See, Coach O'Neill.
There you go.
We'll get you in the Trevor Whitman role.
There you go. 70%.
Yeah. Just take 20% off, Justin. You're not going to finish.
Or 20%. Yeah.
Just take 20% off.
Oh, man.
I do think, like you said, Ian, if he just picks up the pace just a touch here, Duncan, just pick up the pace just a touch. Just keep putting jabs in his face.
I mean, you stay throwing that high kick. He's not throwing the right hand at all, really. Or is it the left hand, actually? Left hand, yeah.
And watch when Duncan goes for body kicks, he just basically takes it. Like, he just is like, grand, I'll just get my hand out of the way and just take it.
Oh, that's his knee up the middle is beautiful.
So nice. So nice. Oh, that's a lovely spinning kick from Ashmouz.
Oh, jeez, that was a lovely angle on the camera there as well.
It was.
Shout out to UFC production crew.
Yeah.
It's a good fight, lads. This is a good fight.
Yeah. I mean, we said both of these fellas' chins are going to get tested, and they are here.
Yeah. I said that there was no way this fight was going to go 3 rounds, but I could have messed that one up, lads.
These things happen in MMA.
They sure do.
They do. I just think, I don't know, the Duncan's just I think he's too zoned in to like, oh, that's a fucking huge high kick. Forget what I just said.
There you go. Like, he needs to be relying more on that. He needs to set that up more. He doesn't, like, Ashmouz doesn't want to take any more damage on that arm.
Agreed. Just go jab or an inside low kick and then go straight to the top.
Curious to see if Duncan's corner kind of highlights that injury, or because he hasn't really thrown that left hand all round either. It's definitely a broken arm, I would like to say, without
or a wrist. Yeah, one of the two.
Wrist, yeah.
I was going to ask you guys how obvious it was in the corner, because like I told you earlier, I was looking at commercials while the corner cams are on.
Well, he like Ashmouz was actually coming out at the start of the round, like just holding his wrist like that, like
off the stool.
Yeah,
like off the stool, on the stool, he was holding it as well, and he was making it quite obvious.
Rolling his wrist round, grimacing.
Yeah. Oh, there's that knee on the inside again, lads.
So clean. It's literally everything is coming from the right-hand side. Oh, dear. But Duncan's too wild. Like, he's just too wild. Ashmouz he's just overreaching on everything. Like, just take a fucking second,
Speaking of Trevor Whitman, yeah, that's what we could be. Trevor Whitman, just take a little bit off your shots. Looking at that arm again, is Ashmouz coming into the corner. That's really, really bothering him here. Having some words with his corner.
His corner about it, yeah.
Just want to hear what the corner is saying here real quick. That was a pointless exercise. Didn't hear a thing.
I can probably have a listen myself. 1 second.
Ashmouz does. I'm portraying Ashmouz as a guy in the corner here that does not really want to be in this fight anymore.
Agreed.
I think, still in it, I guess, but hasn't been throwing that left hand. Interesting to see what Duncan does here.
He's trying to block the right kick with the right hand now. Like, if Duncan can't see it.
Oh my, yeah. It's quite obvious here now. So you're throwing up that high kick. You want to set it up, of course. You don't want to get countered and taken down, but you're really, really attacking.
Go on. Woof. Ashmouz has got 35 seconds here. He's just going to try and throw everything, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can sense the energy from him right now.
Another knee. Fuck.
That knee is a thing of beauty. Duncan is really putting on the pressure now. You feel that Duncan needs to get him out of here at this stage.
This isn't going to last much longer.
No, Ashmouz is looking for a reason. In fairness, he's showing some tremendous heart here. He's not, but
Duncan just needs to be a touch more accurate.
I mean, what can you do if you're Ashmouz here and your arm is that actually, deteriorated here? What can you do to adjust to that?
I mean, throwing some wild strikes like he was, maybe tried to land something crazy. But when you have a compromised arm, I mean, you can do very little. Obviously, you can't throw the punches. You can't defend takedowns. You can't grapple with that, So he's very limited right now. He's basically only working off one arm and he's kicking game right now. So
do as Conor McGregor said, just pull guard, play De La Riva.
Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, he's still showing the fighting spirit. He's still throwing attacks back here, just not the most efficient and not the most successful ones by him.
Duncan's corner need to be fucking screaming at him to put the pressure on. He's lapsed in the last 30 seconds or so. Just keep going. Like, just keep fucking putting that pressure on. Like, he's only got a right hand. He literally only has a right hand.
No, like, very little, like, you want to be throwing up that head kick again as well, like. Oh, there it is on the other side. I think if Duncan just I think if he just piles on the gas here, you can get him out of there. It's just like he's a little bit hesitant to kind of maybe empty the tank.
Head movement from Ashmouz is good though. Like I give it to him. Movement is good.
Like, I mean, he's doing like very well for a lad that has an apparent broken arm in there. Like, oh, that was a serious spinning attack to the body from Ashmouz.
He's still doing fine with the kicks to the body.
He is game as fuck, Ashmouz.
Oh, that's another knee.
In ways, it's kind of unfortunate for Ashmouz that he did break his arm. It's after taking him out of his game. Oof.
We could be doing
it here. Yeah.
Yeah.
$80 seconds left of the fight. Duncan's pouring it on Ashmouz here.
Grappling. Fuck's sake.
Jesus, that's
right. Take a far wrist grip and just batter him, or just let him, I guess, whatever, whatever.
Well, I would imagine Duncan is just going to ride this out and pick up the decision.
Yeah. And again, Ashmouz isn't a grounded fighter right now, right? So knees to the head are available.
Knees to the head at 100%.
Not only that, but that's going to be on the side where the compromised arm is as well. So that's an extra deadly shot in this scenario.
Ashmouz fucking lands a jumping knee. Christ almighty. I can't believe he's seen this out. I cannot believe he's seen this out.
That's all she wrote.
Look, it's the win for Chris Duncan. I get you. I get it. It's fine. But we needed a finish there, I think.
Yeah, I thought that it was there for the taking as well. But yeah, I would have loved to have seen that fight if Ashmouz didn't break his arm, to be honest, because I think that would have been very interesting. But look, a good win for Duncan. He'll move to 11-1, and yeah, that's kind of good on a 3-fight win streak now. After his debut win over Omar Morales,
big win.
Yeah. $30-27 on all cards. Would we see a 10-8 round 3? Probably not.
Like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was completely out other than his arm being broken. You know, he was still landing some good shots there as well. So, I mean, scoring-wise, I didn't think it was a 10-8.
Yeah. Duncan takes it. No surprises there. Oh, one of the judges gave one of the rounds to Ashmouz. Don't know about that one.
Interesting indeed. Ketlen Viera, Piani Kanzad. That's a fight. It's happening.
Yep.
Don't know if I can say anything else.
Ketlen Viera, who will want to come back in here and pick up when she lost to Raquel Pennington in her last fight. I think this is a very winnable fight now for Ketlen Viera. I think Kanzad, you know, she is a difficult kind of fighter to fight. She always looks to kind of try and grapple a little bit. also lost to Raquel Pennington not so long ago. Picked up a win against Lena Landsberg in her last fight by unanimous decision. But I feel that this is going to be probably the toughest test of her career so far against Caitlin Viera. I like the way Penny Kansad is rocking the Dylan Took, no teeth on the front style. What do we think about this one, lads? How do we see it going down?
Probably a decision Caitlin Viera's way, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Great pacing so far on the card. Hopefully we can keep this up at this pace as well.
Yeah, because if not, it's a long fucking night, I tell you, boys.
It sure is. It sure
fights
is.
on the card.
15.
6-5 main card as well. So yeah, pacing's been great so far.
Some good performances by Fialo, Brazil, Duncan, Mr. Broccoli. We agree with you, sir. As a question to both of you, what do you do with that? What do you do with that Chris Duncan performance? Like, do you, obviously it's a performance, it's a win. He dominated his opponent, grand, no problem. But if you're the corner, do you think we have maybe lent too harshly on needing to get the finish? Do we think we go back, review the tape and say, oh, okay, well, we needed to be more accurate. We needed to pick our shots better. What do we reckon?
I think number one, they'll be happy to get the win. That's the most important thing, to be honest. You know, it's better to, I always say, better to win ugly. Not saying that he did win ugly, but better to win ugly than not winning at all. I would always be critical in those moments in fighters recognizing that their other guy is hurt and then leaning in on that kind of injury. So I felt his attacks should have came more to their left-hand side where the arm was hurt. But I mean, it's easy for us to say here. I think he'll be happy with the win. I think they'll look at it and see that there will be some improvements there. I love the knee up the middle from Duncan. That was wonderful. I think his choice to take the fight down towards the end, I mean, just maybe, I don't know why he did that, to be honest. I would have liked to seen him just like pour on the gas and empty the gas tank, even if it's okay. You're not doing it at the start of round 5, you're not doing it midway through round 5, you got a minute to go. Just let it all out. Like, what do you have to lose? Okay, you have to be careful that you don't get clipped, but the most dangerous attacks that Ashmouz had was those spinning wheel kick attacks. Well, you close the distance and you go into boxing range, well, then you're going to nullify those kicks. And then you're also going to only be dealing with a guy with one arm when you get into boxing range too. So look, I didn't hear what the corner said. I don't know whether the corner noticed that arm. I would assume they did. I'd be surprised if they didn't, but yeah, they'll look back maybe and make a few adjustments. But overall, I think they'll be happy. You're always going to be happy to pick up a win in the UFC.
Coach Theo?
But I think that is the main thing, though, when is identifying that the arm was hurt, right? Whether it was Duncan's inability to recognize that or the corners or both of them, that's something that I think that would have to be addressed immediately because, you know, obviously, like we were mentioning here, we sort of have the best view in the house. We have the commentary as well, the extra replays. So we knew very clearly that it was damaged in the second round. It just didn't seem like Duncan ever really adjusted to that. So, you know, I think that's the first thing you got to address there. And if he didn't know that his arm was damaged, then I can sort of give him a pass for not getting the finish. But it's really all just mental stuff really that I'm picking up from that fight as far as, you know, what Duncan should be looking at going forward here.
Oh, psychologist Lander. Excellent. Well, we'll come in for the mid-round mind report from Theo every now and again.
Yeah, definitely.
Is it me or is Penny Kansad the female Andre Fili?
Say that again, Penny Kansad, the female.
The female Andre Fili.
Yeah.
I actually like that comparison.
Yeah. I can see it.
Caitlin's throwing hard here to start.
Yeah, 100%. She's big as well.
She's huge. I was just going to say that. She is huge inside there.
Not just long, but definitely fills out well for the weight class. Like the midsections here are just very different.
A lot of empty seats early in the arena.
Yeah, London are a shower of cunts. There, I said it.
There you go. Coming from a man that's in the deeps of the doldrums in London right now.
Yeah, fuck London. I do think, you and I sort of talked about this, Ian, and maybe it's a topic to bring up now, and unless something mental happens in this fight. But it's like there is an element, we're very used to seeing the sort of the opposite to this in London cards, right? We're very used to seeing guys come in and fans come in immediately, and they're in from the start and they're there till the end. Whereas when we look at a Vegas show, right, we're very, very used to seeing this sort of a crowd where you've got basically nothing for the first couple of fights, and then slowly people trickle in with fights they want to see on the undercards, and they start to move through as we get higher up into the cards. We start to see a larger audience attendance. And I don't know, I wonder whether you asked me the question a little while ago, and I answered one way, but clearly the evidence is being shown the other. Is even though this was a sellout, right? Like the tickets were gone. I do feel that the point that I made on the preview show a while ago was there's been very little promotion about this, almost nothing, right? In the last couple of UFCs, there's been posters all over the underground. There's adverts everywhere. There's BT Sport billboards with UFC all over it, whatever. This one has been nothing. Right, like basically nothing. The same happened with Leon and Usman. Actually, there was very, very little sort of tangible promotion in the city. But I think because it was a belt and it was Usman and it was Leon and it was the whole thing, it sold out well. But with this one, it certainly doesn't feel like the tangible promotion is there, and it certainly didn't feel like the sort of the online presence of that hype and promotion sort of came until maybe the start of the week or midway through the week. Obviously, I was away and I didn't get to see most of it, but I was checking in on Twitter every now and again, and it sort of felt like it was building as the press conference happened and these sorts of things. But I wonder whether the people that bought tickets, the people that are going to be in attendance tonight, have sort of that similar feeling where they're maybe going to get some food in the O2. Like the O2, as it stands right now, it's a massive circular venue, and outside of the actual arena itself, there's, I don't know, probably 40, maybe that's maybe too much, like 20 restaurants or something where you can have a smorgasbord of different things. And so, yeah, I wonder whether people are just sort of not taking this as I don't know the right word for it, like it's not as rare, right? It's not as much of a rare occurrence as it has been in the last little while, and so maybe they're taking it as that.
Yeah, well, there's still tickets available. Like ticket prices was a hot topic during the build up to this card as well. But you know what I say? If they don't want it in London, bring it to fucking Dublin. Bring it over to Ireland. Let us have an event. We need one over there.
Agreed.
I can guarantee you something for nothing. And that if this card was on in Dublin now, that place would be packed from the very first fight. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, I think, though, to your point, like the problem is ticket prices. For sure, the problem is ticket prices. Like a couple of the boys from the gym were looking to go, and seats that were 5 or 6 rows from the back are like 180 quid. Like that's incredible amounts of money. Like,
and it's the same everywhere. Like I remember a couple of early UFC cards that I went to, and you would pay probably just under $100 for the for kind of the nosebleeds. But nosebleed seats are going for $220 now. At least over here. Like I know for sure in Vancouver, yeah, up at the higher tier seats were around 220 Canadian dollars as well. I mean, you're going to pay. I mean, going to a couple of Conor fights before I went to the Diaz second fight, and they were around $300, I think, for kind of nosebleed seats as well. But that's understandable because it's Conor. But you can't charge the same as what you're charging for a pay-per-view here in London. And I think that's what they tried to do here. And I don't know whether it's worked out too well for them. But I don't know if it was a sellout, although I do know that there was tickets available during the week. So,
Jesus. But yeah, like I remember I went to go see Bisping Henderson, right? And that was in Manchester, and the second one, obviously not the first one. I got, where did I get? Like not the floor, not like the first circle, but the second circle up against that. And now look, don't get me wrong, that was a card that finished at 6 a.m. UK time, but I think I got that ticket for 60 quid. And it's like 60.
Crazy.
Do you know what I mean? Like that's nothing really in comparison to now. And yeah, I do wonder whether there's an element here where we're looking at similar to football over here, right? You look at a Manchester United season ticket, for instance, or one of the London clubs, and you're talking multiple thousands a year to go and watch the games. And I wonder whether the UFC, I mean, just look at that panning shot there. There's absolutely nobody in the crowd. Like, I do wonder whether the UFC are partially, at least with their pricing schedule right now, pricing people out of coming to these events.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think the proof is in the pudding, as they say. Like, if no one is in there right now, it just kind of shows the levels of anticipation for this card. Now, it'll be interesting to see how it looks further on down the card. Still early days yet, but normally for these international events, you know, you'd expect this from a Vegas crowd, all right, but normally for the international events, they would pack in. I know that you've been to a couple of events in Boston, Theo. What is it like there? I know the Boston crowd is ravenous for a couple of fights as well. Do they have a tendency to kind of come in early and appreciate a couple of the prelim fights?
Yeah, I think that's sort of the mantra among the Northeast of the US. You know, you hear a lot of people say the same thing about, you know, cities like New York, New Jersey recently we were just at in May. So yeah, you know, whether it's the press conference, the weigh-ins, they're always showing up early and they're always getting loud for the people there, which is awesome. But, you know, going back to ticket prices, I've got people hitting me up right now telling me they can't get in the door for, you know, under $300 US to get up in the balcony seats for UFC Boston. And it's gotten to the point where people are asking me for tickets. I don't know who they think I am, but I certainly can't get tickets because I would get them for myself if I could. But yeah, the prices are crazy right now. And it's like everywhere the UFC is going, they're announcing a record gate this year. I don't know how long this can last. I think it'll work for Boston because they haven't been there since before the pandemic. Sean O'Malley is going to be a huge over here just because of the Irish Americans that are over here. People love O'Malley. Ian's also going to be on the card as well, so that'll be fun. But yeah, I can see how this would be affecting the London crowd right now because this is not as deep of a card as they've had in the past. Like I said, London is not as rare as it used to be, considering the amount of high-level events they've had there recently. So I'm not surprised at all to see the arena looking the way it is.
I'm liking the Kimura setup, though.
Yeah.
Kellen Viera is using the far side Kimura as a method. One, threatening the Kimura means that Pani Kianzad can't turn in. If she can't turn in, she can't use her knee shields effectively. If she can't use her knee shields effectively, she has to then work between the dilemma of either giving up a pass and trying to work back from side control, or being in the situation she has now where she's had to give up the head and arm in order for her to free the Kimura. Now, this is not a solid position for Pani Kianzad. She puts the thumb up, but if I'm Ketlin Viera, I'm looking to dismount here. By dismount, I mean get my legs to the far left-hand side of Pani Kianzad, and I'm going to be dropping my weight through my bicep and through my shoulder. You'll notice that Ketlin Viera is looking to push the hand of Pani Kianzad down, because what's happening is that wrist is keeping a slight air gap between the neck and the shoulder of Ketlin Viera, and which is allowing Pani Kianzad to breathe just a touch. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not fun in there, but if she can push that arm and that wrist flush with the neck, then what Ketlin Viera will be doing is starting to drive her head into the choke and collapsing that space between her shoulder and her bicep. Now, obviously, Pani Kianzad has hipped in and managed to get back to a 3/4 mount position, and you see Ketlin Viera immediately looking for the Kimura straight away.
Viera didn't really try to commit to that head and arm either, and she obviously wasn't happy with the grip on the neck there. She wasn't confident enough that it was going to be tight enough if she did go there, and that would also mean Kianzad would have probably spun out of it too. Would you kind of agree with that, Harry?
Yeah, I mean, I also personally I try to use head and arms to threaten the back, because what people will do is it's very difficult for them to turn in, right? Because obviously there's a shoulder and a face and some body in the way. But a lot of people will try to start to turn outwards. Now, obviously, turning outward makes the choke pretty tight, but if you can turn out at the same time, if I can feel my opponent turning out, you can use the head and arm. Essentially, you've got a double grip of really strong upper body control. You can lift them and start to sit through and take the back. And I wonder whether Viera was looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, pretty dominant for overall from Viera here. throughout this fight. She's dominating, looks to be dominating on the feet, is dominating in the grappling too. You know, Catanzaro came in here thinking she might have had a little bit of grappling advantage. I think that Caitlin Viera has shown her that is not the case in this fight. She's threatening on the other side now for that head and arm.
So this is going to be really difficult to finish because Catanzaro has a secondary arm in the choke.
Yeah.
But if I'm Viera, I'm looking to drag my left foot. Okay, Pianza has turned in. But if I was Viera, I was going to look to try and chair sit. Chair sitting is when you take your left leg that's not inside the guard of Catanzaro, and you draw your shin and your knee up to the shoulder of Catanzaro, almost like giving her something to sit on. And then you can start to pull her over as you sit from hip to hip and start to take the back. But I mean, Viera is looking fantastic on top here.
Yeah, very, very strong showing from her so far. Looks well in control going in after round 2. Catanzaro coming out to round 3. She's going to need to finish. But yeah,
a beverage, gentlemen. Please
no problem. I mean, a win here for Caitlin Viera, Theo, that's going to put her right up into title contention. Obviously, you know, in the 135-pound division, we spoke about it on the breakdown not so long ago. I mean, she's another woman that's going to put her name into the mix as well with a win here, ranked number 4. You know, what would you like to see? Obviously, I don't think she's going to get a title shot straight off the bat. Is there anyone you'd like? I mean, we're probably speaking too much too soon here, but if she was to come out and get the win, I mean, who would you be liking to see her fight at the top of the division?
Yeah, I mean, like you said here, this win's probably not going to do too many favors for her, even if she does get it done as number 4 here. Like, you know, we talked last week about this on the show. There's a couple of people I think are in front of her for that title shot, but, you know, she's definitely in the mix there. And, you know, she had that win over Miesha Tate as well. So she's not really like coming off of a skid necessarily here. So, I mean, there's a lot of people that I think she would look, that she would match up well with here. If we're assuming Pena's going to have the title shot against Raquel, it could be a situation here where we have Caitlin Viera versus Silva as well from last week. So, you know, there's a lot of different things we could have here, but I'd like to see them grapple considering how Silva got the fight finished last week and seeing how Caitlin Viera looks here tonight. Could be a good matchup there on the ground.
That's my shout. Give me Buena Silva.
Yeah, so we were thinking for the title picture of 135. I was saying me and Theo, we spoke about it on the breakdown, Harry. And obviously with that win, Buena Silva, you know, she put herself right into the mix there. But you thinking about maybe Pena versus Pennington for the title? And then we could do something like Viera. I mean, you go and you finish Holly Holm, though. It seems a little bit harsh to be putting in Buena Silva with someone like Viera again. I mean, we could have Buena Silva as a backup for that fight, perhaps.
Yeah, possibly. But I mean, the other side of this is we need contenders. Right, like it's all well and good doing Raquel Pennington versus Juliana Pena, but we need somebody that's going to be next in line, right? And it does a win over a 583-year-old Holly Holm and a finish, fair play, a finish, but does that finish equate to the same stock value that it used to? I'm not sure that it does. Like, it's a fantastic win. Holly Holm is somebody it's very, very difficult to finish, very, very difficult to get out of there, and that's grand. But you know, we also have to, I think, remember that Holly Holm is coming to the end of her career, and Buena Silva is not. And so I wouldn't mind seeing. We have a short choke attempt here. Pani Catanzaro is doing a good job of keeping her wits about her. But this is a pretty horrendous position to be in if you're Pani Catanzaro, mostly because your ability to clear the body triangle when you're sacked up against the fence is almost null and void. What Pani Catanzaro wants to be doing to get rid of this body triangle is, first of all, be on the other side of her body. Second of all, she's going to want to start walking her hips underneath the feet of Viera. If Pani Catanzaro from this position can unlock that grapevine hook that she has, locking her right leg into the body triangle, then she can start to walk her hips underneath the body triangle of Caitlin Viera. See how she's stomping on her foot here, taking herself to the other side and turning in. That's really nice. Caitlin Viera should have had double underhooks to stop that from happening, but you know, these things happen in MMA. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that a win over Holly Holm at this stage in her career is an automatic #1 contendership. At least not in my book. Maybe it is in the UFC's. But yeah, I would like to see. I wouldn't mind seeing Bueno Silva as the backup, and then just have Viera versus as the next one, right? Like I don't really mind. I think this is a division that post Amanda Nunes really needs to get moving, and so I think if you have maybe shorter routes to the title, that's not the worst thing, at least in the interim.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And we were also speaking about maybe somewhat people moving up from the 125-pound division. Caitlin Chukagan was kind of, I think she is actually. I think she confirmed that she wants to move up to 135. That would be a good move for her. Obviously, Erin Blanchfield put her hat into the ring for the title shot. I think she has some work to do at 125 before probably making the jump up. But I think that move is inevitable for her as well. So it's going to be interesting now to see. I would think it's probably going to be Pennington and Pena for the title. I think that the UFC will try and market someone like Juliana Pena who talks a good game and she can sell fights well. So, I think she's also almost a shoe-in to kind of get that title shot. But it'll be interesting to see what happens over the next year or so at 135. You could have this merry-go-round of champions like in that division. Like everyone is fairly level when it comes to the skill set. There's no one really standing out at 135 right now.
Can we Rose Guard, please?
Yeah, Kansas doing well here, landing some good shots on top.
Just ban close guard immediately.
Yeah. You definitely ban the body triangle from the bottom if you're on your back.
Yeah. Horrendous stuff. Absolutely garbage stuff.
Well, boys, that was certainly a fight.
Yes.
Wait, the way that Caitlin Viera turned the corner at that very last, that triangle was done, by the way. If there's 5 more seconds, that triangle is done.
Viera threw it up right at the end of the fight. She'll probably take the decision on the judges' scorecard. Like our good friend Bob there said, it's been a pretty easy night for the judges so far. Although someone will likely try to find some controversy somewhere, but these things happen in MMA.
I mean, I'd probably take that 29-28 for Viera, right?
Yeah, probably 29-28, even a 30-27. I wouldn't be too disappointed with that either.
Yeah, I personally had a 30-27, but for full transparency, I was not paying as much attention as I should have been. So take that with a grain of salt.
Definitely don't go off our scoring today because we're chatting here, we're uploading stuff to the website and doing the thing. But yeah, good win for Viera. She maintains her position in number 4, I would imagine, in women's.
Definitely. She is absolutely massive. Like
she's big, yeah.
Fair play to her. She's smashing it in the gym. Smashing it. All the hot takes here, by the way, guys. All the hot takes. Who have we got now? We now have Brian Barbarina versus Muradov. I don't know about this fight, boysies. I don't know that look, I've said this. Theo's said this. He's on the bandwagon. He's getting the tattoos. Fuck weight cutting and all that stuff is one thing. But I'm not sure that Brian Barbarina is a 185-pound fighter. He might shock me. He might come out and do the things and land some face punching and, do the things. But I don't know. I think my sort of adage of weight cutting and my hatred of weight cutting comes when you have athletes that are already at a position where they've gotten their bodies down to very, very, very low percentages of fat, and they're then trying to eke out these advantages over one another via water manipulation, right? I think if you're in that situation, then fuck weight cutting 100%. But I do think there's an element where there is stuff that you can do with your body to trim yourself down, Kelvin Gastelum, I'm talking to you, before you then go and put yourself through torture in a sauna or a bath or any of these sort of situations. I just don't know that Brian Barbarina at 185 pounds is going to be the dude that he thinks he is. Like I said, maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, we shall see. I suppose we shall see.
Yeah, strange decision for him to move up here, because he just, looking at him coming into the cage here, just looks a little bit out of shape, to be honest. You know, I thought his skill set worked well for him. He had enough power in his shots at welterweight to do some damage. It'd be interesting to see how different he looks here. That is quite the haircut that he has as well, lads, isn't it?
Yeah, I like the haircut. The haircut is fair. I'll give it to him. No problem.
Fitting for a man who once wore just overalls to a UFC press conference on International Fight Week. So we're right on brand with Brian Barbarina.
Yep. I think one thing we're going to see immediately is the size difference. Just McCann Muradov obviously isn't the biggest 185er, but he's a big old bastard.
He is. Leaning towards McCann Muradov winning through strikes or wrestling. Yeah, that.
Sure, look, that's MMA, right?
That is MMA. Like, I mean, you know, you don't want to get caught into a brawl here with Brian Barbarina, because we've seen guys do that before, and it's not good news.
Well, I mean, that's what he said, right? That's what he said in his pre-fight, that he's going to try and do his best to just force his fight, right? Well, we know what Brian Barbarina's fight is. He's going to try and get inside and do loads of dirty boxing, and he's going to try and get you in those sort of gnarly situations where his head's on your his forehead's on your chest, and he's ripping to the body, and he's coming up top, and it's just a dirty brawly fight. So yeah, I mean, if you're McCann Muradov, use your range, use your length, and for the love of God, have a jab, and we'll see. We will see. Jabs, as we know, are not 185-pound division fighters' most prominent weapon, but here we are.
Yep, indeed. Muradov odds to win by KO TKO plus 130, plus 175 for Muradov to win by decision. He is, I would assume, the favorite in this fight.
Finished 20 of his 25 wins. 17 of those finishes were knockouts. So that's the explanation there for the close line on just him getting a knockout. He has a pretty sizable favorite here, minus 380 against Brian Barbarina, who's coming back as a plus 310 dog. Pretty wide odds, honestly, on this fight. I know Harry doesn't really know much about that, but
yeah, I genuinely, like, I was gonna ask you. This is how fucking stupid I am. I was about to ask why is he called a dog, and then in my brain I said, oh, it's underdog, isn't it? Now I got you. Got it. See, I'm the smart.
You're learning now.
Nothing gets by you, Harry.
You'll be. All you need now is a couple more things, and you'll be up there with Yanni the Greek Harry. We'll be calling you Harry the Londoner.
I'll take it. I won't take it. I'll take.
No, you don't want to Harry the Welshman.
I'll take that. Sure.
Take that one. Perfect. Love it.
So, Harry, are you not from London originally, Harry?
No, sir, I am not. I was born in the south of Wales, and then when I was 3, I moved to the very middle of England, not far from Leon Edwards' hometown in Birmingham. And then I moved to London for work about I don't know, 10 years ago, something like that now.
Nice. I was trying to pick out where your accent might be from, because London, like United Kingdom, the accents change like if you go up the street. It seems they're very, very different.
Yeah, drastic changes. Yeah, for sure. For such a small place, in comparison to other places, there's a lot of diversity in accents. A lot.
It's the same in Ireland as well. Lots of accents.
Can we just give a small shout out to Blake Harrison there on press row as well? Legend, friend of the podcast.
Legend.
Well, this is the second time they've had an issue with one of these cage doors here. Look, they're cutting to a shot of him now readjusting the post next to it. It's happened on the very first try of the night, right before it kicked off here. So might be something you want to watch here going forward.
See Tom Aspinall and Martian Tybura blasting out through the cage door later on when
Nick Parkin and Jamal Pogues will give it a go for the
yeah, they'll test it out.
Yeah, for sure they will.
Candler from last week might have ran through that damn cage door, if she had the chance to.
Yeah. See the size difference immediately, right? Just not necessarily from a breadth or a width perspective, but just the range, the height is just drastically different. And if you're somebody like a Muradov who has an ability to keep this fight away, I mean, obviously he's just closed the distance and now looking to grapple. But if you have an ability to keep the fight at your range and force Barbarina to stay on the outside, that's something that I think is very smart. That's an absolutely gorgeous takedown. Oh boy, I think the strength advantage is causing Barbarina a problem to begin with.
Yeah. Looks to be struggling here, not in a good position.
Muradov's looking to push him over his posts, right? We see him there. He's just trying to take the equilibrium off the hips. So if you can push an opponent's shoulders behind his hips, obviously he's far more susceptible to be pushed backwards, and that's where he laced his inside leg and is now on a back body lock. Head's in the correct position, flat against the back of Barbarina, meaning it's really, really difficult for him to get. Oh, that's unfortunate. Really difficult for him to get a whizzer, and now he's just grinding, just riding those hips. Mat returning as Barbarina is posting up. And this is some really lovely stuff from Muradov so far. Obviously, these are not scoring positions; these are just changing of positions. Very little offense been thrown by Barbarina so far. Muradov landed a couple of kicks before we got to this sort of grappling entendre, but some nice stuff from Muradov. I really like the head position from Muradov. Ears flat to the back. He's making sure that when he's in good positions, his ears are flat to the chest and he's right underneath those armpits. Very much like that far ankle grip, really taking away the posting legs of Barbarina. These pop shots are absolutely ludicrous. Think about getting your posts rather than anything else, my friend. But now we're back. We're in a resetted position, and if I'm Muradov, I'm just going right back to that right body kick and just rinse and repeat.
Like Barbarina just looks, as Conor McGregor used to say, stuck in the mud. Stuck in the mud here at middleweight. Wasn't a kind of a guy who really fought on his toes or with crazy fast movement on the feet at welterweight either, but yeah, it looks a little bit more labored here at middleweight. Shaking out his arms too. But Brian Barbarina is a guy that you can never count out, really, lads, can you not?
No, sir, absolutely not. And the toughness and the grit and the determination, those are some of his primary assets, right? And so, we you can't count him out at all. But this has not been a good first round for his middleweight foray.
Would this be a case, Harry, where you might suggest a weight cut instead of a fucking weight cut, or what would you be thinking for Barbarina here? Because he's stuck in that kind of tweener weight here, isn't he? Where
I don't think he is like. I mean, I sort of said this on as he walked out. Like, I think the problem is my issue with weight cutting isn't the Brian Barbarina, Kelvin Gastelums of the world that aren't maybe being as professional as they could be in terms of their body composition. It's the guys like a Mark Diakese, like a Jai Herbert, like a Nathaniel Wood, who have gotten themselves to such a low body fat percentage and such a high muscle percentage that they then have gotten to a point where it's almost physically impossible for them to diet anything else down without diminishing themselves drastically in terms of their musculature. And so if I'm Brian Barbarina, I'm saying, well, sure, look, there's probably 15, 20 pounds that I could lose just of body fat, right? And again, it's not healthy to be sort of sub 5%, sub 7% body fat anyway, but you could get to that level for a couple of weeks, have your fight, and then go back up to a 10% or whatever it is. But I don't think that's the case here for Barbarina. So whilst I applaud him for wanting to be more comfortable in his body and be in a position where he isn't having to worry about diets and these sorts of things, I do think that there's a level of professionalism that's demanded, especially from modern MMA, and that probably doesn't land Brian Barbarina in the 185-pound weight class.
It's also the sort of thing where you're going to wonder here, now that he's moving up the weight class, and like you said, you don't think he's really going to be doing extra cardio for that move, right? I kind of wonder how his cardio would be affected by this. Not to say that he had problems before, but like you guys had mentioned, his grit, his willingness to stay in there has sort of been one of the things that makes him still dangerous. I kind of wonder what his will looks like now that he's up a weight class. Does it take more out of him to carry that extra weight with him? Are his shots going to be as snappy, although they might be more powerful? So it was a bit of a sluggish first round there for Barbarina, but going forward here, I think is where we're going to see the real difference in how he performs at this new weight class.
Yeah, big time. Round 1, how did you have it, lads?
I mean, it was a storm of a round for Muradov.
Agree.
It had to be 10-9 at least. I mean, he was coming on there at the end as well, but definitely not enough for a 10-8.
Ian, when's the Turkish takeaway turning up?
Oh, I'm going to say, lads, there's food on the way, and I will be dipping out for about 7 or 8 minutes to refuel, and I'll be back in the swing of things then after that. But
What's on the menu?
I've just ordered a breakfast sandwich. That's all. It's still,
Good man.
I have a chance to get breakfast this morning. It was the morning caught up on me, guys. These early fights, you kind of get into the system of normally fights start for us in the mid-afternoon, myself and Theo, probably a little bit later in the evening for Theo, but yeah, the fights came up thick and fast this morning. So it was like, before I knew it, I was like, oh man, I'm on in like 10 minutes. It's like rushing to get everything ready. So
can we just have what's in a breakfast sandwich for Mr. O'Neill?
Oh, we just have a bit of sausage, a bit of an egg, some cheese. Brian Barbarina's in trouble here.
Were those back of the head shots? They were just behind the ear, but were they back of the head?
I know Mark Goddard wouldn't have liked to see those shots, all right, given what he was saying to Will Curry yesterday.
Indeed.
That was a weird one last night, wasn't it? I mean, he was totally right, but I've never seen him be so direct and like almost like he was mad at him, punishing him for it.
It's like a school principal in there.
Yeah, yeah.
I've only ever seen it once before, and I'm going to pull this fight out of the back of my brain, so I'm just going to look up the fighter that he was. Was it Mark Goddard? It wasn't. It was Rich Mitchell. Never mind. Ignore me.
We can't hear the commentary too much, but Principal Goddard, as Shawnee says, is keeping quiet tonight. He does get himself about where it's like where he does kind of, I know we were critical, and Sean had said it before in the past, that like he gets himself almost too involved in fights at times where you're shouting and roaring, whereas like the referee's job is to obviously to protect the fighters, but not to be seen. You don't want the referee getting involved. But he was on one. I even said it in the group. It's like he was on one last night. And then did you see the finish of the main event, Harry? What did you think about that, James Webb? And
I've not managed to catch up with the finish just yet. I've not managed to see any of the Cage Warriors card.
Well, spoiler alert.
Fine. I know the results. I checked them on Topology, but yeah, right. I've not managed to catch up with the card yet. I will do that before we record the breakdown. But yeah, I mean, on Goddard, like I think it's one of those things, isn't it, where the optics of the voice, right, big booming voice, big accent, big man, and for so long having been the absolute epitome of the gold standard in refereeing, like there's such a high standard he set of himself that when he slips off that standard, it's so alarmingly obvious that it's really hard to not comment on, you know? But yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen him in fights previously where he's seemingly gotten a little too involved, right? Like there's the oddities between him and Conor McGregor. There's a couple of people that have asked Goddard not to referee them in the future. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there's certainly precedence for the argument. Can we just have a quick conversation that Muradov is slightly tiring here? Not anywhere near to the point where we're going to have to talk about this being a comeback or a turnaround just yet, but there is certainly a little bit less pop in his step when he's on the feet, and Barbarina is certainly landing a little more than he was in the first round.
Yeah, just to go back to what Sean was saying there, like he's gotten way better. He was kind of back to his old ways last night, I found, but he has gotten, and he is an excellent ref as well, overall. But yeah, it's like last night was peculiar for sure, with Goddard. But overall, I think he does a very good job.
Well, that is also sort of, a byproduct of the kind of guy he is outside of his refereeing duties, because he's also, I know he's very involved with the Abu Dhabi commission they were putting together there, that he was very involved with teaching different guys who are newer to the system, how to referee certain fights. And I know he is still part of that commission as well. And also, I don't know the exact name of it, but whatever the Mixed Martial Arts Referees Federation, whatever that is, he's also sort of the head of that as well. So I do sort of get why he feels like his authority might be something that he can encroach upon with other people. But I just think it's important to note that he's just a bit of a different referee than everyone else is.
Big time. Very well said. That was a headbutt there by Muradov. We're on official timeout here now. Goddard putting him back to the same position. Just a warning there. I didn't really hear.
Yeah, I mean, it was I think it was more of a clash of heads than it was a headbutt, right? Like, yeah. It was one of those things that Muradov was stripping the Kimura, and as he stripped the Kimura, I think the sort of the dynamism with which he stripped it. That's a fucking lovely mat return. The dynamism with which he stripped it just sort of threw his body forward. Obviously, you have to be very controlled of your weapons, and he wasn't, so no problem. But yeah, I don't think it was intentional for sure. Go on in.
No, just that was a nice takedown from Muradov at the end of the round. I think you're right. I think he's getting tired, but I also think Brian Barbarina is getting tired. He looks frustrated, shrugging his shoulders going into the round, not going his way. He's going to need a finish going into round 3 for me. But it'll be interesting to see. He's going to have to pull something out of the fire here. Muradov is looking extremely tired in the corner as well. I wouldn't even say that Barbarina is. I did say he was looking tired. He's more so looking disheartened than anything else, really, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I think Muradov is just. This is kind of the MO for Muradov, right? He does slow down, and if I'm in the corner of Muradov, I'm going to tell him to grapple often and early. Because yeah, Muradov is certainly tired. He's having his arms shaken out. There's lots of lactic acid in there, and I think this is one of the primary assets of Brian Barbarina. As we've said, he's very gritty, very tough, very durable. And so if I'm in the Barbarina corner, I'm telling him that, look, we're down 2 rounds very cleanly here, very, very cleanly. And so if we're going to do this, now we're going to have to do it, right? We're going to have to force him into bad spots. We're going to try and land our shots. We're going to try and not get taken down. And see if we can work the body, see if we can gas him out a little bit more, right? Like, because if we're going to do it, yeah, we've got to do it now.
That's it. Round 3 kicking off. You're obviously thinking and wary of the takedown here if you're Brian Barbarina. Nice exchange there on the feet. Muradov is definitely looking the tireder of the two here. He throws a nice right hand straight down the middle. But he's coming into round 3 here, lads, with the confidence, I would say, that he has won the first 2 rounds. So he's kind of not having to overexert himself here in round 3. He can kind of,
I mean, that's all he needs. That's
it. That's what I was going to say. He can kind of try and goad Barbarina to go on the attack and try and counter him. And that's going to be the winning of the round for him, I would imagine, if he can keep him there. Brian Barbarina is getting back up. Nice mat return back down. And no, that's the frustration. And Brian Barbarina has been shown throughout the fight. He's been getting up, but he's been taken down almost immediately again. Oh, he almost went for a ninja choke there.
There is a problem with Brian Barbarina.
Yeah.
Looks like his eye here is bothering him as well.
Yeah. My food is here, and I'm going to dip out for about 5 minutes. I'll be back before the next fight.
Enjoy that.
I'll come in with a big full tum when I come back.
Are you a breakfast sandwich man, Theo? If so, what are we having a breakfast sandwich?
Exactly what Ian described here: sausage, egg, and cheese, typically on a croissant from Dunkin' Donuts is usually my go-to, but I can't lie to you guys. I haven't eaten yet today, and I'm pretty jealous hearing him say that.
Man, what time is it with you?
Right now, it's about 1:50 in the afternoon. So
Why have you not eaten? What's wrong with you?
I've been running around busy. I also woke up a little bit late, to be honest with you, Harry. I barely made it here on time. So, oh, geez, he's dropped him. God, Muradov is kicking him so hard in the body.
Jesus Christ. Brian Barbarina is a tough bastard, lads. Good googly moogly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it just looks like Brian's waiting for his opportunity to just come in and blitz whenever he sees an opening because he's got to get that finish right now.
For
So, yeah,
sure.
coming in with that jumping knee. Muradov returns.
I think as Ian said at the very start, right? If you're Muradov, this is the easiest round of the fight. You just do nothing, wait for the counter, wait for the counter, wait for the counter. And especially when Barbarina is coming in with big wild stuff, that's going to give you many opportunities to land either whatever you want or initiate your grappling sequences. It's
I mean, Brian's doing his best here to try to goad him into making it a dogfight here, which is honestly what he's got to do at this point. He's got no other options.
90 seconds left. Lovely right hand from Muradov and an uppercut. Fucking hell. Muradov very tired now. 60 seconds left. Barbarina, that was definitely a headbutt.
Oh my gosh.
Definitely a clash of heads there. That was a bad one too.
We are past the time in the third round here where we would have to go to the scorecards now. So any stoppage here, I don't believe would result in a disqualification.
Oof, that's a nasty one.
Muradov dipped really low, selling out there to try to defend the takedown as well. And they're both messed up from this, it looks like.
For sure.
Yeah.
And the tiredness is going to affect both of them too, you know, like when you take a shot when you're full of beans and loads of energy, like you can ride that shot out a little easier, but after 14 hard minutes of fighting, you know, that's a different proposition.
Yeah. Wild fight here. Yeah, it looks like officially on the clock right now it says 1 minute remaining in the fight here. So if we do get action again here, you'd got to think that perhaps this rest has benefited Barbarina. Hopefully he has more of a chance now of getting the finish. Oh, of course, both of them. But, you know, if we're looking for opportunities for Brian to get a finish here, I'd guess that stoppage maybe helped him out.
Yeah, for sure. If I was Muradov, I'd be selling that headbutt real hard to get me as much rest as possible. Oof.
Can't say Brian Barbarina's going out easy here.
Definitely not. No, and that's it. That's it. That's exactly what was needed.
That should be wraps.
Muradov. Yep. Lovely takedown from Muradov. Oof. Wild fight.
That was a crazy one. Yeah, I'm just out here getting the result ready to go.
Fantastic. So yeah, you were saying you haven't eaten. What are you gonna eat today? You got a whole bunch of fights.
Oh, I've got burgers in the freezer. So as soon as I get done with this, I'm firing up that grill, Harry.
Very nice.
Yeah. Again, another fight that seems like it might be pretty easy to score here. That should be a 30-27, should it not?
I would say so. Yeah, but it's a close third round. Barbarina did some good work, landed some damage, but yeah, I would say so.
Well, I hope so, because I am pre-filling with 30-27 across the board.
Yep.
Yep, there it is. Did they say all 30-27s?
I actually don't know.
Okay,
I will check Twitter accordingly for you, sir.
I'm going to do that as well.
Yep, 30-27.
Beautiful. Oh, yeah, man. And look, they're already getting the next fighters coming out here. Walkouts are coming immediately after. So the tremendous pacing continues. Pretty easy to do so when we get a lot of decisions here as well.
Yeah, this one's an interesting one for me. Mick Parkin, very much an unknown commodity at sort of good level MMA. He has been a long-time training partner of both Phil DeFries and also of Mr. Tom Aspinall. So yeah, some interesting training partners, and obviously he's been getting some pretty good looks with those guys. So be good to see what we get from Mick Parkin. He came down to the gym quite a while ago now, but he came down, and I can confirm he is a heavyweight gentleman. He is rather large human.
It's interesting as well here because I was watching some stuff with Aspinall before this event, and he was mentioning how it's really hard in general for MMA fighters who are heavyweights to find suitable training partners. Not only that, but MMA heavyweights in London, in the United Kingdom, in Europe in general to find good training partners. So yeah, he's been training with Tom there. They've got a solid team of guys there that they can actually get some real good work in. Yeah, so I think that's also going to do wonders for him because it feels like that's sort of one of the main things that, regardless of weight class, that some people over on the other side of the pond where you guys are having trouble with, you don't have these mega USA gyms like American Top Team, aka now Kill Cliff as well. So honestly, I think it's a great thing for him. He's getting that much rep time with top level heavyweights.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. Because I mean, even in the grappling scene, like you have a ton of guys that are between sort of 145 to 180, 190, I would say, and then it falls off a cliff from there. You know what I mean? Like then you've got one or two guys maybe that you have for the bigger guys to train with, and yeah, it's tough. It's definitely tough.
And honestly, when I think about the scarcity of athletes at the higher weight classes in MMA, an example that comes to mind for me is Greg Hardy. Greg Hardy by no means was a world beater, but you saw the level of success that he had at heavyweight. I believe he had one fight against a ranked opponent. I think he fought Volkov in Washington, D.C. But, when you see how much Greg Hardy was able to achieve, not saying that he was the greatest fighter because he absolutely was not, but it sort of makes you think about, where are the people in the world that are Greg Hardy's size? A lot of them are in the NFL, like he was prior, the offensive linemen. A lot of them just honestly end up playing rugby overseas. Like it's really hard to get those guys to step foot in an MMA gym and start doing the sport from there. So I think that's sort of the reason why we don't see a lot of top heavyweights. Those guys who are that size across the world just off doing other things athletically. So it's going to be interesting to see how, like, as a sport evolves and it gets more popular worldwide as it has, especially since the pandemic. I'm interested to see, like, 5 to 10 years down the line, how that sort of change.
Yeah, I do think it will change too. I really do. Like, I think the more that the MMA becomes a venture for athletes to go, and 264 for Mick Parkin, 266 for Jamal Pogues. Fuck. As it becomes more of an avenue for which fighters can go down and become successful both financially, but both from a glory perspective, I think that you will see more guys with the athleticism and size of your NFL linebackers and these sorts of people, the rugby stars or whatever. They're going to transition over to MMA because, frankly, I think there's an element where it's far harder for you to become a successful NFL player, a successful rugby player, than it is at the moment for you to become a successful heavyweight MMA fighter. You know, like you just mentioned, Greg Hardy got a hell of a, now, don't get me wrong, an absolute A+ athlete, grade A+ athlete. No problem with that whatsoever. But coming off, you know, very little skill development time, he got pretty fucking far in MMA, you know? So yeah, I certainly think that grows and will grow dramatically in the future.
Yeah, like Greg Hardy is always the one that I go back to and think about because really you could also see how raw he is. And sometimes with heavyweights, all that matters is, you know, if you hit hard enough and you're getting in those exchanges, you can really take out anyone. So yeah, definitely something I want to watch going forward to see how that sort of develops over the years. Yeah, it's just interesting. So, and you can also see the changes, you know, over the last couple of years, like I said, after the pandemic, how much more popular the sport's becoming. Like, I don't think had Greg Hardy had the opportunity to leave the NFL 10 years prior, he would have even thought about going to the UFC, you know? So things like that are going to open up a bunch of different opportunities for guys down the line.
Agreed. So we have a really interesting matchup ahead of us now with Parkin and Pogues. Parkin coming off Dana White Contender Series fight, and obviously the regional performances he had up until this point. It's going to be interesting to see whether Parkin is of UFC caliber or not. Obviously, we've seen Jamal Pogues in the octagon before. So yeah, we have some intrigue in this one. I think you can see from the movement test of Parkin that he moves not like a heavyweight, right? There's some bounce to his feet. There's some nice inside low kicks. He slipped the jab of Pogues and landed a right hand. Looks to be light on his feet enough that the low kicks aren't too decimating to him. So
Yeah.
immediately out of the gate, the look test is a good one.
I was going to say right off the bat, as soon as you started going there, he moves like, honestly, like a mini Tom Aspinall in sort of ways. You know, he's a heavyweight who moves very bouncy on his feet as well here. So yeah, I can totally see what he gets from Tom in training.
Well, that's a nice low kick. See, the problem with those low kicks, though, is you can't throw them naked. Immediately, Jamal Pogues comes back with a 1-2, and you know, those are the problems, right? You can't sell naked low kicks.
And in the heavyweight division, like we were mentioning earlier, it just takes one of those exchanges for you to, you know, have one mistake and all of a sudden that's it.
I back.
What's up?
I'm absolutely fantastic now, well fed, and this is going to set me right up for the rest of the card. There may be a mid-afternoon snack, but we'll see. One snack or one meal at a time, as the lad says.
What's the story on the snack? Well, what would we be looking at?
I don't know. Options are open right now. Options are open. It's likely. I don't know. I can't say it for sure. So I saw that Muradov won the decision. What's this? I just missed the first minute of this fight. Mick Parkin, obviously.
Very back and forth, very highly contested. There's both still kind of feeling out, to be honest. Nothing really to write home about. Parkin looks light on his feet, nice head movement. Has a nice low kick on him, but yeah, not a ton to write home about so far.
I thought that was Jamal Hill instead of Pogues in there for a minute, the way Jamal Hill was looking recently.
Jesus.
Sorry. Yeah, a lot of feeling out here. But on the smaller side, what do these guys weigh? But on the smaller side for heavyweight, are they? No?
Smaller side. You're having a laugh.
Oh,
no.
66.
Maybe they're just two of them are just so big that they look.
Yeah, Parkin came in at 264.
Well, there you go.
And Pogues came in at 266.
Yeah.
Just about as big as you can be, really.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I couldn't have got that any more wrong if I tried. Oh, that's a big shot over the top. That hurt him. Nice shot by Parkin. That wobbled him a little bit. Pogues.
I have liked the Pogues elbows off the clinches, though. He's landed 2 so far. I don't mind the patience from Parkin, to be honest. I really don't. Like, this is that's a lovely right hand. This is heavyweight at the end of the day. Like, you know, one big shot can change everything, and this is your UFC debut and all that stuff. I don't mind the patience, especially not in the first round.
No, no, it's very wise. Obviously, there's no margin for error at heavyweight either. So, oh, that's a nice 1-1-2 there from Pogues.
Really is.
He's smiling at him now. They're both having fun in there. Fairly even match again. Who are you giving this round to, lads? I missed the start of it, so it's hard to say. It's a close one.
I'd probably just edge it for Parkin, but it's a close round.
Yeah, I'd say the same here. I'm honestly doing some graphics in the background as well, so I haven't been keeping too close of an eye on this one, but it just seemed like he is directing the traffic thus far.
Interesting first round.
Am I not going to see any of these corner cams the whole night? I've gone commercials every single time. This is getting ridiculous.
No, sir. No corner cams for you.
No corner cams. They'll probably do it for just the main event. That's what they normally do.
That's what I was thinking here, but you know, they've gone a lot more egregious with it over the years, so
gotta get that sponsorship money or that ad revenue.
Making more than they ever have. So shout out to them.
Six fights in, almost halfway through the card. Been good pacing so far, but like we said, with 15 fights, you have to keep the pacing up.
Yeah, I mean, Theo mentioned just at the end there, after the last fight finished, after Caitlin Viera, Piani Kanzad was finishing, they were already making their walk for the next one. So yeah, great pacing. Like, as we've talked about before, I think the sweet spot for cards that we have spoken about at least is somewhere like 12 fights. But
12,
yeah, if you've got 15 and you need to run with them, grand. Let's keep the pacing strong, right? Yeah. Far less of a feeling out process here at the start of round 2 between these gentlemen.
Yeah, and I mean, a couple of interesting fights, but the card hasn't really taken any life yet. You know, no madness in any fights. I mean, I think Duncan and Ashmouz was a decent fight, but obviously the injury kind of, I think, you know, I mean, Shauna, obviously, when Bruno Brazil, interesting from an Irish fan's perspective, I guess, but like, I mean, it wasn't a wild war, fairly even match up there. We got the finish to get us started off, but yeah, we've been, this card needs a big knockout, needs a big finish, and we have 2 lads in here now that would be prime candidates for that. Oh, that's some nice clinch work.
Elbow off the top. It's nice.
Yeah, I'd like to see. Yeah, I was going to say I'd like to see a separation here, and we got it. Here we go. Very composed Parkin is, isn't he? For a guy just like 6 fights into his career so far.
100%.
Very composed in there. Look. He looks like he's just waiting for his shot. Sorry, Harry. Go ahead.
No, not at all. One of the things that Theo and I were talking about just while you were slamming down a breakfast sandwich was that we were saying that Parkin has been fortunate enough to be inside sort of that group of heavyweight fighters where there's Tom Aspinall and there's Phil DeFries and there's, you know, all these guys that we were saying it's quite difficult to get good level training outside of maybe the bigger gyms. And I think Parkin has certainly shown that there's skill development available when you're not necessarily at the massive gyms.
Big time. Like, I think that's a huge problem at heavyweight as well, is that it's very hard to get the bodies there. But I mean, Parkin is in very, very good company with Phil DeFries and Tom Aspinall, amongst others, there in that gym. So he's definitely getting some good work, and it's really showing in there. Like, I'm very impressed of his composure. You know, he doesn't seem to be gassing out or overexciting or getting that adrenaline dump that we see with UFC fighters making their UFC debut as well. So, I mean, yeah, he's ticking off a lot of boxes here now. If he could pull out something here, he hurt him with that big overhand right. He hasn't really thrown it all that much for the rest of the fight. So, I'd like to see him get off that a little bit more. But he seems happy to be just fighting here in boxing range and just kind of getting into a little bit of a tit for tat battle there with Pogues. But not too much output here by either fighter now at the second half of the second round. Oh, that was a nice calf kick. Rounds like this are making it close. You really kind of have to put on the gas here, guys, to kind of maybe just rubber stamp this. And it could be one big shot here for either one of these guys that might pull it around. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's a close round.
Nice exchange on the feet by both guys as well. Looks to be slowing down. Both of these guys look to be slowing down ever so slightly.
That's lovely head movement from Parkin, though.
Yeah.
Lands the right, comes underneath, lands another right. Lovely stuff. And another right after that.
Yeah, that calf kick up to the right hand is very good. That's been working quite well for him.
Parkin well ahead in significant strikes for this round. Not that that means anything for judging, but helps to give us a little bit of context.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Only 2 significant strikes landed by Pogues this round, so it's not a great output. Went high, Pogues did with the kick. Would you like to see Parkin go to the body, Harry?
Yeah, I mean, I just like him to just keep doubling up on the jab, if I'm really honest, because the hooks to the body will be there, the knees to the body will be there. He had a really nice knee to the body at the start of the second round. I just think Pogues is available. I would like to see him shoot, actually, just to offer Pogues something slightly different. Because at the moment he's sort of winning this at a canter, and that's fine. There's no problem in that. It's your first performance, so I got no problem with it. But I'd like to see more of the skill set if it's possible.
100%. How would you have this, Theo? Do you think Parkin's 2 up going into round 3 here?
Yeah, I think it's got to be 2018 right now for Parkin here. But, like we said earlier, heavyweight MMA, all it takes is one exchange here. But I would think that Pogues needs to finish here to get the dub.
I would think so, too. I'm sure that's the message that's been given to him in the corner as well. That's it, round 3 incoming. You had said Parkin was down in your gym doing some work, Harry, at a time, was he?
Correct. Yeah, he came down with his coach Andrew Fisher, and yeah, they came and got a little bit of work down at London Grapple. I was just saying to Theo, I can confirm he is definitely a heavyweight. He is a very, very large human being.
Hopefully we can keep you awake, Thomas, if the card isn't doing it for you. But we were saying we need that little bit of action. We need that spark. We need that spark in this card. It's not happened yet, but we do have a couple of fights incoming that might give us what we want. Yeah, if we don't get it, let's be real. We have Davy Grant fighting in a couple of fights, and that man is incapable of being in a boring fight, to be honest.
Agreed.
The Chris Duncan performance also, even though it was sort of overshadowed by the arm situation there, I still thought it was a fun fight. So good to see that guy throw it down as well. We had the submission also to start the card, so maybe not the best results for action wise, but hasn't been the worst card we've seen thus far. The prelims last week certainly tested my patience.
They were tough. You picked a good card to miss out on last week, Harry. My goodness, it was. It was tough. But yeah, no, Theo, you're spot on here. Not to disparage the card all that much, but to get the crowd into it and stuff like that. You know, they'll always want to see a nice finish, and they kind of got it in the first fight. It hasn't happened so, but like the fights have been pretty good. This has been a decent back and forth, like we said, well matched fights as well. So, these boys are throwing now, lads. We haven't seen either one kind of fight up or down a gear. It's kind of been the same pace throughout.
Agreed.
And I think that works for both of these guys, but that's not going to work against the upper echelons guys up in the at the top of the division too, obviously. But look, I think it's not necessarily up to Parkin to change that here. He's winning. He's in control. It's up to Pogues to try and up the pace here a little bit and try and get Parkin guessing. But he has his back against the cage here. He's being pushed back. Parkin is letting off a lot more strikes. That's a nice right hand over the top. That right hand has been landing quite well all fight. It's likely to be the shot that finishes this fight, Harry. Would you reckon?
Yeah, if there is going to be one. Though it does feel, at least right now, like you see Parkin's throwing at 50, 60%, right? He's certainly not sitting down on his shots. Maybe he's just looking for that perfect opening. Maybe he's just looking for Pogues to overreach. But I think he's sort of happy enough to land his shots. And if the finish presents itself, he'll take it. But it's smart fighting. Like, I've got to say, it's smart fighting. It's not a... Whereas we were very critical of Chris Duncan when there was a clear and obvious injury and disadvantage, that's one thing. But when you're up against a guy who, okay, maybe of a lower skill level than you, but is certainly still available and in the fight, I think it's very smart to continue on as if, you know, this was a proper scrap. You know what I mean?
100%. We see Parkin going to the body there. That was a nice right straight into the body of Pogues. And yeah, that's I would have liked to see a little bit more of that a little bit earlier, try and drain that gas tank altogether of Pogues. But like I said, I can't be too critical of Parkin here. I've been very impressed overall of what he's brought to the table here tonight.
Agreed.
Yeah, even this third round here has been pretty one-way traffic for Parkin so far.
Yeah, it's crazy when these guys exchange. The heavyweights is just like any exchange could end this fight. But I think, yeah, that's a likelihood unless something mad happens in the last 30 seconds. I think we're right en route to a Parkin one-sided decision. He's nodding his head. He's moving forward. He's cutting off the cage. Not really throwing too much. Few feints. I have a feeling that Parkin has one more big combination in him. Pogues closes the distance, clinches, and puts Parkin against the cage, and that's not going to win you or finish any fights. Like, I mean, you're losing this fight and you want to clinch and put a guy up against the cage. Not too sure about that. Oh, that big right hand landed again and followed by a left hook. Oh, big exchange at the end. That's decent.
Very, very, very good performance from Parkin.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with him. 3-zip, Bob says. I think the same. 3-0, pretty straightforward one there.
Yeah, yet another easy one to score. It should be, at least.
Dustin Poirier versus Justin Gaethje. That's going to be a mad one, lads, isn't it?
Can I be a bit sour on this fight? Can I be a little sour?
Come on. I'll let you get it out. Get it out in the open.
Just hear me out. Shauna's talked about this before, right? And I agree. I just think there's a level of diminishing returns that we get by seeing Dustin Poirier Michael Chandler and Justin Gaethje fight each other over and over and over again. You know, like it's going to be an absolutely unbelievable fight. It's going to be fantastic. We're all going to enjoy it. There's going to be incredible back and forth. Like it's going to be a fantastic fight. Obviously, I'm not disputing that in any way, shape, or form. But I just think there's also a level where I would love to see one or both of them use their position in that division to really allow one of the other up-and-coming fighters, one of the other people looking to build a name off one of those types of echelon of fighter to go out and be able to do so, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that. I can see that point as well. But who's ready? Who do you give it to? Fisayev?
I wouldn't mind Fisayev. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't complain at Fisayev. And you know, look, it's tough. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I just think that there is room in at least the division as it stands right now to to expand out the opportunities given to some of those fighters.
And I mean, Fisayev did get the chance against Gaethje. I guess that's one of the reasons why this fight is happening too. To be in reality, it's like I definitely agree with what you're saying, but it's like when you're looking at that division too, there is a lot of people on the outskirts. But like I think Arman Tsarukyan is probably one that's like ready to make that jump as well within the lightweight division. Obviously, we have Matthias Gamrot as well. But then after that, you know, I obviously have Grant Dawson. But there's not too many more people that are sticking out, lads, when you think about it in the lightweight division that need that push. When you're going down to Rafael Dos Anjos, Dan Hooker, Grant Dawson is a guy, like I said, you know, he probably deserves a push up the rankings after his last win. But if I'm being honest, I think he gets chewed up and spat out by all the elite level competition on the top of the lightweight rankings right now. So, I mean, you know, you have Matt Fervola. It's like, there ain't that too much. Like, you've got Fiziev, you've got Gamrot, you've got Tsarukyan, and you've got Grant Dawson. Those are the four guys you're thinking about maybe coming in and breaking the top 10. You know, Mike Chandler is there as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens with his. Like, I mean, his career is totally on hold now with this whole Conor situation. So it's kind of interesting to see what will happen there. But, yeah, I can see your point, but at the same time, I mean, yeah, it just kind of didn't work out from a scheduling point of view, I guess, with everybody else, or maybe, you know, someone like Tsarukyan might have needed that extra win. Fiziev, I know it was very close against Justin Gaethje, so I mean, you're probably putting Fiziev in there. You could put him in there if it doesn't work out with Conor. You could put him in there with Chandler. You could put him in there with Gamrot next. I mean, you put him in there with Gamrot, you're probably taking away one of those prospects coming up and coming through in the lightweight division. But it might be a fight that would kind of seal who's getting the next push up there. But it'd be interesting to see. But it's all eyes on the lightweight division here now, as Mark Chikasi is getting set to go in and take on Joel Alvarez. Really looking forward to this one, lads. Very interested to see what Chikasi brings. I imagine he's going to try and take Alvarez down. Obviously, you'll have to be wary of Alvarez's attacks off his back, but Alvarez also has some good power in his hands. Like, I mean, this fight is going to be interesting no matter where it goes. I think two of them are fairly dynamic on the feet, both carry good power, both fairly good on the mat as well. I'd be interested. Who do you fancy for this one, Harry or Theo, whoever wants to come in?
I think I'll jump in if you don't mind, Theo. You can jump in obviously straight after me. I think Alvarez is longer and has a more sort of MMA-based diverse kicking game. I think Diakaze is obviously the better athlete. And I think in terms of the grappling, Alvarez is far more submission-focused, whereas Diakaze is far more control-focused. And so I think in modern MMA, at least, as long as Diakaze is in a position where he understands the submission threats that are available to Joel Alvarez and doesn't make any crazy, silly mistakes, then he's going to be fine. And then, yeah, we'll literally just see where it goes. Like I have a feeling that the grappling exchanges are going to favor Diakaze if they're up against the fence. If it's out in the open space, I can see Joel Alvarez using submission threats in order to create space and do things. But I'm interested in the striking battles.
Yeah, and I definitely think G. Casey is going to have the opportunity to impress in the grappling exchanges, but you do have to always be aware of the threat that Alvarez does possess with the submissions as well. I think this fight is a lot different. If we're looking at the UFC maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I think the jiu-jitsu threat would be much more serious here. But nevertheless, you always got to look out for that. And I think G. Casey just got a little bit more in his gas tank to be able to grind it out here on the ground.
On the feet here, Harry, you would expect a guy that has the height and the reach advantage here in Alvarez to kind of fight where he's fighting right now, and that's on the outside. On the outside and utilizing these kicks. He wants to be the guy who's in control here. You got to win that foot battle to be controlled. 2 straps on Giacasi's knees. We have seen him at straps before, have we?
For like 5 fights now. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Just checking. But yeah, Alvarez fighting extremely on the outside here. Very kind of tentative start. Oh, that was a nice hook. That was a nice left hook. And that's the problem when you're trying to stand with Alvarez here, is that he does contain big power. Guy, that was a big exchange here. And we're off to the races here now, a minute in. The feeling out process is Dunsky.
A lovely spinning back fist. And that's one of the things I think Diakase also holds, and that athleticism really lends advantage to, is just he can just do stuff that other people can't do. You know what I mean? Like, you can do wild, mad spinning things that other people can't do, or your body moves just faster than other people's body moves. And that, I think, is a real asset. Like, the power is incredible in him. And yeah, look, obviously we're looking at 2 elite level athletes, but yeah, the Diakase athleticism is just something different.
Yeah, it's crazy, but with those wild spinning attacks too, and I'm not saying he's guilty of this, but you've got to pick and choose when you throw them, because when you're throwing them all the time, that's going to drain your gas tank good also. But definitely Diakase is not doing that in this fight. These guys are exchanging, looking fairly even on the feet right now.
Yeah, I think Alvarez has done a slightly poorer job at just getting away from where he was 2 seconds ago, which was that sort of rangy, picking his shots from wide, the wide left hook, the long low kick. But those jamming positions, I like them. I got no problem with those. Alvarez is getting drawn into a little bit of a brawl here when he's now moving forward. He's kind of being guilty of probably getting tagged and wanting to get that back a little bit too much, whereas if he needs a little bit more patience, I feel he was having success on the outside at the very start of this fight for the first minute. Little bit of a cut under the left eye of Alvarez here, moves forward and throws that front teep. Trying to counter Diakase coming in with that left hook, with that counter left. It's got a couple of times, but not landed completely flush yet. And surprisingly, lads, no sign of takedowns yet in this fight. No sign of takedowns. Yeah, we'll see.
When do you think you're going to come? If you were to guess, Harry, when do you think we might see the first takedown?
I mean, it really depends. It really depends. I mean, I think dependent on how the fight goes and everything else. But I don't think it's going to be a completely without grappling fight.
Be very surprised if it was like that.
Indeed.
Some interesting exchanges so far, Tio. How you kind of figure out this round? Who are you fancying? Who's winning it for you at this stage? 1 minute to go.
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell at this point. It looks like Alvarez is sort of pouring them on here now, but prior to that, I would have had it for Diakase. Like I said, Alvarez is really putting together some nice shots here. You see Diakase spin around like a turnstop as well. This has actually been a great first round here, and we really needed that for this one.
Very entertaining fight. It was it promised to deliver on paper, and Alvarez goes to the clinch, looks to take the back. Harry?
We have some grappling exchanges.
Yeah, here we go. What is Alvarez looking to do to tie up that leg there? He has one leg kind of in that triangle position, looking obviously to control so that Giacchesi can't turn away and use that to get the takedown. Harry, talk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, so what Alvarez was trying to do, and I think this was kind of where I was expecting the differences to be. Alvarez was locking up what's called a twister hook, which essentially is you have a triangle control and then a grapevine alongside your partner's legs. So you're committing two of your legs to one of your partner's single. That means that you essentially already have a bottom hook, but you can start to pull your opponent back into back control. But one of the cardinal sins of mixed martial arts, the absolute cardinal sins, is that you should never, ever, ever commit your hips to the mat below your partners. And that's exactly what Joel Alvarez did there. Giacchesi had already managed to get his elbow inside and turned the corner really, really well. And so, it's one of those where if that's a grappling match, then Joel Alvarez probably has a better reason to pull those hips up on top of him. But the only person I've seen do it well is Ryan Hall, and that's for obvious reasons. And the other one is Alexander Pantoja. Like, he's the only other person that uses crab ride in a way that allows him to be successful in MMA. It's a dangerous thing to pull somebody's hips up on top of you.
And we've seen as well that, you know, Giacchesi was able to kind of counter and end up on top for that exact reason why you explained it as well. So we're getting kicked off here for round 2. Giacchesi and Alvarez, close first round, difficult enough to score. That was a nice attack. I would lean towards Giacchesi for round 1 without great confidence.
This is sorry to cut you. This is exactly what I expected from the grappling exchanges, right? So the moment Mark went for a double leg, he was already up against the fence. 1, 2, he's smushing him into the fence, and 3, immediately what did Joel Alvarez do? He looked to try and wrap the neck. Giacchesi rolled his chin out. Now Joel Alvarez is looking for something called K-guard, where he's inverted his right knee underneath the knee of Giacchesi, and he's got an underhook grip. He's going to try and use that, but obviously Giacchesi's sprawled out, but he would be using that to elevate Giacchesi and turn him away to try and create some space. Alvarez is now looking for Kimura and triangle dilemmas whilst trying to get feet to the hips. Giacchesi is doing a good job of continuing to square up his hips, keeping his head position and his posture well, and obviously ripping out of those Kimura attempts. Head position, obviously, in this specific scenario is really, really key, as is hip height. If you can keep your hip height high, you're going to be shelving Joel Alvarez's legs, which means it's going to be really, really tough for him, not only to threaten things like arm bars, triangles, whatever, but also it's going to be really hard for him to start building his own base back up. You see Mark Giacchesi's got a really, really deep underhook with that left hand. That's going to make it even more difficult for Joel Alvarez to start building up a post on his right hand side. So Giacchesi has now forced Joel Alvarez to a shoulder. That forcing of the shoulder means he's committed weight to one side, right? So Giacchesi can now sprawl up. Yeah, he's picked up that right knee to shelf the leg. So Joel Alvarez is very much squished up against the fence here. This is great, great grappling from Mark Giacchesi.
Very good. And this is some of the kind of problems that we've seen in Joel Alvarez's game, is that willingness to accept this takedown in this position where he just can't get out of these positions, and obviously went up for the guillotine. That's the problem. When you can secure a kind of a choke like that, you'll always try and lean towards it. And obviously Joe Duffy got caught in it in the past, but Giacchesi is not going to get caught in any of those kind of traps. As I say, Giacchesi is not going to get caught in any of those traps. Joel Alvarez.
Joel Alvarez is so, that's a great movement to a Dagestani handcuff. That killed the triangle immediately. That's beautiful from Mark Giacchesi. So Joel Alvarez had done a good job of creating some space and isolating one of the arms of Giacchesi, punching it into his hip. But Giacchesi managed to free his head position and drove all the way through for a Dagestani. Now, this is interesting. So we have a back body lock. Let's see if Giacchesi, okay. So this is an evolution in Giacchesi's game for me. Previously, what you would have seen is big, high amplitude mat returns. Giacchesi's tried to lace the Renzo Gracie hook in and try and pull himself down. What he's just hit is something called a reverse broomstick. So that's a really interesting meta that came in really with Damian Maia and then popularized by Kamaru Usman. So what he's looking to do is keep that back body lock, and from the back body lock, he's bringing his hips to the front side. From that front side, you're expecting those front sort of body lock attacks, and then instead, all we saw is we just see Mark Diakese sweep out the leg just like you would with a broomstick, and Matt return Joel Alvarez. And this is an interesting reversal, though. It's not often that you see Diakese in this sort of position. If he can, Diakese wants to try and pick his left leg up and take it around the back of Joel Alvarez. Obviously, now that's not an opportunity, but if I'm Diakese, I'm looking to use these butterfly hooks to elevate as he just has and get back to his feet. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, really, we're getting all the grappling exchanges that we hope for in round 2. That's for sure. What's going on here?
Casey looks like he's calling for a back of the head shot here. Referee ignores him now. Alvarez is pouring it on. Absolutely. Gets a takedown here as well.
Oh,
Get the replay here. Looks like it was an accidental clash of heads there.
Accidental clash of heads, yeah, for sure.
Oh, that was missed by. That's very unfortunate. That should have been stopped by the ref.
Yeah, we're in a tough spot here, boys.
We're in a very tough spot here.
Diakese is absolutely in problems now. If he can keep his
there it is.
Wow.
Controversial one there.
Wow, that is controversial, lads.
Wow. That's a rough one.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's an awful pity that like someone can't let the referee know if the referee is missed outside. If you've just got, if you want to call it the cage side official, but it's the referee's responsibility to be in the right position to see those. But that was an unfortunate clash of heads, and Diakese was clearly affected by it, as we see here. Oh, that's right on behind the ear. And I mean, like, even with a reaction like that, Diakese, the ref maybe should have been asking a few questions. I don't know. I was going to be critical of Joel Alvarez taking the fight down when he had Diakese kind of hurt a little bit on the feet, but it proved to be a good decision in the end.
All of his wins come by submission, right? So
yeah,
obviously where he's most comfortable. But yeah, that's a really tough one for Mark Diakese. A really, really tough one. He was looking absolutely fantastic.
He was. Yeah, he was. Still looks to be feeling the effects of that clash of heads as well. So, I mean, yeah, that's an unfortunate one.
Hopefully he can get himself back in there sooner rather than later. We're not going to see that overturned to a no contest or anything, I don't imagine. But
no.
Yeah, hopefully he can get himself in there sooner rather than later, because yeah, he looked fantastic. Really, really good.
That's Dan Moravelli, isn't it, the ref?
Dan Moravelli, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate for Diakese. Like, even more tough when you are kind of on top and winning the fight when something like that happens. But
I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. 5 minutes, please, gentlemen.
What do you reckon, Theo? Do you reckon that the ref should have called that? Do you think, would you be super critical of it, or is it just one of these things that happens?
It's just a really unfortunate situation, you know. Like you said, it's the referee's duty to be in the right position to be able to make that call. If he's not able to do so, you know, it's just an unfortunate situation, really, for Mark Diakese. He kind of got the short end of the stick here. Seemed like he definitely was affected much more than Alvarez was as a result of that accidental headbutt. Looks like here they're showing a bit of an instant replay here. Something happened in the cage here. Looks like Mark Diakese's seen like he's got some sort of discomfort, like he lost his balance there. Not sure if you just saw that, Ian, but yeah, that was a bit of a weird scene as well. But yeah, just a really unfortunate situation all around. Like, it's a really tough spot to be in as a referee, but ideally he would have been in the right spot to make that call beforehand.
Yeah, I did see that in the cage. He looked a little bit wobbly on his feet there, and hopefully he's doing all right. You know, getting hit there in the back of the head, right behind the ear, there's a soft spot too, and that really affects you as well. It kind of affects your equilibrium quite a little bit. So yeah, look at that. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for Diakese there.
Do you think it's a situation where he might have a case to dispute this with the commission, possibly get overturned here?
I mean, you have a case to do it, Theo, but it very rarely happens, even if you do appeal it. And maybe they will try to put in an appeal, but I would imagine that the result will stand, because we very rarely see these kind of instances overturned. I can't even remember the last one, but it's rare occasions that we do see one that's overturned. But I mean, your question, does he have a case? He certainly does have a case. Will it happen? That's up to his team. Will it be overturned? Very unlikely, in my opinion.
You'd have to think too, the UFC usually does a pretty good job of this with their matchmaking. And if a fighter loses a fight and it seems like it's, I don't want to say unfair, but some, extra unusual circumstances around it, they usually don't punish that guy with his next fight. So I'd expect Margie Casey to get, not a favorable matchup, but, it's not like I think he'll be given some random guy we've never heard of who's undefeated from the mountains of Dagestan and can wrestle his ass off, So I think Gia Casey's probably not going to be in bad standing with the UFC after this, and they'll be more understanding than some other promotions might have been.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I mean, yeah, I wonder who they'll give it to him next. Obviously, he's probably someone in and around. I mean, that's 2 losses in a row for him now. Again, 3 losses. He's now 2-3 in his last 5. So, his back is against the wall here, and that's like another unfortunate circumstance there from that clash of heads. A fight that he was winning, and then now he finds himself having lost 2 out of his last 3, and you don't want to be going into a fight with the pressure of losing another fight and possibly losing your job within the UFC as well. So that's the kind of reality that Gia Casey is facing now. Obviously, he faced that before. Came in and beat Borshev in that fight, but I would imagine, like you said, that I wouldn't think the UFC will punish him all that much, and I'd be interested to see who they'll match him up at next. But he looked wobbly there. He's going to have to be checked, and hopefully he's not too badly hurt from that shot. But yeah, as the guy says, on to the next one. And that is Danny Roberts versus Johnny Parsons, 170-pound division. Danny Roberts been around for quite some time, and I like the length and the amount of time that he's been in there. Obviously, coming over from Cage Warriors, made his UFC debut in 2015 against Nathan Coy and won via triangle choke. Has really kind of made good use of his UFC tenure. He's been around for a long time. Lots of ups and downs in that kind of road as well. Coming in here off the back of 2 defeats, one to Francisco Trinaldo, the other to Jack Della Maddalena in his last fight. And, we're speaking about guys being under pressure, Tio, and having to come in and win. That's what Danny Roberts is coming in to try and do here as well against Johnny Parsons, who's coming off Dana White's Contender Series, having won a split decision there. This is his UFC debut. So, very interesting fight here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because, you just mentioned there he's on a 2-fight skid. His most recent one was against Jack Della Maddalena. And now he's getting, another guy who they're trying to push here in Parsons. So you got to start to wonder here, why is the UFC sort of matching him with these guys? Are they thinking he's going to be able to take these matchups, or are they trying to use him sort of promote these other guys here? So it's just one of those things that you sort of got to keep in the back of your head as well. You saw that he also got matched up with Michelle Pereira back a couple fights ago as well. So, it seems like there's a history here with the types of matchups that he gets, where it's people that are particularly flashy and the UFC kind of wants to promote here. So I just think it's a little bit of an interesting tidbit to think about here. What is the intention behind this matchmaking? What do they kind of want as a result here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, they're probably looking to build the Dana White Contender Series guy off Danny Roberts' name, a guy who's been around for a long time, a guy that you recognize within the UFC. But I mean, it's a tough debut fight. You're coming in here with a multi-fight UFC veteran here, a guy who's been around, like you said, since 2015. So, I mean, Danny Roberts coming in at 36 as well. Time is not on his side. Parsons as well, 31. So he needs to make it happen. So I think the matchup here is, we're putting Parkin in at 31 against a guy with a name, a guy that people will recognize. If he gets a win here, that's a good name to have on your resume, and you can move him on a little bit quicker up the welterweight rankings. That's what I'd be thinking the UFC are kind of structuring this fight around. How do you think this fight will go down, Harry?
It'll happen. I mean, I think, Danny Roberts is at that point in his career when we're asking, like, can he win a fight in the UFC? You know what I mean? And so, let's, as you say, Johnny Parsons comes in here, Dana White Contender Series. Let's see. I don't know. Danny Roberts, when he's on, has some good striking. He's got some okay takedown defense. He's long, he's rangy. He can use his range well when he's on, but too often we just see him get touched and then that's it. It's done,
Yeah, that's it. You think that Danny Roberts is fighting for his job here in the UFC?
I mean, maybe. What is he? Fucking 36, 37 years of age, right? Like, there can't be that long left. And so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It feels to me, maybe, possibly, potentially, that this is one of those where Danny Roberts has gone to the UFC and said, this is going to be my last one. Chuck me on the London card. And they've given him a matchup that isn't going to get him, completely railed inside the first round. It's a competitive, interesting matchup for him. So, yeah, I don't know. It just has that. I just have that sneaky feeling,
Well, if we were rewarding this fight on haircuts, I'd be rewarding Johnny Parsons at 10-9 here with that fantastic mullet. I love a good mullet, lads. I love a good mullet.
Yeah, I'm down for it. Sign me up.
Yeah, that's the Canadian you coming out now, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Come up, rock up on these preview shows or these live streams now, rocking the mullet. About 4 minutes 30 into this fight now, a little bit more than that. Nothing as of note has happened yet. Well, Roberts kind of looking to kind of keep the pace up. Fight. Oh, that's a nice head kick.
Mm-hmm.
Roberts is known to kind of fight at that frantic pace, Harry. It helps him sometimes and it hinders him sometimes. I think if you're to go back and look at his UFC record, it kind of would complement that statement as well. When you're going out there and you're fighting at a frantic pace and trying to throw a couple of wild shots, you can get caught too. And I think that happened against Jack Della Maddalena in his last fight.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Look, when you fight Jack Della Maddalena, these things are going to happen, right? Like, that's a tough out for anyone, let alone somebody like Danny Roberts at the position he is in his career. But
not if you're Rashid Haas coming in on 6 days' notice.
Yeah, sure. But, I don't know. This is I agree. Like, it just feels to me like Danny Roberts a little bit in the past, where that volume really just gets you and it forces fighters to wilt and whatever. But I just think people are, maybe not Johnny Parsons, but I think people are more often than not more technical now that they understand how to fight through a pace,
I would agree with that 100%. How, like, if you're fighting a guy that's coming at you like that, Harry, how would you like to describe what you should do to counter that?
Well, we saw Bruno Brazil sort of do a good job of it with, or at least one element of it, and that's allow the fighter to come towards you and then hit fadeaway shots as you cut your angles. That's the first one, that especially if a fighter's coming in on linear lines. Then I think the second one is you almost go Brian Barbarina, but not full Brian Barbarina. You should never go full Brian Barbarina. And that's that you, when they do initiate, you meet them in the middle and try to find your shots inside, but also initiate grappling inside those positions. Specifically, if they're coming in super wild and super heavy with the pace and the pressure, you'll be able to get to more solid positions. And then you can then dissuade them. If you're able to mat return them or if you're able to get to good positions in the grappling, you'll be able to dissuade them from initiating at such a high clip. I think the other answer is a jab, right? The other answer is that they're coming in, you just throw your jab consistently outwardly. And then more often than not, somebody doesn't want to get hit a lot. And so they'll just dissuade their striking. And the second is a low kick. You just chop up the legs, and then their ability to be frantic, their ability to be so outwardly pacey is just diminished. Johnny Parsons isn't doing much of any of that. He's kind of just waiting and throwing big right body kicks, and then when they're getting into the pocket, just spamming hooks and looking to collar tie, which is a strange option. Yeah, but sure, look, these things happen in MMA.
They absolutely do. Yeah, I think this round is definitely going in the favor of Danny Roberts so far. He's kind of fighting his fight. Parsons is coming on a little bit of attack here, but I think Parsons is more so singing the tune that Danny Roberts is bringing to. Oh, that's a nice kick to the body, though. Those kicks are working quite well for Parsons now towards the end of this round.
Yeah, I mean, they're there and they're available, but the problem with them, and I mean, we're talking about Danny Roberts being almost near the end of his career, right? And this is why, because Parsons basically is throwing 2 shots. He's throwing a right hook. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Let's just wait for the last 20 seconds of this fight and see what happens.
Oh my goodness, these guys are going at it at the end of the round. Like Parsons has fought. I was just about to say Danny Roberts was like kind of in control of this round, but Parsons' last minute and a half here has been very effective. Would you agree, Theo?
Yeah, honestly, the willingness to sit down on the punches here at the end of the round has kind of got me left almost speechless, to be honest with you. These guys are not trying to defend at all here, but yeah, what a round, honestly. I was not expecting to be, I wouldn't say this close early on, but at least this close with this much action going on.
Yeah, very, very exciting into that round now between Roberts and Parsons. Difficult one to score. I think Parsons made it a little bit difficult towards the end. I mean, a lot of the early work, it was Danny Roberts, but we had a couple of big kicks to the body there, a couple of heavy shots landed in the exchanges by Roberts as well towards the end of the round. Harry, what would you think?
I think Roberts did enough over the fight. I think 2 big shots landed from Parsons. One was the right body kick that affected Roberts, and the second one was an uppercut / jab, like a shovel jab that snapped Roberts' head back. But I think predominantly Danny Roberts did the better work in that round.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Parsons going to have to draw some power from that mullet in rounds 2 and rounds 3 to take it back.
I think if he should have braided it. There it is. There's that jab. Big shot.
Oof. Round 2. Parsons coming out with a very high guard, very straight standing up there, Harry, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he got clipped a number of times, and I think he's like, oh, Jesus, that fucking right kick. Like, if you're Danny Roberts, all you have to do really is either step in on the right kick just like that, grand, or just take a step back. But we're going to see, I think Parsons standing high is not the best idea, but standing with a high guard certainly is a sensible idea, especially how many shots he took in the last round. So I don't have a huge problem with the high guard, but I would like to see Parsons throw a bit more than just that right kick. Like, you see how Danny Roberts is bouncing off at the angles. When he bounces off too aggressively to his left, that's when the high kick becomes available. When he starts bouncing towards his right, that's when I want to see low kicks from Parsons. When Danny Roberts is moving backwards, just throw a jab. Like, I don't have a huge problem with these collar ties that he's using to sort of exit the clinch situations, but he's leaving himself open with those collar ties with shots over the top. Well, Danny Roberts nearly fucking walks into a knee. That would be peak Danny Roberts MMA.
Jesus, that was close. That was close. Up against the cage now. Nice elbow. And Parsons is coming into this fight, lads.
It really is, yeah.
Very well.
I think Parsons has realized that he's taken his best shots and wasn't supremely wobbled by them. He'll have gotten confidence from the couple of shots that he took, that he gave Danny Roberts at the end of the last round. Really nice rib roaster from Danny Roberts there in one exchange. And Parsons feeds one back at 319. But yeah, it feels to me like Parsons is Brian Barbarina on Wish, right? Where he's, oh boy, here we go. Here we go, boysies.
Oh.
These shots from the top are deadly as well.
Deadly. That first shot, the initial shot that he landed with the right hand, that rolled Danny Roberts' eyes in the back of his head.
Yeah, I thought Roberts was out for a second.
He was out for a second there.
See, but this to me is one of the most frustrating things, is he's got his man hurt and Parsons just is taking a breather. Don't take no breathers. Land your shots. Land your shots. Keep the momentum going. Like, he's done a great job now to move crucifix. This is one of the most underutilized positions in MMA. But yeah, Parsons shouldn't be looking for head and arm control here. He's got the arm trapped. If he wants to move to a proper crucifix, that's fine. He can start to high tripod with that head and arm and get his leg out, just like he has now into full mount. But as soon as we're here, now he's in a high mount. Now just, oh, brother.
Oh, my God.
Oh, stop. That's debilitating. That's debilitating.
That is something that Harry Powell does not want to see. But these guys, I'm not too upset. These guys are throwing heavy on the feet now. This is turning into a real war. But like, you have to be kind of utilizing those positions. He was in full mount there, Harry, and allowed Roberts to kick off the cage. Needs to do a lot better control when you're up there in the mount position.
100%. I think Parsons is going to finish this.
Yeah,
he's
I think so
connecting
too.
all these shots cleanly.
Yeah. Oh, that was a lovely knee coming in. This could be all over, guys. Herzog is taking a close look. Roberts
just
needs to
covering
fire
up here.
back.
He's only thrown one shot in the past 30 seconds.
I think the problem here is that Parsons has gassed himself out. Parsons is just as gassed here as Roberts is.
Now Roberts coming right back on.
Yeah, exactly.
And Danny Roberts has that in him as well. Like it's a good fight though, guys. Entertaining. I mean, technically not great, but entertaining. Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna have some arguments about this on the breakdown, I think, Ian.
Me with my want for violence and Harry's want for technical masterclass. That's why we always clash so well.
Oh, that's a big shot from Danny Roberts. Oh, fucking hell, lads. Oh, my Lord. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, lads. These guys. Oh, Roberts gets hurt.
But what is Parsons doing? Like,
oh my God, this is
awful.
Just fucking hit him. Like, what are we doing?
Oh my God, this is terrible. You just separate and hit there.
Oh, Danny Roberts. Oh my God, he's so wobbly.
Oh my God.
If you flick him in the nose, he'll fall over.
What an insane second round, lads.
This is wild.
Oh my God, Danny! How is Danny Roberts still standing
Oh my
here?
God! Oh, down he goes.
Jason.
3, 2.
Oh my
That's it.
God.
He calls it.
Oh my God!
Wow! With 2 seconds to go in round 2, Johnny Parsons gets it done.
If he didn't get that finish, he was going to be exhausted for that third round. We thought the first round might have gone to Roberts. So really, that finish right there at the end of the second round could have just saved him the fight overall, if we're really being honest.
It could have. Roberts is obviously devastated. 2 seconds to go, but he was looking in big trouble there. He went down hard. He'd taken a lot of damage. I mean, let me have another look.
He was so wobbly. He was so wobbly.
His legs were gone.
Boom. Oh my Christ.
That didn't even land and had him wobbled.
Good measure. Love it. Okay, now.
Ooh, took one to the back of the head as well.
Yeah. Good Lord, that was fucking insane.
That was mental. And I think Bob has hit the nail on the head there. They both got that dog in them. That is right. I think that was the fight we were kind of looking for, lads, to kind of kick a bit of a spark in the card. We got it right there. That was what about that for a debut in the UFC? That was very impressive by Johnny Parsons. I mean, look at Robert Smith.
Impressive.
Yeah. I think, he didn't go out there. He didn't lose confidence. And, he could have lost that first round as well. So long live the mullet. Hashtag mullet for life.
Ian, what I should have done on that broadcast is when I cut my hair for charity, I should have made it a mullet first, shouldn't I?
You definitely should have. And I would argue that you maybe should grow it out again to just, there's always a second chance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'd still have a wife, but
How long were you growing out your hair for that long? I know you said it before, but it was a couple of years. 10 years.
Yeah.
10 years?
Yeah.
Jesus.
When Harry and I first kind of got talking to each other and doing some previews and breakdowns and stuff, he had glorious long locks. It must have been like, I've never had that long hair, obviously, like, but it must be an absolute nightmare to try and maintain, Harry. Were you using some what were you doing? Head and Shoulders? Was it a special long hair shampoo? I don't know. I'm just a Head and Shoulders guy myself.
Yeah, it was well, basically I was borrowing whatever Imogen had for, because obviously she's got long hair.
Yeah.
I borrowed whatever she had, I would just use. But yeah, it was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. Yeah.
How far down did it come? To the shoulders?
Yeah, I will get a photo for you, sir, and I will share it for you. 1 second.
But yeah, it was glorious. Johnny Parsons with the win on his UFC debut. I think we did call that at the start. It was set up for him to go out there and put on a performance like that and get the win, and I think it was job done, Theo.
Not only that, but I think he also learns a valuable lesson about managing his gas tank as well. You know, it looked like he maybe had that in his head because he kind of came out a little bit slow, let Roberts take the fight to him initially. And then it just seemed like once he got the green light to go ahead and run forward and give him his own attacks, he just went all out with it. So, yeah, I think his difficulties in getting the finish, where it maybe should have come a little bit sooner considering how wobbly Roberts was, is going to teach him a lot in the long run here. So I think it's honestly a great win, you know, on a decently big card. You know, UFC London does have more eyeballs than typical UFC fight nights. It's also a good name Ian Roberts to have on your resume. So yeah, all good things going up here for Parsons.
Absolutely. And I mean, he did kind of come into life, I think, around with 1 minute 30 minutes or 1 minute 30 seconds to go in round one was when he first kind of sparked in, landing those body kicks and those shots as well. And yeah, I just think he continued that a little bit. He kind of got drawn into a little bit of a dogfight with Roberts as well. And I think, you know, his heart and his gas tank, there it is.
I got to go full screen for this one. Harry, what?
What
it looks magnificent. Like, it looks great, but this is so not the Harry Powell I know.
This is like, that's like Ozzy Osbourne style haircut if I ever seen it. Is that
like
Ozzy?
you eat bats.
Is that Ozzy? Oh, yeah, the hooks is small there.
Jesus. When was this picture taken?
This was about 3 years ago, I'd say 2-3 years ago. Yeah, it must be 2 years ago because Huxley's almost 3. So yeah, he'd have been your short. So yeah, what we did is we set up a camera and Imi braided my hair. As you can see, I look like an American rapper here.
Look like that's you went from Ozzy Osbourne to Takeshi 6ix9ine.
Yeah, and then that was it. Gone.
That's
there
awesome.
You go.
Holy.
Straight head shave. Yeah.
And there's the infamous shot of you.
Exactly. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
I've never seen the whole image where you're holding up your old hair. That's awesome.
Yeah, dude. And then we sent it off to charity and raised a grip of cash for a charity. So yeah, all good stuff. But yeah, the for the people that are watching, yeah, that was me with long hair way back when. Way back when.
Beautiful.
And you might see in the very background here, you can see very faintly I had 2 portraits commissioned. That's Rory. Sorry, that's Rory from Rory 2. Just at the end of the 4th, and then there's Robbie just above him and he's pointing with the lip broken and everything. Oh yeah,
beautiful. Wow. Shout out to you, Harry. That's awesome.
Well, shut up. It's because for a long time, I'd always been asked to shave my hair, right? And for the longest time, I said I wasn't going to do it. And I then said I'd only do it for some money. Right? I said I'd do it if we're going to do it for charity, right? If somebody was going to pay me grand, no problem, I'll do it. And a couple of people at the job that I was working basically said, let's do it. And then the business got involved and they said, we'll double whatever you make. And I'm like, well, I can't turn that down. You know what I mean? I can't turn that down. So yeah, we went for it. Yeah, it was good. TNT Sports for me now, lads. There you go.
Fancy new name over there.
Yeah, TNT Sports.
It's still the exact. It's still the BT Sport banner. They just did a name change. That's it.
Exactly the same.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you even log into bt.com as the website. Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, really? So it looks like here is Davey Grant getting moved into the main card now. Is that what's happening? Because we're already past 3:00.
Maybe.
Are we having a rare post limbs? I'd imagine not.
Nah, surely not the UFC.
A 7-fight main card, that was crazy.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than when Bellator goes over and they have to do the post limbs, and it's like, oh, it feels like they do it like at least 2 or 3 times a year, you know?
Yeah, I remember. I once went to the Bellator London, one of the Bellator London cards, way back when they came. Who did MVP fought? Oh fuck, what's his name? Let me. David Rickles, is it? What's his name?
Can't help you here with this one.
Yeah, no worries. I will just have a. Ross Houston. Yeah, David Rickles. Jesus Christ, where did I fucking pull that out from? Christ alive. Yeah, so that was Bellator 200. All back when in 2018. I went to go and watch that one. And yeah, they had 5 post limbs. It was horrendous.
Jesus Christ. 5 is a lot.
5 was just horrendous.
Did they start local time for you as well, or was it another late night?
They started at 6 p.m. local time, which is generally pretty fine. You know what I mean? Like, there's still 6 hours for you to get to midnight. And yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. Really, really bad. David Grant has been moved to the main card, by the way.
Was this going to be a 7-fight main card then?
7-fight main card.
Really? They ran out of
Strap
time.
in.
Jeez. Nice one. I want to say this would be the first 7-fight main card that we've seen.
I've just asked Spencer if it is the first 7-fight main card in the UFC.
That's the right man to ask.
You're damn right.
Interesting. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. That passed me by a little bit.
I can only imagine it's happened like maybe one more time other than right now, you know? You don't get 6-fight main cards to begin with.
Yeah, in modern day, like 6 cards are a bit of an anomaly now, but anomaly. But yeah, interesting. Big Tom Aspinall. What are we expecting, guys? One-way traffic in the main event. I know we'll talk a little bit more about it. I think he looks in great shape for a guy who was out injured for the last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, this is a mentality fight. That's purely what it is like. If Tom Aspinall goes out and looks anywhere near as good as he was previously, then perfect. No problem. No worries. We're all in. He'll steamroll Tybura in a couple of rounds. If not, and he gets out there and immediately he's like, okay, I want to test the leg a little bit. Like, this is the bright lights. This is whatever. Obviously, he's done hard sparring in his camp. And so he's confident enough on the leg. But until those lights go on and you're really in front of that crowd, I don't think you can ever truly be confident of what is competition level experience. But yeah, I think if he goes out and is a little bit tentative, then it's a closer fight than we think. But if not, then he probably steamrolls Tybura like.
Yeah, I would imagine. I'd imagine he kind of wins this fight wherever he wants to be honest. Like, Tybura has been fighting well recently, but I really like Tom Aspinall as a fighter, and I think that he's got a very, very bright future in the division. Like, would you look at him as a future champion, Harry? Because I certainly would be looking at him with the skills that he possesses, how young he is so far in his career, and the time that he has to grow as well. His mentality is good. He's ticking off a lot of boxes, really.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. And it seems like, is he a title contender? I mean, is he a future champion? I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's very difficult to tell. The differences between elite level heavyweight and the rest of heavyweight is quite large. But one thing we have seen from Tom Aspinall is that he's got some of the really, really important attributes that you want as an elite level mixed martial artist. He's got good athleticism. He chains his hands together really well. He moves light on his feet. He can grapple offensively. He takes his positions really, 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 really well when he gets them. Doesn't waste things when he's in positions. Chains submissions and damage together really, really well. And then also is learning and is improving as he goes through. Still young enough in his career from an age perspective and from a mileage perspective. And so I think he's probably, next to Sergey Pavlovich, the biggest prospect that we're looking at heavyweight to go up and actually challenge and potentially hold a title. But until we see him make that leap, and certainly Marcin Tybura is not that leap, we would have known last time out with Curtis Blades, if he had beaten Curtis Blades, that was the level. But for sure, we are looking at him as somebody who is 100% going to be in and around that title picture, up in the echelons of that division for a long time.
I would tend to agree. What about you, Theo? What do you think about the potential of Tom Aspinall?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, right? Because we didn't really get to see what would happen between him and Curtis Blades. I think that's kind of the matchup people had the most questions about, in regards to his wrestling. We know he's a slick striker who moves very well. We've only seen a little bit of his grappling. We've been impressed thus far, so it's kind of like he hasn't really had the true litmus test for us to really gauge him correctly. I think a lot of us are really just assuming he's going to be the same guy after that knee injury here. It's been a long time. Like you said, he looks like he's in great shape for a guy who hasn't been able to really work out to his full capacity recently. But yeah, I think that honestly, the ceiling's the limit for him, right? Like Harry said, it's really hard to say, will he be champion? It's almost impossible to know at this point. But what I will say is he's got as good of a chance as anyone at the top of that heavyweight division, especially if you think about the way that it's looking right now at the top. John Jones might be taking a seat after this next fight. He might be hanging up for good. That's going to open everything wide open here. So, yeah, you think about the way he might match up with a guy like Cyril Gahn. You've also got Pavlovich now up near the top as well. So it's really an exciting time for heavyweight when it feels like it had been a little bit stale in the last couple of years. But, yeah, Tom Aspinall is absolutely in the mix with that conversation. No,
I am going to go out on a limb and say he is going to be champion in the division. Does he beat John Jones? Right now, probably not. But there's going to be lots of trials and tribulations in his career at heavyweight as well. But he seems fairly athletic for the division. He is very, very well rounded already. It's just that experience against those elite level guys is what he needs. And a win here against Tybura is going to set him up. Look at the guys around him at the top of the division. Cyril Gahn takes him down and submits him in 3 minutes, no problem. Sergey Pavlovich might be susceptible to the takedown, but Sergey Pavlovich, like Harry said, is probably my number one prospect or that number one challenger to the title for John Jones outside of Stipe Miocic. But let's be real, John Jones is going to beat Stipe in November, and Stipe is probably going to be retired. So that kind of opens up another avenue for Tom Aspinall. Other guys around him, Tai Tuivasa beats him. Alexander Volkov will beat him if Volkov ever gets up here. Jailton Almeida versus Tom Aspinall in 3 years is going to be a phenomenal fight. Give me all of that. But there's not that much challenger. Let's be real. Jones probably doesn't have too many fights in him too. And that's why I'd be thinking along the lines of Tom Aspinall maybe slipping in there in a couple of years' time to get that title. But look, you guys are right. It's fine lines in the heavyweight division, especially at the elite level. And, you never know what might happen. Injuries, anything could happen. But if everything goes to plan and Tom stays developing, I really would have a confidence that I would see him with the UFC title around his waist sometime.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a bold statement to say that he'll win a title, because especially when you lay the picture out like you have, there's nobody underneath him other than a Jailton Almeida or whatever that we're screaming about coming up through the rankings, right?
For sure.
And so you could absolutely see a Gelton Almeida beats a Tom Aspinall, and the next time they fight, Tom Aspinall beats Gelton Almeida. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can absolutely see that. I do think Gelton Almeida is going to struggle as he gets up the divisions just because of the size difference, right? He, to me, is a light heavyweight champion in the absolute making. But fuck weight cutting, so I'm fair play to him. Go ragdoll, fellas. I got no problem with that. No issue whatsoever. But yeah, I just think I'm not as confident as Mr. O'Neill in that I am not wearing an old triangle jersey. And if I was, maybe I'd have the balls to go out on a limb and say that Tom Aspinall is 100% a bona fide champion. But, here we are.
There you go. You know me, Harry. I always want to go out on a limb. But now we're getting ready for some Davy Grant madness. Like, I really love the person that Davy Grant is. A guy who we talked about on the preview show, Harry. Just, he knows who he's at. He knows he's not going to go for a title. 37 years of age, just going in there, putting on belter of fights, enjoying it and having fun. And just like a real gentleman outside of the cage as well. He's a guy that you really would want to see successful here. How do you see this matchup going for him, lads?
Theo, you can take this.
I mean, honestly, it could go many ways just because of the sort of chaos that Davy Grant likes to operate within here. He is a slight underdog in this fight, though. You know, you kind of got to wonder at this point, he's 37 years of age. How does he look at this stage of his career? He's looked all right recently, but yeah, I think it honestly could go either way. I'd slightly lean Grant, but yeah, I mean, he's just going to be a hard guy to defeat on his home soil here, especially with the way that he fights, his willingness to get into crazy exchanges as well. I think this is going to be a great fight, honestly, either way that it goes.
Absolutely. Marcos coming in 14-0, undefeated, 8 knockouts so far in his career. So does carry some power, as does Davy Grant as well. We don't have any mullets on this fight, lads, but we do have a fantastic bill of red hair on Marcos, trying to do his best Giacchesi impression, I think. Let's hope that things go a little bit better for him than they did for Giacchesi. Seen a little bit of upset online that, you know, the video or the cage side ref could have used the replay to kind of check out that clash of heads. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to exactly sure of what the exact rule or what the refs or the officials should be kind of following in that situation. Like, me and Theo talked about that, Harry, that headbutt. He asked, do you think there's grounds for appeal? And I said there definitely is grounds for appeal in that Giacchesi fight, but they likely will appeal it, and they'll likely have that appeal rejected, really, to be honest.
I don't even see the point of appealing anymore. Like,
Yeah.
you very, 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 very rarely see appeals become successful unless it's something egregious like, you know, drugs or whatever else. It's very, very rare that you see something crazy happen. Well, not crazy, but like an accidental headbutt or whatever happen, and then, you know, an overturning. But I think it's important for Mark Giacchesi's team to lodge an appeal, right? If nothing more than just to say that you did it, right? Because you understand that what happened was an accidental headbutt. That's unfortunate for Davy Grant. But yeah, I mean, I don't see it garnering any merit.
As Graham says, hashtag justice for Mark and his excellent wrestling game. The rare double black ankle wraps.
Yeah, I mean, Grant here, like, he's, you know, we said this before, but Marcos is just kind of doesn't really know what to make of Davy Grant. You know what I mean? Like, Davy Grant bulldozes in on and lands his low kicks. He lands everything heavy, everything snappy. He's got some odd, unorthodox head movements, some hand movements, etc. Like, the low kicks are stingy, and Marcos is kind of like, oh well, I mean, this is not kind of what I expected, you know.
Well, and also, if you're Marcos here, you're looking at that Rafael Assunção, and you're knowing that Davy Grant, like, can take a hell of a lot of damage. He can always have his back against the wall, but is always in with a chance of landing a shot or getting a finish here as well. So there might be that level of tentativeness from Marcos here, knowing that as well. I think as the more these guys exchange and they get a feel for each other's powers, kind of, that's why we'll see this fight develop a little bit more, I think.
Mm. But so far, this is a good first round for Davy Grant, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Feels like they both love that short hook to the body as well as these really hard leg kicks they're exchanging here early on.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. Big time.
Davy Grant actually looks the quicker man, which is interesting.
He does. I was kind of looking at that as well. Surprisingly quick.
Yeah, for a man that's, what is he, 36 now?
37 years young.
Yeah, legend.
Yeah, it's Grant is controlling the distance here. He's doing very well getting off his shots, not looking in any bother whatsoever. Really looks in full control, looks comfortable here. Marcus is kind of, like you said, Harry, struggling to kind of deal with what Grant is offering right now. He's kind of working out that puzzle in his head. Has landed a couple of nice calf kicks, but nothing too much. Just feels like that this fight has like an explosive exchange that's ready to go and that could kick off at any moment. But both guys fighting rather carefully right now.
I don't think Marcus is fighting carefully. I just don't think he's fighting well. I just think Grant is just offering too much, and Marcus is second guessing everything based on, Grant switching stances. And Grant doesn't, the way he throws shots is odd. Like, he doesn't load up necessarily, but he commits to everything. If he stance switching into a shot, he just commits immediately. And I don't think you see that very often, right? Like, guys are just a touch more tentative. They'll switch stance. They'll maybe look at the shot and then they'll throw it. David Grant's like, nah, don't worry about that. I'm just switching and immediately throwing. And I think that makes timing David Grant hard unless you're just willing to just fucking take the shot and land one of your own. So yeah, it's a tough style. It's a tough style, David Grant, to beat.
Here he is now.
Hello there.
How are things, Shawnee?
Good. The most hated man on MMA Twitter, Sean Sheehan, has arrived. How are you?
Oh, why? Who did you upset today?
What did he call me? Someone called me a shame to my family and the MMA community.
Damn.
That's harsh. For what reason?
I don't know. I said it was a good stoppage by Jason Herzog.
Oh Lord. What was that in the Danny Roberts fight?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a fair enough one. Yeah, it was a fair enough one. Roberts was out on his feet. Yeah.
Yeah, you had it coming, Sean, I guess.
Yeah, I did. I was looking for it, to be honest. So these things happen. How are you getting on, Let's?
We're getting on well. The card has been all right so far. The last fight was pretty good. It kind of kicked it into life. There's two things that we're wondering. Number one thing we're wondering, is this the first 7-fight main card in UFC history?
I think this has probably happened before, where they went the fight over and they had to move it on to the main card. So
7 of them.
It was 7 of them, though. Normally, this was set to be a 6-fight main card. So,
yeah, it could be. Very well could be, yeah.
We're witnessing history here. Question number 2, the head clash on Gia Casey. How do you see that? Do you think that they handled that situation correctly? Obviously, the referee missed it, and he should not have missed it.
I think it's a pretty simple one, to be honest. Like, the ref missed it. It went on. Did it have a direct involvement in the finishing of the fight? I think it probably did. So, like, there was a mistake made. Like, I wouldn't even criticize the referee. You could miss that. So it should have been a no contest, really, shouldn't it? Like, that's kind of the definition of a no contest. Like, something happened that wasn't meant, that someone missed. The fight ended. And, like, it shouldn't have ended because it should have been stopped and they should have been given time to recover or looked at by a doctor or something. Yeah.
100%.
Like, it's the sort of one you would think, right? So people always say, no, that should be reviewed. And, like, that's the exact sort of one that should be reviewed and overturned in no contest, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. We were saying, like, there's definitely grounds for appeal there. I'm sure that Mark Giacasey's team will appeal it, but will it be upheld? I would like to think it should be, but we've seen things like that being appealed before and being turned down as well. But it'd be interesting to see what happens with that one. But it clearly affected him. Like, and it's so unfortunate for Giacchesi because I thought he was winning the fight at the time. And then that clash of heads really affected him. So it's like, even if the referee missed the clash, you look at the reaction of the fighter in that situation. And obviously with the movement that was there, it's a difficult one, but, you're definitely getting a closer look or asking a question there, what's going on. But I don't know. I just thought it was handled badly. And, you don't want to be going to reviews at all. You'd be hoping that the referee would catch something like that.
Yeah, but like the fight ended pretty quickly after it, so that is a good one to go to a reviewer, I suppose. My initial reaction was like, fair play to the referee for like not falling for it. Kind of like, because I didn't see this, I didn't know what had happened. I'm like, just too often it happens. Like people just call like an eye poke or call whatever, and then the referee stops it, and like he shouldn't have stopped it. Like there was one last night in Cage Warriors where there was a punch thrown and he hit him with his glove, but like his thumb, but either like like the inside of his thumb or the glove, and they gave it as an eye poke. I'm like, that shouldn't have been stopped. He just got hit like there, and the fighters call it on themselves too much, I think so. But like obviously that wouldn't have been an example because there was a clash, so it was. I don't know. It's just like the perfect no contest type one, I think so. I don't know. That was a great fight though, wasn't it? Fucking high level stuff. It was.
Yeah, it was. It was really good. I enjoyed that. What about Shauna Bannon? Any quick thoughts on Shauna's performance and the result?
Look, myself and Harry have done multiple podcasts on it. It was inexperience more than anything else, I think. Like what I said on the podcast the weekend, we said it when she got signed. Like, so I saw someone tweeting there earlier on, like, oh, Sean's been blowing up Shauna Bannon for the last year. I'm like, she's 5 fights into her career, like. What you say? Like, she's definitely still a great prospect, and she was coming. I said that, and I don't think there was any denying the level of inexperience she got when she came in, and you could see that in the fight because in the third round she looked a whole lot better.
Mm-hmm. Like a big occasion. Like, I mean, like with the hype that was there, a lot of media duties, everything was all new there. So all of that is an accumulation, and that's something that you have to get used to as well.
Yeah,
I mean, I did not think that I've seen her perform in Invicta and in other kind of fights much better than she performed.
100%.
To be honest, and I don't think that was the best version of Shauna Bannon there tonight. To be honest, at all.
I agree.
But, and you can't in the UFC, you can't have an off night. That's what happens.
Yeah, like what inexperience? Like inexperience doesn't mean you don't have the skills. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it just means you don't have the experience to produce those skills on the big stage. And like, I feel like that was it tonight. Now she has to learn more skills and earn more skills and become better as well. There's no doubt about that. Like, if you keep fighting the way Shauna Bannon is fighting right now and you never improve, she won't become a top 15 fighter. Like, what she is a prospect still, but how could you not expect her to be a prospect? What, 5-6 fights into her career now? Like, come back to me when Shauna Bannon has 12, 13, 14 fights, and we'll tell you her ceiling then. Like, so it's a difficult one, and like it's not as if we came into this blind. Like the first thing I said on the podcast when it was announced was, "Is it a little bit too early?" Like that was the very first thing I said. Like we and like as Irish MMA people, we know this because we saw it with Reece McGee, and it was even. It's even much earlier for Shauna Bannon because like Reece was 1 fight away from fighting for the Cage Warriors title after having been the BAMA champion and losing the belt and all of that. And Shauna was probably maybe in the Invicta title would have been her next fight, or maybe she's 1 fight away from the Invicta title. And that's a very new time to be going into the UFC. And I like, not to say that she would ever be the best fighter in the world or anything, even if she went in at 10 or whatever, but you give herself a better chance. Like myself and Harry, as I said again, we've done an exact podcast on this before, but like I think the value of experience in MMA should be coming higher and higher, but it's becoming lower and lower. Because there is people getting signed at like 4, 5, 6 fights into their career, and they're not nearly enough developed. Like, and I said as well about Shauna, she's never had the 3 Arena fight. Like, if some of the people now who fought in the 3 Arena in front of 9 or 10,000 people, in Irish MMA fights, and then they sign like that. That's a massive. Like Reese has had that now. Let's say if a Kiefer Crosby was to sign, however, they've had those big fights. Even Danny has had it as well if she was to sign. But Sean has never had that. You know, she's only fought in front of 200 or 300 people at most, and all of her career, and all those things matter, as you were saying, Ian, as well. Like the preparation, she was out with her sister, wherever was it, in Poland, like a week before. She travelled to Liverpool and back, and I just think that's the sort of, when I saw that, and I think I said it before, even when you see those sort of things, it's like that's not a good way to prepare, like, you know. And as you said, Ian, that's probably a thing she'll learn from for the next fight and for fights in the future. But look, it's a learning experience. She went in there, she got 15 valuable minutes against a good opponent, and she won one round. Actually, you see the judges are split in rounds 2 and 3. So she won round 2 from one judge, round 3 from another judge. So
interesting.
She could have won the decision. I don't necessarily agree with that. Round 2 was close, though. She definitely won round 3 anyway. But
it was like, I mean, when we were looking at it here, it was like the takedown towards the end of round 2, and there's the two girls over there. Keep them well. I thought, yeah, the takedown towards the end of round 2 and a little bit of damage for Bruno Brazil. We were kind of jokingly saying that we don't want to go all Dominic Cruz on it or anything like that, but I think in a close round that kind of could have sealed the deal for Bruno Brazil in my view anyway. But like, yeah, people are going to be quick to want to drag her down, but let's remember the reality of the situation here. 5-0, you're in the UFC already, and there's very, very little room for any kind of errors when you're on that stage. But I can guarantee you, you know, she has the mental ability and the drive to come back and learn from that. And I'm looking forward to seeing her next one, to be honest. Yeah, see those improvements. Poor old Davy Grant is wearing it here a little bit. Bad cut on his nose. I have kind of lost touch a little bit of this fight, guys. Any kind of updates on how's it going, Harry?
Marcus has warmed up quite dramatically in this one, landed a few really nice short lead elbows. That's what caused the cut on Davy. It feels like Marcus has now stopped being so selective with his shots and is just throwing the shots that should be thrown at the right times, right? The timing of Grant has sort of been worked out a little bit, whereas in the first round, he was waiting for the perfect moment to fire, whereas now he's understood the timing of Grant, and it's a far more competitive fight. Really, really competitive round 2, and it's been competitive again in round 3.
Wouldn't be a Davy Grant fight if there wasn't a little bit of blood spilled on the canvas, though, to be fair. Sure.
These things happen in MMA.
Absolutely.
It's a massive advantage, too, for lads like Davy. Like, you know, one bit of a jab and they're spouting blood, you know, and it's tough. Like, it's very tough.
Yeah, Marcus. Oh, that was a lovely knee down the middle there.
What time are you at?
We're at 2:49, 2:48, 2:47 for me.
Jeez, how have I fallen behind you?
I am a lot behind.
I am like at 3:24, 3:23. I'm way behind.
I'm 3:18, 3:17.
Oh, we're me and Sean here. I can't believe it. We're actually exactly level.
We're both watching in Canada, I think.
That's the thing. Say no more, fam.
Been having a round table here, Shawnee, and I want your opinions too. What's the perfect breakfast roll / sandwich?
Well, roll or sandwich now? Those are two different questions.
No, ask a sandwich, because we were talking about sandwich. Because if you want to talk about breakfast rolls, that's a completely different.
Yeah, that's completely different. Like you might as well be asking me two different questions there. Like, you might as well be asking me what's my favorite color, blue or orange. Like, you know, sandwich. I'd be more of a breakfast roll man. I wouldn't be having a breakfast sandwich much. You know what? I'd probably just keep it simple. I'd probably just have rashers and a bit of brown sauce.
Yeah, I love a bit of brown sauce. I don't actually have any. I would have definitely put it on my sandwich earlier on. Theo, you probably are wondering what the hell.
I don't know what either of those things are. Rashers. No, wait, hold on. I know bacon. This. Rashers bacon. Yeah. A rasher sandwich is just bacon between bread, right?
Yeah.
I love bacon, but not that much.
Well,
wait, I mean, it's got to have something with it, like on top of a burger or like on top of something else.
I actually had one yesterday. Just I actually had a roll with today with rashers on. I got like streaky bacon, but I hate streaky bacon, so I just left it together and made like a real rasher out of it and just stuck it into a roll. Do you know what I like? And I like sticky barbecue sauce, not proper barbecue sauce, but like sticky barbecue sauce. Lovely. On a roll. What breakfast roll are you in? What's your favorite breakfast roll now?
Oh, I get a bit of everything in a breakfast roll now. You'd want a good dollop of butter in it anyway, number one. And then I would put some brown sauce on it as well. And I'd have some rashers, I'd have some sausages, I'd have some eggs, I'd have some hash browns. And I cut it in half and I demolish it in about 3 minutes. That's how.
No puddings?
No, not a big fan of pudding now, to be honest. Not a big fan of pudding.
Interesting.
A little bit of white pudding every now and again, but
yeah,
not that gone on it. Like if I was ever asked about pudding, I'd say no, I wouldn't be bothered.
See, now the odd time I just go in and go, look, give me a breakfast roll with everything on it, right?
Yeah.
Which would be rasher, sausage, white pudding, black pudding, hash brown, egg. But
yeah,
sometimes I got like eggs. For about 2 years there, I had no eggs. I went off them altogether. Like, now I'm sick of the eggs, just went off them. Now I'm kind of back on the eggs a bit, but off the black pudding. So now I'd have no butter. I hate butter. I don't even have butter like on bread. If there's a bit of toast, you can put a bit of butter, but
you have to put a bit of Kerrygold on it, Shawnee. Come on.
I'm not a big butter fan. Not a big butter man. I was having a ham sandwich now, I'd have no butter. I'm weird. I know I'm anti-Irish. Anyway, on the roll. Rasher. And you have to stack it like this as well.
The rashers have to go in number
rashers
one.
Rashers first, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
Then sausages. I don't mind if they cut the sausages in half, right? As long as they give me at least 3 of them. Like 2 sausages, keep the fucking roll. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Sausages. Puddings. Give me the puddings. White pudding cut in half as well. Cut the egg in half also. One half of the egg one side, one half of the egg at the other side. And then a hash brown. I'd nearly want the hash brown cut in 4 and just lay it along it. So I have a bit of crunch the whole way along it. And I like a crunchy hash brown as well, not a soft one. If it's a soft, soggy hash brown, you can keep it.
Well, no, is it like, I mean, you can't, that's a fine line there now. Because
it's a very fine line, 100%. If it's too hard, you'll be breaking teeth, like.
Yeah. And then, I like that. And I'd be similar enough now in my layout for a breakfast roll. And this is the content that the people who want to tune in and see while we're watching these fights. Good, solid breakfast roll. Put hair on your chest, so it would.
Funny, I messaged Theo on WhatsApp and I said, this is one of my favorite pastimes, which is I get Shauna and Ian on the podcast and then I ask a random question and then I just let you go for like 15 minutes and then get back.
Like, so like if you went into a normal shop in your countries, lads, can you just get like a fresh baguette?
Yes.
You can. Right. And do you have like
we can't
a deli?
A Sean Sheehan invented roll.
Exactly. See, I did invent this. But like, do you have a deli where you have like, you can buy like 5 slices of ham?
Yes.
So could you get that baguette, walk up to the deli, go, here, cut that in half, give me 5 slices of ham and put it into it?
No.
Why not? Like, would they not do it for you? That's what I did. And that's how I invented the breakfast roll / filled roll, not breakfast roll, filled roll in Ireland.
By the way, we have a question here, Ian. It's Irish hash browns or American hash browns. I'm going to need to understand what the fucking difference is.
Well, Irish hash browns would be, I think, the thick triangular one. American ones are you can get hash browns over here that are small, a little bit smaller, but I'd be a fan of the bigger ones now myself, because like Sean said, a little good bit of eating in them. I'd like them now crispy on the outside, not soggy on the inside, but fairly well done, where you have a little bit.
Correct.
That's what you want.
Correct.
Like hash browns out of the airfare. What I do buy is I'll buy the big ones. They're not necessarily square. They're a little bit thinner over here, but they're like the shape of an ice hockey ring, for say. That's why I kind of describe them here. But like, I couldn't be having a breakfast without any hash browns at all now.
Oh really? No, I could take them or leave them.
Oh, no, there's shredded potato and onions, and then the fried hash browns. No, if someone comes out with me with a plate of shredded hash browns, I'm throwing that plate in their face. Get out of here!
Rotten.
No way.
Yeah,
and it is an option here. You can get them shredded. And I was like, the first time I came over to Canada and was in a breakfast spot, I was like, look, I'll try the shredded hash browns. I hadn't a fucking clue what they were. And I was disgusted when they came out. I was, oh my God. It's like, why are you taking something that's perfect and then just ruining it by just shredding it all up? It's like, oh, can I get a bit of shredded bacon there, please? Or like, no, why are we doing it? That's just, yeah.
Jam buns, Ian. Jam buns. Opinions.
I wouldn't live or die off a jam bun now. I prefer a sausage roll now over a jam bun.
Oh, sausage roll's a fine line as well, though. You have to get it right out the fucking oven.
Yeah, no, you would. No, you wouldn't want to be getting but you can look at a sausage roll, right?
And you'd know. You'd know
that if it's done enough or not. Because the problem is that if it's not done enough and then it's left, it'll be like real soggy altogether.
Pure soggy, rotten. You get food poisoning over that.
Yeah, but sausage roll and a bit of ketchup, lads. It's a hard bit, but you get woeful heartburn from it. You'd want a couple of Rennie after it, Johnny.
Oh, jeez, you would. But you've Greg's, Harry. Sure, you've jam buns and Greg's, have you?
Nope, no jam buns.
Well, they're, what are they called there? Ham and cheese something? Ham and cheese pasties?
The turnover.
Yeah, that's kind of like a long jam bun. Same thing, kind of.
Okay.
McDonald's hash browns. That's what I'm talking about, Bob. And you can buy them over here as well. They're McCann ones as well. But then the ones that you get in the breakfast roll in the delis in Ireland are triangular shaped and they're about that thick and they're fucking lovely. And hash browns with the onions in them, those are the ones as well. In the midst of all this food talk, I don't know whether we've turned into a kind of a cooking podcast. Davey has been robbed of the opinion of Graham there. So.
Was he robbed, Graham? Is that an actual opinion? Or is taking the piss?
He's definitely trolling. It was a close round 2, close round 3.
Ended up being split 29-28 for everyone, but one judge just didn't see it that way. I guess I don't know.
More importantly, right? If you're in America, let's say you're driving into work, right, and you want to get something to eat before you get into work, and you stop off at a garage. Like, what do you get to eat?
No such thing as that here. You stop off at Tim Hortons here in Canada. It's a Dunkin' Donuts for Theo, and then even McDonald's here, they'll do all the breakfast sandwiches and stuff like that as well. So what you have is normally your breakfast menu up until 11, and then after that it's like a lunch menu. But some Tim's does all day breakfast as well, which is great. Wasn't expecting the hash brown chat when I opened up the stream. Hey, that's what we're here for.
Oh, welcome.
I don't even know what you mean by stop at a garage on the way to work.
He means a gas station.
A gas station, yeah. So
I wouldn't be eating from a gas station in the first place, though. That's disgusting.
Theo, no.
Sorry.
The Haizu cuisine here.
Some of the best food that you'll get in Ireland is from a gas station. And that might sound absolutely ludicrous to anyone living outside of Ireland, but I can guarantee you chicken fillet rolls for lunch, breakfast rolls for breakfast. Some places you could go even get a dinner there. You might have a couple of chicken wings, and some of them are getting fancy enough now. I keep it simple. Breakfast roll or chicken fillet roll.
There's one back by me now. It does like sweet chili chicken and all. It does like burgers, and you can get them to like toast the bun and put a bit of cheese or a bit of coleslaw or whatever you want in it. And they actually do be like big long hot dogs and all.
It's all about my man Ronan Murphy here. The farmer's wrap from Timmy's is my go-to. That is it. That is like just a normal wrap. It has you can get sausage or bacon, or you can get sausage and bacon at the same time if you're feeling adventurous. Then you have a bit of cheese on it. You have what else am I missing? You have a hash brown in there as well. You have an egg, and then you have, I want to call it the Southwest sauce or Chipotle sauce.
Oh, I love it. They're both the same.
Yeah, they're called different. It's called Southwest over here, and then some places call it Chipotle as well. But whatever.
In Subway here, they call it the Southwest Chipotle sauce.
Really? They're keeping everybody happy with that.
I love Subway. There's 2 Subways in Newcastle West.
There's 2. What the fuck do you need 2 Subways for?
We've no McDonald's, no Burger King, no Supermac.
Someone
of
went
that.
in with the second Subway franchise and was like, "Fuck it, I didn't know there was
Two-
one here already."
Two Subways.
Which
We have
one is
two
there
Subways.
one better than the other? Would you be always kind of competing against one
See,
another?
so there's one Subway. It's in a garage on the road out of Newcastle West, and that they do it well, right? But they kind of only half fill the things there. Do you know, they'd be cutting, and the other one's in the middle of the town, so it's kind of harder to get that. There's no parking, but they'd fill it up. But also, they're very ignorant because they're a bit busier, and they just kind of throw things around the place and you know all that. But yeah, I love a bit of Subway. Subway is nice. Like,
I think we left Tio hanging here a little bit. I see him like wondering what the fuck is going on with us eating at gas stations all the time. So let me explain to you, right? So you can pull into a gas station in Ireland, right? And Apple Green would be a fairly famous one now, but you'll get one like my little village in Gore's Bridge. Like wouldn't be a village if it didn't have a gas station with a deli in it. So like you can go in there, you can get your gas, no problem. And then similar enough to what you have over here, you can get your drink section. You have like your sweets or your crisps section as well. And then, you know, you might have a little first aid section, but
oh no, we have the same setup.
Yeah.
We just don't
have
the
the
food
deli.
that's over there.
Yeah,
no, we do
what
have
we-
some that will have that. Like we have a bunch of gas stations that have like the hot dogs on the rolls and stuff. They have pizza
Well,
and like
that's
all
the
that other shit.
7-Eleven. That's the 7-Elevens and stuff. Yeah, like
7-Eleven.
no, this is fresh. This
yeah,
would
they'd be
fresh.
all fresh
They're
now.
making the stuff in there.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, they'd make it in there. They'd have all the ovens going in the background.
Yeah.
And then
It's
they
fast
get,
food, though, right? Like it's fast food.
Yeah.
Like it's
Right.
and then you'll get your roll and you have your hot counter
It's not
and you have
fast
your
food.
cold.
Sure it is.
No, it's not.
It's not. No.
What would you define
No,
as
it's not.
fast food then?
Like burgers and chips and stuff.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's deli food. Like, it's pre-prepared and it's sitting
Okay.
there, and you can get it fast. Don't get me wrong, but it's like wouldn't be labeled as fast food. Leroy Murphy and Josh Cullebaugh just kicked off here, guys, but we have more important things to discuss here. We're trying to educate the lads on proper Irish cuisine.
What do you reckon, Josh Murphy? What do you reckon Lerone Murphy's breakfast roll would be? I reckon he's an all-in man myself.
Oh, I'd say he'd be a pie fella coming from where he's coming from.
Maybe.
Probably just the egg whites and nothing else.
Yeah.
What's Subway viewed as over by UTI? Is like Subway, like I got an awful shock when I went to America before and they like saw Tommy Hilfiger as like fucking pennies. It was just shit. I thought it was a fancy brand. So what's Subway like?
Hilfiger specifically is a weird one that like can kind of play both ways. Like you can get some really nice Hilfiger stuff, but there's also like a bunch of knockoff stuff that you can get for Hilfiger. So people just kind of assume you're wearing fake shit. But as far as like Subways go, I mean, it's all right. Like people will have it, but no one's ever like, oh, I can't wait to go to Subway today. You know, like it's just not that big of a deal over here. But on the topic of Subway, this might not be true, but I have to ask. I saw something that the bread at Subway in Ireland is taxed differently because it has too much sugar in it. Is that true?
I read something like that as well.
There is I don't know. There is a sugar tax in Ireland, all right, but Subway is very dear here. How much is a Subway roll over by you?
Sure, jeez, you'd be paying over $10, nearly $12 for a foot long, sure.
What?
Yeah, sure, about the same here. I think it's like 8 maybe here. I'm not sure.
The $5 foot long was only $5 for like 2 weeks.
Graham is right about the Americans not having proper bread. Like
he is right. They don't have. I mean, I don't want to get into it now, but they'd be lacking in a lot of dairy products now, so they would.
I wouldn't even know the difference. It's all I've literally known. So these last couple of weeks have really opened my eyes to realize how shit the food is here and how nothing is really fresh.
Oh, dude, if you came to the UK or Ireland, like my favorite bread ever is Irish wheaten bread. It's just the best thing that has ever existed ever.
Cambridge's brown bread, lovely.
I don't know what that is.
Stop! Don't talk to me about brown bread. I haven't had it in ages. Oh. What would you? Would you be a bread and slice? Do you call it slice pans? Do you ever hear of a slice pan? No.
Are you asking me or them?
No. I know that you have it called. You know that you call it a slice pan. Tio or Harry, have you ever heard bread being called a slice pan?
Slices of a loaf. Maybe.
Yeah, but like it's a loaf. Yeah, we call it a slice pan. I don't know where the actual terminology comes from.
We just call pan here is loaf in America. Same thing.
Well, doesn't pan mean bread in Spanish?
The Irish
French as well. Yeah. But I think in Ireland it's a bit simpler because it's just made in a pan. I think probably that's probably it. You know, pan. Oh no, we call it a pan loaf. Yeah.
If bread
So it's a
lasts for
loaf
more
made
than a
in a
few
pan.
days, then it's not real bread. That's 100% right. Like I had bread in the press here for about 5 days, and I took it out, and it was like, how is this still fresh? I don't know what the fuck to have in it.
You cannot keep bread here. You cannot keep any food. Like food goes off awful quick here.
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous.
Even I've noticed, even if I noticed with milk over here, milk lasts a lot longer than what it does back home as well. You can have milk in the fridge here for nearly 2 weeks. Like,
I get worried if things have like a longer life.
but
Than like a month.
maybe 2 weeks is a stretch. But I want to see
Never more than a week. I don't know what kind of milk they have up there, but that's certainly not the case over here.
That's the old. That's when they're milking the cows in the winter time. Here comes out frozen.
Sure. I used to go over to my uncle's farm, and he'd just like take the milk straight out of the cow and put it into the fridge, and you just drink it straight out of it.
Yeah, that's
It was all of the whole family got cancer, but like it was fucking lovely milk at the same time.
Jesus.
It was
Christ.
lovely milk. Every single one of them died of cancer, but the
Keep
milk
me
was
away from that
lovely.
milk. Keep me.
I only
away
had it
from
2 or
that.
3 times. Like it was grand.
Oh well, Sean.
Yeah, fucked him up.
Oh
R.I.P.
my god. R.I.P. Yeah.
Theo's absolutely shocked, and like that actually wasn't even a joke. That's fucking fact. Like, but
No, that's why, because I know you're being serious.
the
Yeah.
milk was lovely. The milk was delicious.
But this is what I mean. Like, this is not a unique discussion at all for us. You guys talk about how great bread is all the time. And I'm always so confused. I'm like, bread is just bread. Like, it's just sort of there, you know? Like, you can find a good roll over here, but it's not like gonna knock your socks off like the way you guys are talking about it. It's like
but
the main course.
You can.
No. You need to tell me. Trust me. If you ever make it over, either to the UK or to Ireland, we will. Bread alone, right? You could sit down with a good loaf or a good couple of. Give me like 4 or 5 rolls and a bit of butter. Obviously, Shawnee's a freak and doesn't like butter. That's fine, whatever.
On fresh bread, I do like butter on fresh bread. Yeah, go on anyway. Sorry.
4 or 5 rolls or like a selection of breads. Oh my god, you're in fucking heaven.
You'd have to like a bit
Harry.
of butter on brown bread, Sean, though, would you?
Oh, on brown bread, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Harry, in your Lidl's, do you have like really fresh bread over there?
Yes.
Lidl's the place. Like Lidl's the best place to get fresh bread now. But they only have about 2 hours worth of it, so you have to get in there at the right time. But Lidl is amazing for fresh bread now.
7 a.m. when they roll that bakery section out. Christ on a bike. It just heaven.
Graham.
I actually have a pan of chocolate from Lidl right alongside me. Hold on, I'll get it.
Graham speaking facts here in the comments. The chocolate is not great over here as well.
Nah, it's garbage.
It's not great at all. Like I can just imagine people that might look at the comment section after this and without looking at the video and all. It's just all food chat in the comments. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob, for the update, because we're engrossed in this conversation here. Close first round between Josh Cullabay. Second round just kicking off here between Leron Murphy and Josh Cullabay.
Look at this pan of chocolate straight out of Lidl from today. Fresh French pastry straight out of your favorite cheap German. Lidl's gone off a dear though.
Jeez,
one bag of stuff, €87.
You know inflation is high when it's getting expensive to shop at Lidl.
Ah, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I wouldn't even buy anything from the middle aisle.
I gotta say one thing for the Americans though is they do a donut awful well.
Do you know what? I had a realization yesterday that I actually don't like donuts that much.
Yeah, they're not great, but when you go to America, there are some fantastic donut spots.
Krispy Kreme, they make those fresh over there. Those are awesome. When the hot light's on and you're driving by, you got to get in there.
Yeah, I'd be an all. Like, you might like this one. I'd be a Boston cream man myself from Tim Hortons, so I would. No.
That's not for me. No, definitely not.
Really, no?
Oh no, I can't do the cream inside a donut.
Why is it called the Boston cream? Is that because it was created in Boston?
Maybe just not by me for sure.
Yeah, not created nor loved in Boston. That's news. What we learned today. Boston cream donut. I like a Boston cream donut now, and I didn't think I would like one until I came over here. But
what was that one I had last week in the Tim Hortons one?
Oh, the honey one.
Stop. Yeah, that was the nicest thing I've ever had in my life. Like, that was unbelievable.
You see, those are nice because they're not that heavy as well. Like, they're light. It's kind of light. Now, the Boston creams are fairly heavy, so they are.
Do you know what? I don't like the way they're a bit hot, the cream in the middle. Like I think I don't like the consistency of like hot cream. Like if you could put the cold cream into it and give it to me then.
Well, it's not hot. It's just room temperature. Like,
Yeah, I don't like that. I want my cream cold.
Okay,
I hear
fair
that
enough.
loudly. I hear that loudly.
Come here, actually. Here's another question. What's your favorite bun? I don't know how else to ask that question, but when they say about like an eclair, cream donuts, is there a big knockout here? Or are we talking about buns?
There was a bit of a slobber knocker.
I think. Oh, he got wobbled there.
He did.
Leroy Murphy got wobbled there.
The answer, Sean Sheehan, is a cinnamon bun.
Oh no. Don't
Look,
like cinnamon at all.
Ian O'Neill, when you've grown up, we'll have a serious conversation about buns, okay? But for now,
I don't know.
you and your 14-year-old self with your fucking room temperature cream could stay over there.
Come on with your cinnamon bun. What are we doing over here?
I put you down as a cream horn man, Ian, would you?
A cream horn. That sounds sounds like something that you'd find on a fairly bad website, to be honest. I've never heard of a cream horn at all.
No, what? Oh, eclair. Would you have an eclair?
No, an eclair now would be all right up my alley now. Like
Shawnee,
an eclair like would dominate a cinnamon roll for me now.
I mean, stop all this nonsense. But Shawnee, would you be interested in one of the shoe buns, like the circular eclairs, but they're a lighter pastry, more cream, more chocolate on top? Have you had one of those?
Oh yeah. Profiteroles.
This like a fucking giant profiterole. That's what it is.
Yeah. Oh, lovely.
Those
Absolutely.
little small profiteroles or nice little ball ones. They're
those are always my if you were to have one meal before you died, just give me like 1,000 of them. Just let me pop them. I love profiteroles. Love them. I think Tio's just completely lost here. Like, what the fuck are these lads talking about?
Yeah, we're completely derailed this now as well. But
I took the time to start updating some more graphics while you guys are going off about bread.
Yeah.
Would you be cutting your sandwiches now in triangles or halves?
I don't.
Well, I suppose both are halves, but
yeah, like I don't mind. So I've cut them both ways before. I probably would have a tendency to cut them in triangular. Yeah, but like I mean, yeah, that's not. Or maybe I should have answered like I eat my sandwiches whole.
I like that. I think cutting them in triangles is a bit notions, even though I do it myself.
Well, no, there's like you can cut them like in like you can cut it like in one big where it's like cut at an angle.
Yeah.
Like, but I'm not cutting it. I'm not cutting it and then cutting it again into
four. Yeah, no.
You only get them. You only get them at funerals in Ireland.
Yeah, that's true. Do you know what I hate though? I hate the way Americans call everything a sandwich. Like a sandwich is 2 slices of bread with something in the middle. Like a burger is not a sandwich. That's a burger.
I agree. There's this hot debate going on. People saying that hot dogs are fucking sandwiches too. That's ridiculous.
That's crazy. Who calls hot dog sandwiches?
Get them on the
Yanks
right now, and we'll chew them out.
Yeah. Let's. We need to kind of have a conversation with those.
Like like a chicken sandwich. It's like, well, it's a chicken burger. Like it's not a sandwich.
So, Shawnee, can I ask? Would you classify a toasty as a sandwich?
Yeah, I would.
A toasted sandwich.
Toasted sandwich, yeah. Okay. It's just a sandwich in a slightly different temperature.
A sandwich, yeah, a sandwich. I just wanted to make sure.
Ham and cheese for the win.
Do you know what was the fucking biggest thing ever in Ireland before? Them toasted sandwich machines. Remember them?
Yeah.
And then we moved.
Face.
You have to.
It tastes completely different.
But you know what you have to do with those toasted sandwich makers? You have to kind of line them with a bit of. I know you're not a big butter man, but you have to kind of line them.
Oh, you do. They'd stick.
They'd stick on.
But they'd burn the mouth off you then if you eat them too quick as well.
Oh yeah. Do you know what I was a fierce man for? A bit of ham, cheese, and I'd get the little easy singles because it'd get melt up nicely in there. And then I cut up a scallion or a green onion as Tia would, and then throw it in there.
What about a touch of whole grain mustard in there, Ian?
A whole game, what?
You wear with your notions.
Like,
What
that's
are we,
what.
millionaires?
Yeah, well, we like that's like with some fancy fucking London spread or what?
Oh,
The fuck?
get me your French mustard and just put it on. Will you go away with your fucking mustard?
Yeah, great. Graham knows what we're talking about here. Easy singles inside the toasted sandwich from the sandwich maker. One of the nicest things. You could even like leave out the ham and just have a plain toasted cheese sandwich as well.
I'm not a big fan of cheese, right? But I used to love the ham, cheese, and onion toasted sandwiches. Just lovely, like.
Yeah.
On a grated cheese also as well is the only cheese I like. Grated cheese, the best cheese.
There was they used to make them down at our local pub as
Oh
well.
shit! Oh shit! Oh, I think that was a body kick.
I hope Graham's watching this fight.
You are you were a little bit ahead, Harry, and this looks like
Harry, what's your time at?
317, 316, 315.
I'm a little bit closer to you now, but I'm still about maybe 10 seconds behind here.
I'll be
Like 5
quiet.
ahead of me.
No, you don't need to be quiet. It's just wondering if we should be expecting something else.
Don't let this fight get in the way of the sandwich discourse. That's what people are really here for anyway.
Yeah, Matthew Graham's comment, toasted cheese sandwiches for the win. I was saying in the pub, you know, you'd be on a session for the day. You're getting a little bit hungry at about 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening if you're out for the early soccer match. They used to throw on an old toasted ham and cheese sandwich for I don't know what they used to charge, $2.50.
Would you ever get a cold roll? Like ham and coleslaw roll or anything like that?
I'm not a big. If I was getting that, I would get it, but it would be cold chicken instead of ham.
Can I also
Fair
just
enough.
fuck coleslaw? There, I said it.
It depends. I'm very picky about coleslaw. Good coleslaw, delicious. Bad coleslaw, most disgusting thing you could ever have.
I was always on and off with coleslaw for Sean's reason as well. I ate one bit of bad coleslaw once, and it turned me off coleslaw for a couple of years.
Potato salad, thoughts?
Love it.
Anaconda here. That's deep. That's not fun.
I'd buy a tub of potato salad over here and I just eat it straight out with the tub at a fork.
Is it the same over there as is here?
Not everywhere, but I found a place that does brilliant potato salads. You have to get it's with the salad cream. That's the one that you want for potato salad, and there's not that much salad cream over here.
When I invented filled rolls at the start, there was a place in Newcastle West where you could get everything you wanted in the roll for the same price. It was like €3 at the time, whatever.
But sometimes if you get a roll that's too full, I don't like that either.
100%. But like, so here's what I used to get, right? I used to get cold chicken and ham and lettuce and potato salad and coleslaw all in one. And it was fucking lovely. Absolutely delicious. But you couldn't get that now. It cost €12. Like, ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. This anaconda is tight, lads. Noise out. I went all Joe Rogan there. It's tight. And then he got out straight away.
Imagine jiu-jitsu working.
Hey, relax you.
Was that a berimbolo the other day, Harry? You never replied.
It wasn't a berimbolo, no.
A berimbolo when?
Brian Moore did half did a berimbolo kind of thing. I put it in the group. You never saw it. I need you to inspect it and tell me if it was a berimbolo.
If I was on the holidays, I left my phone in the room and turned all notifications off.
Hold on, I'll find the video for you, Harry.
Thank you. I'll break it down live for you.
Yeah, so that you can confirm.
And hold on now. Can I just preface this by saying I'm not saying it was a berimbolo. Mm-hmm. I'm saying it was an attempt to do or to start a berimbolo. Okay.
We're already moving the goalposts out here, Shauna.
Yeah, I absolutely am. Yeah, 100%.
Now I want to look at this again. Now,
where are we?
Right, we're also going to a decision right now with Lerone Murphy.
I think Lerone Murphy absolutely, definitely. Oh, it was his knee.
I would like to think that he was going to try and go for a leg lock in this position, but let's see what Harry thinks. It's coming. It's there.
So it is.
Right. Man.
I'm just going to turn the sound off for a second while I watch it.
I'm no hope in this either, Sean, because I had no idea what that was.
Anyone spot Andy Stevenson on the telly yet? He's down there media row. I don't think I've seen him yet.
I've been looking for him.
No. I don't want to puke. I don't like looking at him.
Oh, sorry.
I'm still fucking sick here. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to get through the podcast later on.
I've watched it.
Yes.
The answer is no. He was not going to try and berimbolo him.
Yes.
What he was doing,
starting the leg lock.
I don't know that it was a leg lock either. What he was looking to do is he laced the De La Riva and he took his left hand and made a frame on the far lat. He could have gone to something called K-guard where he transitions his leg and then it probably would have been a leg lock exchange. But because he kept his left leg framing on the thigh and or his shin on the midriff, it's more likely he was going to try and force an off balance, making your man step back on his
like
right.
what McGregor did to Diaz, was it?
Similar. And then he would have been able to either go to X guard, which is what McGregor did, and that's how he swept Diaz, or he would have been able to scramble back up to his feet.
So what's berimbolo? But it's like the same position, but you like turn your leg inside and trip him, is it?
No,
a berimbolo is a sweep that you attack on your back and you use it to sweep to get into top position. That's what.
That's what he was doing, wasn't it?
No,
he was like catching the back of his ankle and trying to sweep him down.
Brian Moore was in a position called De La Riva. The berimbolo is a position maybe 2 or 3 steps after a De La Riva.
Yeah, that's what I said when I changed the goalpost there earlier on. I actually looked up a thing and they said it was a berimbolo from the De La Riva. It was like one of the first things that came up.
You would find berimbolos from De La Rivas, sure.
There you go. So I was right. We can end the conversation here.
Lerone Murphy was given 2 10-8s there. He got scorecards of 30-26 twice and 1 30-27. Got the unanimous decision victory there.
Robbery.
In case anyone wants to know what's going on with the fights.
Yeah.
Do you know what I wish we had that Americans have? Fake cheese.
What's
you know, like a
spray cheese?
A spray can of cheese. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds gnarly.
No.
I don't even like cheese. No, I just wish we had it.
We'll try it once. That's about it.
Yeah. I don't even know what I want it for, but I like the thought of it. You know?
Right, lads. I will be back in approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Where are you going?
I'm going to start dinner. So,
what are you having?
There is going to be some pasta. There's going to be
toasted ham and cheese sandwich.
Having squeezy cheese straight out of a can. No, we're going for some pasta with some red sauce. I'll have a little bit of chicken there, and Imogen will have some tofu, and there'll be bountiful amounts of grated. You, Sean.
Yeah.
You'd have to be giving Lerone Murphy a push up here now, lads, wouldn't you? It's time to go. Two wins on the bounce here now. He definitely needs to get a ranked opponent next. Or will they try and do the Nathaniel Wood fight? Lots of drama over and back between those two this week.
Ivlaev, he'll beat him.
Who?
Ivlaev.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a bad shout, honestly. It'd be a good fight, but I honestly, just like for selfish reasons, would want to see the Wood fight just for the drama. But can't really go wrong, honestly, in that division.
Is Nathaniel Wood's fighting tonight, isn't he?
He is. He's fighting Andre Fili in 2 fights time.
Brilliant.
1,
lovely.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7.
I better go and watch these all fights, I suppose.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming on and derailing it, but I did have a good time talking food, and Tio's
gone now.
You can't leave me on my own here.
No, I can't leave you now.
Well, Ian, what did you think? Well, Ian, what did you think of that fight? Oh, well,
not so bad. Get your phone out. We're what about the All Ireland? While the rest of them are gone, they can't give out about us.
Well, I'm wearing green today, but I won't be wearing green tomorrow. I tell you that.
I was wondering.
I'd be quietly confident if I'm being honest now. I'm quietly confident, but the problem is that we have to show up and play our absolute best game, but we have to also hope that Limerick have an off day. And Limerick have been having a couple of off days this year, so
yeah,
it's down to, I think the winning of it for us is down to what Limerick show up, because if Limerick come in and they can kick on a gear tomorrow, well then we're probably going to be left in the dust like we were towards the end of the game last year. But geez, I can't wait. Like talking about rashers and sausages, I'll be heading off to the shop now after these fights, and I'll be picking up what they call Brendan's rashers and sausages over here, and they're the closest to the Irish style that you can get. And tomorrow morning, I'm going to wake up early. I'm going to have a lovely breakfast, and I'm going to watch Kilkenny win an All-Ireland final. It's going to be great.
Sure. If you do, you do now. Well, fair play to you if you do. I'm looking forward to it now.
I know it'll be good. It'll be a good game. It'll be a good game. Be interesting to see how it goes down.
I wonder what teams will actually play.
That's the thing now. That's I
Mm-hmm.
was surprised to see Blanchfield's name now. So it'll be interesting to see if he does play or how long he plays for. Or I think they'll probably
not that bad the last day though. I think maybe they overblew it a little bit just to kind of put people off.
They always will kind of do that a little bit, but like I guess when someone is carrying, I'm sure he's carrying somewhat of a knock though. What you don't want is to leave him on the bench and then bring him on and for him to get hurt. So I mean, if you go and you can get a good 30 or 40 minutes out of him or something like that, perhaps, and if you can get the whole game out of him, well and good. But you'd be better off starting him and see how well he can do, and then if he's not performing, you just take him off then.
The rumor was he had a fucking burst kidney. Sure.
A burst kidney. Jesus.
Yeah, like he got stabbed into the kidney. So he wouldn't be playing. He couldn't be playing if that had happened 3 weeks ago. Like
no
weeks
chance.
ago. 2 weeks
no
ago.
chance.
So I'd say he must be grand. Like probably just bad bruising or something, and probably took 10 days off, and he's all right now. But he'd be a massive loss. Like he's like. So I was listening to a lot of podcasts. Like most people were saying, like, look, Limerick can't afford to lose Nicky Quaid and Gillan probably, but everyone else, it's a blow. But we can afford to lose them. Like, where's Kilkenny? I don't know if they can afford to lose anyone. Like,
No, they can't. They can't. Not at all.
Yeah.
And we need, like I said in the preview, we need a couple of our players to show up as well and kind of take some of the slack off Owen Cody and TJ Reid too. So,
who do you want to win tomorrow? That's Limerick or Kilkenny?
I don't know. I don't watch Quidditch like you guys do, but seems like it's gonna be a barn burner.
That's a brilliant name for a Quidditch.
No, like all due respect to those guys, but like Sean puts it on my timeline. I don't know what the hell I'm watching. Looks like it's a lot of fun.
It's a serious game, man. Serious game.
I saw one guy with a hurling thing like walking down the street the other day. I almost dropped my jaw to the floor. I've never seen someone actually carry those things around over here.
Oh yeah, there'd be a lot of Boston. There'd be a lot of people going over to Boston to play. Like there's a good hurling set up over there. Like a lot of lads that go over under J1s, and I know a lot of the lads that be hurling county be going over there as well to play for the summer.
You should watch the final now tomorrow, yeah. It's on at 3:30 Irish time.
So that's like 10:30 my time.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'm up for it. I'll see it. Well, I don't even know how I'd watch it over here.
So what you want to do is you want to change your VPN to Ireland, right? And then you want to go into the RTE player.
That's when you won't be able to watch it.
No, it works. It works, but you have to do it on the laptop. That's the only thing. You'll be able to get it on the laptop.
All right. We'll see.
It'll be good. My county is Ian's county. Ian's county are the best county ever. My county are the best county right now.
Right, you guys won last year, right?
Yeah, we won 4 of the last 5 years.
So that's Limerick is next to Cork.
Yeah.
And then yours is right there, Kilkenny.
Kilkenny's up another bit.
Yeah, mine is down a little bit down towards the southeast. Like Sean would be southwest, I'd be southeast. I think around that.
Yeah, close enough.
In around the same vicinity, like I mean, southwest, central, southeast, central, kind of not on the coastline.
Kind of like Kilkenny. It's halfway from here to Dublin if you went off track a bit. Or is it?
Well, Ian was telling me you guys have a brand new highway, like as of a couple of years ago, and that trip usually was back roads before, right?
It's still back roads now. If I was to go to Ian's house now, it'd be off. Oh no, I was actually looking today. You'd be turning off above in fucking Leash or somewhere.
Graham hit. It's only from one side up and down. It's if you're to go from the south to the north, it'd take you about 5 hours. But if you're going to east to west, it's only like from Dublin to Galway, it only takes 2 hours really.
Oh yeah, but that's Dublin to Galway. But if you're to go from Dingle to Waterford, it'd take you about 6 hours. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
like over here, it's like you do long trips, like Graham said. Like the nearest city to me is Regina. That's a 3-hour drive. But I've driven 6 hours to Calgary and 7 hours to Banff to the mountains, and 5 hours to Edmonton as well. And it's
How far would you be from a beach now in Kilkenny?
I'd be down to Tremor in about
Waterford.
an hour, I'd say. Yeah, Waterford.
They're about the
yeah.
same as me, so yeah. Like
Or you could get to a couple of them in Wexford as well. Like Corktown is another one. Not too far away, but always we would have went to Tremor now in Waterford. Sunny, like.
So we got a Ballybunion. It's about, I don't know, 40 minutes away or something maybe.
Yeah, go down to the beach and then knock it into the freezing cold sea. That's what you do in Ireland.
Yeah, stay on the sand.
Yeah,
Fuck around balls.
Water is fucking freezing in the sea in Ireland.
I can't swim, and I won't be learning. You just freeze anyway. Even if you could swim, you just freeze to death.
Yeah.
So what's the point of learning?
It's good for healing, though, the Irish Sea. That's what they say.
Do you know what, though? Like, as everyone knows, I have an awful bad shoulder. Jeez, my shoulder way better during the summer when it's hot. Like, in the winter, my shoulder's fucked. But then I get about 3 weeks of over 15 degrees, and my shoulder's grand. It's mad.
That is mad, yeah. Well, it does. It happens over here as well in the extreme cold too. You're
Hold on, we see. Can we get a shoulder click on here? Hold on. No, I won't do it. Too hot.
I'm just going to leave this comment up here.
Soft. I've had a fucking torn rotator cuff for about 7 years, and I never even went to the doctor. That's the exact opposite of soft. Just complain about it an awful lot.
Yeah, just complain about it and do nothing about it.
I went to the doctor once, and he told me I was
the
fine.
official diagnosis? Because you're a terrible man for self-diagnosing the thing. Because you said,
I am, yeah.
You have self-diagnosed yourself with COVID now around 4 times without actually legitimately.
Once I legitimately.
Say that again, Tio.
I said COVID's usually like really easy to diagnose. I don't know why you need to do it yourself.
Yeah, I know.
I've never actually been like diagnosed by a doctor with it. I diagnosed myself once with like a home test, and I diagnosed myself like 3 times other times by just being really sick. So, but yeah, no, I went to the doctor with my shoulder. He was fucked.
What did he say?
And he tested out, and he goes, you're grand. It'll be all right in a few weeks.
He said, do you know what he said to you? He said, drink a cup of cement and harden the fuck up.
Basically.
Yeah.
And that was about 6 years ago, and it's still fucked. So I'm like, I went to the doctor. Like, how can I go to the doctor a second time? Like, with the same thing. Makes no sense.
Yeah.
But yeah. Someone said frozen shoulder, and it takes 3 years to get better, and then it did, and then it came back.
I have around where my rotator cuff is, that was always hurting me, and then it caused trouble in my neck, and I have a constant ringing in my right ear as well, all from on down this side. I think it's all connected, but I've tried going to chiropractors and physios and stuff like that, and it's just like nothing. Like, I'm the same as you now. When I'll rotate my arm like that, I'll kick it. It kicks every time.
Couldn't do that now.
Yeah,
I cannot. I don't have that motion. I couldn't do that. Also, glucosamine. Maybe that's what fixed my shoulder. Actually, not thinking about it.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Magic potion. Herbert's and Ferrisheim 3 minutes and 50 right now in this fight. These two guys look very similar inside the cage, even the way they stand in there. There's been a lot of that recently in fights where two fighters have looked similar in there. Who was the other ones that we were talking about recently? It was Neil Magny and Phil Rowe, yeah.
Oh, Jesus, Ariana Lipsky, whoever she was fighting the last time. They're the exact same.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Big one for Jai here now. It's a good stylistic matchup for him, though.
Give YouTube Premium, lads.
So what's that? I have YouTube Premium on my personal one. Yeah,
it's the best thing I've ever bought.
Getting rid of the ads is.
Yeah,
is that really the main thing? Just no ads?
No ads,
ads.
but you can also listen to it. Do you know when you're playing YouTube on your phone and then your phone goes off or goes
Oh
into
yeah, you
standby
can lock
mode?
it and still play it like it's a
Yeah, you can
song.
walk still
Oh,
play
that's
it.
nice.
Yeah, that was the deal breaker for me.
The ads are the deal breaker for me. I like, if I wanted to cancel, I couldn't. Like, you can't go from having no ads back to ads with YouTube. It'll wreck my life. Like, it's terrible.
Yeah, but now
Awful.
they have like 2 ads per video, and half of them are like you can't skip them. It's insane.
Yeah, someone was telling me that. Yeah, I don't see ads anymore. The only time I ever see ads is when I log into the SevereMMA account, and I'm like, how does anyone do this? Like, it's terrible.
It's not terrible. It's
It's not awful. It's truly terrible. I'd rather fucking lose my phone.
What's driving me crazy too is now they have ads under the replies of tweets. So it's like you'll be going through a tweet thread and all of a sudden like a Twitter ad will just pop up out of nowhere. It's like it's the worst. Are they still doing the ad revenue sharing over there?
For what?
For Twitter. Have you seen this? We were talking about it in the group chat.
You have to wait for 3 months though.
Oh, really?
I've signed up now, and you have to have 3 months of over 5 million impressions or whatever. So I usually get around 5 million every month, so hopefully I'll get it. But if I don't, I'll just cancel it again. But it'd be worth it. Like, even if I got it for 1 month, I think it's be about 75 quid or something. So like, pay for stuff for 2 months, like,
for stuff you're doing regardless, right?
Yeah. And like, you see, that's why a lot of people now are doing like, oh, what's your favorite sandwich? And they get 1,000 replies.
It's a billion quote tweets.
Yeah. Might do that. Well, I just tweet, what's your favorite sandwich, and see how many replies I get. What's your favorite sandwich?
Yeah, that would go well for you.
It's become one of those accounts. Do you ever see Brock Lesnar's Facebook page? That's become one of those accounts. It's just like half naked women and stuff, and like there was one the other day that said, what's your man's name from Die Hard?
Oh, shit. I can't think of the guy's name.
Bruce Willis, yeah. It said Bruce Willis had died. And I like, oh, geez, Bruce Willis after, and I clicked into it, and it just like wasn't Bruce Willis after dying at all. It was just something completely different.
Was it on Brock Lesnar's Facebook page?
Yeah. If you go to Brock Lesnar's Facebook page, it's just all mad clickbait, like fake news stuff. It's crazy. And like, literally look at it. It's ridiculous. It might be a fake Brock Lesnar page now, but it's one I've liked years ago anyway. And I just never bothered on liking it.
That's funny. The way you explained it, I thought like Brock Lesnar was on his phone just sending these out.
No.
Okay, so it's a fan page.
And I don't think it's a fan page, no. I just think someone either hacked into Brock Lesnar's page or he just like sold them his page years ago or something. I'll see if I can find it. I'll send it on to you.
Beautiful.
Right, lads, I'm going to go. Love you and leave you.
Enjoy the rest of the fight, Shawnee.
You too. Thanks very much. You're doing a great job. 4 hours. Some
4 hours. It's a long one. It's a long one.
That's what she said.
And that's why I leave us with it. That's what she said, joke, Shawnee. Drop
God bless.
Take
Bye now.
Sean.
Thanks for coming on.
Well, that was a fun detour.
Well, there you go. Yeah, full of derailment there with Shawnee joining us, but fun all the same.
I think we talked about sandwiches for like half an hour.
Yeah, got a good sandwich.
We missed an entire fight in that process. That was crazy.
We did, yeah. We get back down to business here.
Oh man,
I kind of want a sandwich now, to be honest.
I haven't eaten yet today, honestly, because the fight snuck up on me. So all this talk is getting me going.
Yeah. But yeah, well matched. I kind of caught snippets of that first round. It seemed fairly well matched.
Has Jai not had a fight since the Chapuria one?
I think he did. I think he won on the last. He won on the last London card. I want to say. I'll check here real quick. I want to say he got a win that time out.
Oh, actually, I remember. I feel like it was a close decision, was it not?
He drew with Ludwig Klein.
There it is.
So yeah, he lost to Topuria, then he beat Kyle Nelson, and then he had that draw with Ludwig Klein. So that was the one where it was he had the point taken, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that. So that would have been the Leon Usman card, correct?
That's
the
right.
pay-per-view.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a weird one because it didn't really feel like it was a true London show because they had bounced the venue around so many times and they ended up back at the O2. Like they wanted to do a stadium in Birmingham, right?
Well, there was talks of it, but
Right.
I don't know if they would have been able to pull it off. They're not too keen. I don't know for some reason. They always said they weren't keen to do stadium shows over there because of the weather, but you've got plenty of stadiums over there that you can close the roof on it now, so it's not really that much of an issue, really. So it's like, I don't know, like I'd like to see a couple of cards go other places in the UK, like Manchester, Liverpool. There's lots of different ones. You could do an arena there. More so I want to back in Ireland.
Yeah. Tottenham's got that like brand new stadium though, don't they?
Who? Tottenham do, yeah. I don't know whether you can maybe you can close the roof on that. I'm not too sure, but yeah, they've had a couple of Anthony Joshua fights there. Like, I mean, even at that, or even at Wembley, like, UFC is saying that they can't do that, but like they clearly could if they wanted to, because if you can pull off an Anthony Joshua fight in those arenas, you could pull off a UFC event as well.
It just feels like at this point they just don't want to risk it. Like they're already making enough money as it is. Like why would they? Why would they? They don't have to do that. People are still going to buy the tickets if it's inside,
That's very true. But like, even if we were to talk about being over in the States, they were always flirting with the idea of going to the Cowboy Stadium, and they've not done that yet. So, and then I guess the talk now is the new Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas as well. So it's like, I think you probably hit the nail on the head, is that maybe, the extra production costs and organization and stuff, it's just more feasible for them just to stay putting on arena shows. And like I said, they're selling out as well, but you need a monster card. Like you do it more easily, I think, over in the UK if you got like stacked it up with that UK level of talent. You want to put on a monster card, I think, to fill out the Cowboy Stadium or the Allegiant Stadium in the US. What do you think?
Yeah, you'd have to, right? You'd have to get one of those big names. I know McGregor really wanted to do that. He wanted to do the Cowboy Stadium for a very long time. Then it seemed like, after the trilogy with Poirier, they were sort of both flirting with the idea of going to Legion Stadium as well to face Oliveira later in the year. So I think it's got to be a situation like that where it's got to be like either McGregor or maybe Adesanya or someone like that. But yeah, regardless of whoever is, headlining the bill, it's got to be a stacked card because it's a long time to be in an arena for an entire fight card. And with the extra space in there, the extra echo, it gets a little more eerie if there's some dull fights and all that stuff.
Have you been at one? I can't say that I've been at a fight in a big arena. Like I've been obviously in the T-Mobile and other arenas around Canada and Ireland and stuff to watch fights, but I was never in a big kind of stadium. Were you watching a boxing fight? No. I'd be being at like obviously gigs, concerts and stuff like that there, but yeah, I'd be interested. Like, I mean, you're not going to see Jack, I don't think, in most of those stadiums. You're just going there for the experience of the crowd and stuff like that. I bet you big screens are going to be your best friend in the stadium show, I think.
Yeah, I went to Foxborough, Gillette Stadium, where the Patriots play back in 2016, I want to say it was, for the Winter Classic between the Bruins and the Canadians. And we sat all the way up. We were 2 rows away from the very top row, and they came out for warm-ups and they had like 100 whatever pucks on the ice. You could not see the puck. Could not see the puck at all.
No way.
So I could only imagine, if you're in a stadium and all the way on the top, just watching a fight where it's literally just 2 people in the middle of the field, it would be impossible. You would have to just watch the screens.
You would. And even when you're cage side, sometimes you're having to watch the screen as well. Like, so.
Yeah, that's the thing people don't realize is that like they always act like, oh, sitting cage side is like the premiere, and it kind of is, but you really don't see much from there. You don't realize how much the cage affects you, how much the stanchions are over there, how many guys are standing behind the stanchions with cameras right there. So it's a lot that you can't see. And so like half the time when you're on the floor, you're really looking up at the screen, especially when like people are grappling or just against the cage. And sometimes like half the cage is really cut off because of the stanchions. So you really can't see much unless you're directly on the cage.
Yeah, it's a good comment there. Dana White said little arenas are better environment and atmosphere for fights, and he said stadiums are too big and not good for ambience. And I mean, yeah, that's true, but it would also be the UFC's job to try and create that level of atmosphere there as well. And I do know what they're saying. They do have like the UFC have their arena shows nailed down, like when it comes to a production value, and it you do sense that it is a different show when you're at a UFC show as well. So it's they do a good job with that. But I mean, like, just try it. Like, what's the worst that can happen? Like, I mean, you know, no one is going to complain about the atmosphere until after it happens, and after it happens, you've already sold the ticket. So I mean, it's I don't know. I'd like to see it just for something different. They didn't do the one in Toronto was in or no the one in Melbourne, was that the one? Was there what 65,000 at that?
The Whitaker Adesanya first fight.
No, it was Ronda Rousey.
Oh, I think they did. Yeah, it was Marvel. The Marvel Stadium is the same one, but I think the Ronda fight they sold more tickets to, so that actually broke the record. But it's the same arena, I believe.
Right.
But yeah,
And
that is the record as of right now. You know, what is the what's that massive stadium in Japan that they used to go to for like Pride back in the day?
the Saitama Super Arena. Yeah, that was like 90,000, I believe.
That'd be fun.
That would be crazy. But and like I mean, you're not going to get atmosphere there. That's because the Japanese crowd are so respectful over there.
Right.
They'll just applaud whenever they see any good techniques and stuff like that. But
that's kind of cool though. It's so different from what we're used to over here. You know?
It is, yeah, it is. It was always a cool arena, and they still do shows there. I think Ryzen go back there from time to time. I'm not sure, maybe won championships as well. Yeah, I think like I think you know like with the football games and soccer games, like I mean. You'll create an atmosphere if you need entertainment to create atmosphere, and UFC are good at creating entertainment. The same, you know, those big stadiums, they do have good atmosphere. I've been at a good few soccer matches in Old Trafford and stuff like that, where you know it gets fairly crazy as well. But no, it's just something new. It's something different. Like I think that's what the UFC is lacking a little bit. It's just like. It's the same thing over and over again. I know the fights are good at the majority of the time, but it's like, you know, rinse and repeat. It don't seem that they're too interested in kind of thinking outside of the box right now. And that's for exactly the same reasons as what you were saying, is because for financial reasons, they have the production nailed down in the arena shows. But like, you know, you have UFC 30-year anniversary coming up. Wouldn't that have been tailor-made for a stadium show? You just absolutely stack that card.
Right, yeah. Either that or I'd love to see him go back to like the MGM Grand, you know, just because I feel like that's I feel like that's really like the holy grail of like a fight sport venue. There's so many great fights that happen there. It's also like a really good venue just for being a spectator. Like I feel like it's the perfect size as well.
I didn't ever get I was in the MGM Grand, but I think it was only for a weigh-in one time. I was in the old Mandalay Bay for a really old UFC. That was Rampage versus Forrest Griffin, 86, way back in the day. And Mandalay Bay was a pretty cool arena as well. But yeah, they were all the go back in the day. It was the MGM and the Mandalay Bay.
I tried to, you know, sneak my way into the MGM Grand Arena the last time I was in Vegas to try to get some B-roll, just because it was also like the whatever year anniversary of when Conor had fought there last against Nate Diaz. So I was just trying to get some B-roll so we could get some stuff up. But security there did not want to grant me a special exception, even though it was just a minute. Well, it was also because they were setting up for, I think, SummerSlam or whatever it was, because WWE went head-to-head with International Fight Week that year. So,
oh, that's right. Yeah. What year was that?
It would have been last year. The Adesanya Cannonier card.
Right. Yeah.
Which was, again, certainly a fight.
Yeah, there would have been plenty of seats left going into round 3 in that fight anyway, if you were looking for a few. I mean, now you're going to have this problem now, are you, with Israel Adesanya coming in there? And all the rumor is that Sean Strickland is going to get the nod, and it's like with Izzy, you know, you know that he has the skills to put a guy like Sean Strickland away, but is he going to just stand and just jab the face off him at distance for 5 rounds again? I think one thing that Alex Bahia did so well with Israel Adesanya is he brought the dog out in them, whereas that he forced Israel to attack. And that's the Israel Adesanya that I most enjoy looking at, to be honest. We've seen how exciting he is when he does attack, and Kelvin Gastelum brought the dog out in him. But look, like I said, that's easy for me to say when I'm not the one in there, but like that's just the style of fight I like. The guy's taking a few chances going on the attack. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think Israel will kind of go out there and blow Strickland out of the water if it was to happen, or do you think we're going to see much of the same?
Yeah, no, I think it honestly looks a lot like the second Marvin Vettori fight that they had. Two guys who have heat between Adesanya and some new guy who's supposed to come in and give him a big challenge. He plays it safe, but in that process, he likes to send a message. He likes to taunt a little bit. You remember that sequence there towards the end where Vettori's got him against the cage and Adesanya just gives his ass a little bit of a squeeze. I think we're going to see stuff like that with him versus Strickland, because I think Adesanya is petty enough to want to prove a point in that sense, but not going to be willing to give a guy like Sean Strickland a chance to be able to ever say, I hold a win over you. So I think he's going to play it safe.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully he doesn't, but it'd be interesting to see. It's a pity that Drickus fight isn't happening, because I think that's a more interesting stylistic matchup. I missed the result there. Who got the win?
I'm trying to get that figured out right now because I got to get these live results going.
We're doing a horrible job of keeping people intact with the with the results here, but whatever.
Nothing interesting, guys. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I got to mute so I can hear this.
Oh, I was wondering what the result was, and it hasn't even been read out yet. What do we have?
All right, looks like Ferris wins a unanimous decision, 229-28 and 130-27.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and this result is definitely coming out a little bit late, but that's all right. All right, well, I feel like this card's honestly picked up a little bit, even though we've sort of teetered away from the actual content of it.
Yeah, we're gearing up now for a couple of good fights here as well, so we're getting into the business end of this card now as well. But we have Andre Muniz and Paul Craig next. It's going to be interesting to see what Paul Craig looks like in the middleweight division. On the scale, didn't look all too bad on the scale. Looked a little bit weary and unsteady walking up to the scale, I would have to say. But I'd be interested to see how he kind of looks here at middleweight. Andre Muniz going to be a tough challenge for him. But it's a good stylistic matchup. Obviously, Muniz has some good grappling as well, like Paul Craig. So it'll be interesting to see how they kind of approach this fight, really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, honestly, the way that the last Paul Craig fight went in the former London card that they had done there, when he was sort of just butt scooting across the cage, kind of left people with a sour taste in their mouth. But I think this is really going to be a huge one for Paul Craig to see if he can get it done. Now going down to middleweight, I didn't think he had to do that. Obviously, he might have some indications that we don't have knowledge of. So, fair play to him for just doing that. But yeah, I was a little bit disturbed by the way he looked on the scale. Not necessarily that like his face looked too sucked in, or I didn't think that he was stumbling too hard, but he just looks so rail thin, and we just aren't used to seeing him like that, considering he's always been at 205. So I don't know. Honestly, it's hard for me to say, oh, this guy looks healthy during a weight cut, or this guy looks not healthy during a weight cut, because they all kind of look like shit.
They all kind of look like shit for sure. Yeah. If Harry was here now, he'd be telling us fuck weight
cutting. I'll say it for him.
There you go. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this fight now. It's going to be very interesting. I like Andrew Muniz, although I'm kind of not as hot on him as I was at one stage. I thought he looked fairly ordinary against Uriah Faber, and then or not Uriah Faber, Uriah Hall. Where did they get that out of? And then obviously he lost against Brendan Allen in the last fight. So he'll be coming out with a point to prove here as well. But you think, he used to always kind of utilize his grappling in most of his fights coming up. And, that's going to be dangerous waters if he tries to do that with Paul Craig here. So we might even end up seeing a little bit of a striking match here. So I'd be interested to see how that might play out.
My bad, just got that out. Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, this fight, awesome. Can't wait for it. Super excited for this one. Awesome.
Right.
What are we seeing here? Yeah, Andre Muniz honestly is kind of an interesting matchup for him to have his first one at middleweight here. He's really good on top, so he can sort of smother Paul Craig in those situations where he's going to be looking for openings to get submissions off. But yeah, I think he's a durable guy to test yourself against in a new division. So Paul Craig certainly has his hands full here. But yeah, I'm not really sure that the move down to middleweight is something that I would be doing if I was Paul Craig at this point, because I didn't think he looked like undersized at light heavyweight, Ian. But yeah, maybe he's just assuming that a larger frame here will do him wonders, especially with his jiu-jitsu here in the middleweight.
Yeah, like I kind of agree with you in saying that I don't really feel that there was a necessity to cut weight for him, but he says he wants to compete at both light heavyweight and at middleweight at the same time, and like going up and down in divisions is not really the best thing to do really either. But we're going to have that question answered, how he looks at middleweight. Like if he might get come down here and get blown out of the water, and it could be straight back to 205 for him for his next fight. We never know here.
Yeah, it's also kind of hard for me to buy into the idea that a 35-year-old fighter is going to be jumping up between two weight classes. So we'll see how that develops later on. But Paul Craig's walking out right now, and honestly, Ian, I think this guy's got like the best game face in MMA.
He does.
His stare downs during the weigh-ins when he paints his face like Braveheart are incredible. Yeah, Paul Craig honestly is just all game. He's got a fantastic beard as well. I can't deny.
And one of the pound for pound greatest nicknames in mixed martial arts as well, but the Bear Jew.
Bear Jew, that's right. Yeah, all in on Paul Craig here.
That's it. MVP in the crowd there. A free agent.
I wonder if he got those tickets comp for him.
I wonder if he did. It'd be great if they announced his signing to the UFC after this fight.
It looks like they got Audi right there as well.
Kind
of makes me think.
Interesting, yeah.
He's still with them, right? For the management team?
MVP?
Yeah, or did he get in the split? Because I know Tim Simpson took like a bunch of the roster with him as well.
I guess if Audi is there with them, I think Audi was probably going to represent on him. Yeah, I think Tim got a lot of the Aussie crew, I believe.
Got Leon as well.
Leon as well.
Yeah,
no, Tim Simpson. He's had a good last couple of years now. Fair play to him for going out on his own.
Yeah, shout out to him. And also, like, it seemed like a pretty amicable split as well. You'd imagine, one guy leaving and taking some of your athletes with you would cause some sort of rift, but it seems like they're still great friends at this point. Like Tim Simpson, it seems like I think Audi was like really Tim's mentor through this whole thing.
Yeah, maybe it was pre-planned too. Like you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. But yeah, like you said, normally something like that would bring a little bit of heat. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's too much shit being talked. And I guess business is business at the end of the day.
And true that.
Paul Craig 190 underdog here. Andrew Muniz minus 225. Where would your money be going down here, Tio?
I think it's hard to bet against Muniz in this position, just because we don't really know what Paul's going to look like at this weight. Like that's really the one thing that I keep going back to here is I can't say for sure how he's going to look right now. But yeah, I think also stylistically, Muniz has the ability to cause a lot of problems here with his wrestling. I think he's going to be a lot more smothering on top than Paul Craig would be ready for. And yeah, so that's why I just have to go with Muniz based on those.
Yeah, I would tend to agree here. There's a lot of unknowns here for Paul Craig. Harry, you look at you. We in your honor, we labeled the fuck weight cutting when you aren't around to say that. But what's your opinion on Paul Craig's move down to the middleweight division?
I mean, his chin wasn't fantastic at 205, and so I feel like shedding an extra grip of weight doesn't make much sense when it comes to taking shots. Does it allow him to be a little bit more athletic? Does it allow him to move a little more in his body? Maybe. But I mean, he's not a 205er walking around. You know, he's going to be a little bit heavier than that, and he's then going to be moving his way down to 205 as he gets ready for a fight. And so I'm not sure I like this drastically. There's obviously going to be a strength advantage, or at least you would expect so. I think that's probably the game plan. But yeah, I mean, on the preview show, I think we broke this one down pretty well. I'm quite excited to see how it goes for sure. But yeah, I think I favor Muniz in most of these situations. To me, this feels similar in the sense to Joel Alvarez and Mark Diakese, in that I think Muniz has a little bit more options on the feet. And it's very basic, it's very rudimentary, don't get me wrong, but I think he has a few more options. And then when it comes to the groundwork, I think Paul Craig is a submission sniper. We've certainly seen that in his UFC tenure. But when it comes to Andre Muniz, he feels like a more fundamental, positionally dominant grappler. And against Joel Alvarez and Mark Diakese showed that was really dominant in spades.
I think Andre Muniz looks fantastic in the cage here. He is looking jacked in there. I've not seen him look like that before. Have you guys?
I think he saw your latest Instagram profile picture and was like, "Fuck me, lads! I need to get in the gym."
My one, Jesus, not going to be worried off my, not going to be worried off any of my pictures anyway. That's for sure.
But I do wonder whether this is what the fight's going to be. This first minute has been mainly kicks, right? A lot of kicks. Muniz has tried to catch one kick, and Paul Craig turned out of it nicely. But I do wonder, when you have two potent grapplers like this, whether we are going to see. It was who was it? Jacare and somebody else. I can't remember. Another grappler, and it was just a very boring, very horrendous kickboxing match. It was near the end of Jacare's tenure. Anyway.
Was it Chris Camozzi?
It was not Chris Camozzi, no. But yeah, I mean, what we're seeing here is both guys respecting each other's grappling, I think, because both guys would have shot for takedowns, or in Paul Craig's sense, taken a shot and pulled guard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is sort of systemic of what we'd expect from two potent grapplers.
Yeah, very, very tentative so far.
The one thing I do like actually about the grappler versus grappler matchups is often they're not scared to throw their kicks, right? Because they're kind of happy in the scramble, kind of happy in the takedown defending realms, and then equally if it hits the mat, you know, they're both relatively confident in their abilities there. And so when we see kicks fly like we do, it's nice. It's a good change.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I agree with the leg kicks comments from Marcus there. They are very effective so far early, and there hasn't been too much to score in this round as of yet. But
well, I think the best scoring was Muniz coming through on a 1-2 and snapping Craig's head back a touch. But other than that, I mean, Craig's body kicks are definitely impactful. They're landing well, but I don't think it was as impactful as the head strikes, right?
Yeah, you know, that reddened up the nose as well of nice kick of Paul Craig as well.
By what time are you on, Io?
1:50.
Oh, perfect. We're basically the same. We're like 4 seconds behind each other.
What about you, Theo?
I'm at 136 right now.
Well, Theo's ahead. Like, it's crazy how it always changes, isn't it?
Yeah, Theo is ahead by 1 second to me.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit behind as well. Story of my life.
Ah, come on. Lovely head kick from Muniz that you'll see.
Gadoosh. There you go.
Yeah. Did we get confirmation on what happened to Josh Culibao? Was it his knee?
I didn't get
Yeah,
what
that's
happened.
what it looked like. At least we didn't have the commentary on, so we didn't really get the official word. But yeah, they showed a replay where his knee totally gives out. So
oof, that's not good, lads. It's very unfortunate because that was a competitive fight. Okay, so
look at this.
Andre Muniz has read the kicks. He caught 2, like Shallow caught them. But you see here immediately.
Paul Craig is trying to bait him with those kicks, I think, to get into the guard position. But the problem is you have Andre Muniz on top of you here. He's not going to fall for those traps.
Andre Muniz is looking to pass in a method that's called the high tripod pass. So right now he's looking for body locks, but previously he was looking for a high tripod where his hips were up high and he had you see the far right underhook. Now Paul Craig is looking for triangles and is looking to get underneath on violin arm bars. The Paul Craig guard is obviously, as we know, very, very tricky, very, very complex. But you see that Muniz is moving his hips aggressively to start to strip the posts on Paul Craig's legs, and then he goes right back into butterfly, double underhook. Sorry. So I think from a grappling perspective, Andre Muniz certainly did the better work on top in that round, and I think Paul Craig would have felt whilst he was manipulating the upper body grips of Andre Muniz, the leg pummeling from Muniz was pretty good, and Paul couldn't get his inside frames with his legs as sufficiently as he would have wanted. So I do want to see that hit the mat again. Wouldn't be mad if Paul Craig is baiting with those kicks and throws a couple so that Muniz can take him down again, because I'm really interested to see how this plays out on the bottom.
Yeah, Paul looks a little bit frail, obviously enough after cutting the weight cut. I don't think he looks
tired.
Yeah, his frame is not good. He doesn't look like he has too much confidence there. Sometimes I feel with weight cuts that it and I felt it was the same with Patricio Pitbull when he fought Sergio Pettis, that he was just so concentrated, I think, on not gassing out after the weight cut that it kind of took away from the rest of his game.
I agree. I have one of my training partners at the gym is a Scottish fella, and he's called Paul Craig second round triangle.
Really? Well, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I think he's wrong, but we will see.
Yeah, you're more of a right to call him out on that than I do, but we'll see what happens for sure. But
that is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Paul Craig using the size and strength advantage for sure here.
Has Muniz on his back now, and
Muniz
these are the battles we want to see on the canvas. I mean, yeah, 2 very good submission artists here. Craig separating, landing some damage.
Big up kick. Muniz spins through for an arm. Nice guard retention from Muniz. Pulls Craig in, looking for triangles, locks up the trap triangle. Paul Craig needs to bring his arms. Okay, we're now looking at a half triangle. Muniz needs to cut an angle and invert his knees underneath. He's caught his angle. This is not good for Paul Craig.
He's going to get triangled, is he?
So Muniz is trapping the arm. Paul Craig's doing a good job of stacking Muniz. Muniz is looking at using arm bars. Paul Craig's almost out. He's now out. Really nice guard retention there from Paul Craig. But this is where Muniz needs to be super careful, right? He can't be too overzealous with the strikes. We've seen so many times that Paul Craig wraps up solid submissions from exactly these sorts of positions. You see that Muniz has straddled one of Paul Craig's legs into like a butterfly hook, almost a seemingly butterfly hook. Paul Craig doesn't really want his leg there, right? He wants it out in play on the hips. But Muniz is doing a really good job of holding his weight there. You see him driving with his right foot, pushing weight off his right foot to keep tension through that foot. That will allow some blocks for Paul Craig. We're looking at darces potentially here from Andre Muniz. Look, I can't quite see Muniz's hips are in the way, but it looks like a darce setup. Yeah, Paul Craig's got a wrist to wrist, so he should be okay.
Look at the headbutt there.
That's a headbutt.
Oh my God, what is he doing?
Yeah, that's not good by Andre Muniz.
Oh my God, totally. The way he did it looked like blatant. The way he dove right in with it.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
That's he should get a point taken for that, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good.
We resume action. No point taken.
because that was like he's lost the position, rightly so, but I think that was an egregious foul on purpose, and he probably should have got a point taken.
Lovely takedown again from Paul Craig.
That's Andre Muniz getting a little bit too excited on the feet there and trying to push the action a little bit too much. He fell right into that takedown, but that's exactly what Paul Craig needs to do.
The grip that Andre Muniz is using here is called 100% grip. You've seen AJ McKee hit a submission from a similar position, not quite the same position, but a similar position. But you see that, oh, that's gorgeous from Paul Craig. Andre Muniz was exactly looking for that position where he was looking to use a butterfly sweep and the catch a sweep.
That was an unbelievable pass, by the way.
Yeah. Paul Craig just rode the hips gorgeously. Paul Craig looking to lock up a DARS. This is not a solid position from Andre Muniz. This is a tight DARS. Andre Muniz needs to open up his elbow tight. He needs to open up his elbow really, really wide. He has done so. Jesus Christ, that was not good for Andre Muniz.
He done very well there. He looked in trouble there for a minute.
Yeah, deep trouble. You don't want to be in a Paul Craig DARS, I bet. I bet it sucks in there.
These are high drama grappling situations here.
100%, yeah. Really nice short elbows from the top too. Paul Craig passing immediately into mount.
Right into mount.
Paul Craig looking for a shoulder pry. He's switching off to a gift wrap, looking to take Andre Muniz's back. Andre Muniz has done a good job at reclaiming half of the knee, but Paul Craig's just hammering him here. This is gorgeous work from Paul Craig from the top. Looking to stop this.
Merglia's looking real close right now.
Yep.
That's it.
Wow.
Bear Jew is back.
That is a great performance, lads.
Really is.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff.
And how crazy is it that he got it from the top position with a ton of pressure, with ground and pound, the sort of thing that we thought we would see from Muniz on the ground. We thought the roles would be reversed. We thought Paul Craig would be attacking off of his back if he was going to win this fight.
I mean, I was very impressed with this pass here.
Right.
That turn was absolutely gorgeous. And locking up the DARS, fantastic stuff. Passing immediately into mount is super, super beautiful. Muniz did not look great underneath there, right? For a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt who supposedly knows all about, mount escapes and whatever, he did not look good there. I have just been sent the Freedom GIF by my Scottish training partner, so I'm going to be hearing about that in the gym tomorrow. Yeah, not good. Not good at all from Andre Muniz from bottom. The takedowns from Paul Craig, by the way, were fantastic. Really, really nice work. Timed them beautifully and worked really well from those positions.
And, looked tired, but seemed to have still a good bit left in the gas tank as well. And like showed that when he poured it on for the finish too. So we've got another player. How about Paul Craig versus Bo Nickel?
Sure. No problem.
Yeah. I mean, is he ranked now after this? Because Muniz was ranked number 14.
He'll be ranked. He'll be ranked for sure. Question: why didn't Muniz do something to stop the ground and pound? Why not pull up Craig's upper body down to him in defense? Because, like, in my opinion, it's very hard to do anything when someone is blasting elbows into your face. That position looks a lot maybe easier upon watching it, but when you're actually in that position and you're tired, I would also suggest that Paul Craig in the full mount position is going to be countering those kind of things as well. So I feel that, Paul Craig is a very, I want to say, underrated grappler, but he's not really, if you really know. He's a very good grappler, and when he's on top of you in full mount position, that ain't an easy position to get out of. Muniz could have booked these hips a little bit, but you need energy to book hips, and it looked like he was kind of drained in that position. So, I mean, full credit there to Paul Craig.
100%.
The elbows looked like they were being blocked and missing. Yeah, they definitely weren't being blocked and missing. There was a lot of elbows landing there. Not all of them were landing, but it was enough. He wasn't intelligently defending himself. Muniz was definitely tired.
I think also, to be honest, there might be an element here where when you get your guard passed in that sort of way, you're on the back foot significantly. Right,
Yeah.
you've taken some shots and stuff, fine, but both men were tired, right? Neither man was super fresh. We're not talking about a Shark Tank situation or anything like that here. And so I think when that guard pass comes out and is as gorgeous as it is, there's a level of mental depletion that happens, right? And I mean, he's just shown it again. And it was almost immediately into a DAS. Almost immediately. Muniz did a very good job at sucking his elbow out at the right time. But then he wraps up the DAS and then he's just landing shots and shots and shots. And what do we talk about? What do we ask for all the time? What we ask for all the time in MMA is when you're in top position, land damage, and it will allow you to be more positionally dominant, and it will allow you to be more submission dominant. And that's exactly what Paul Craig did. To answer Marcus's question, the ref was yelling him to improve, and he was mentally out of it. I mean, that's hard to say, right? It's hard to say, but for sure, if you're in those positions and you're not trying to improve your position, then yeah, I mean, absolutely every single right for the referee to stop that. It's it's a horrendous position to be in. Horrendous.
It could have been even stopped a little bit sooner, if I'm being honest.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'm going to head out for a little bit here, grab a quick bite, but I should be back before the next fight starts here. So
perfect. Quick toasted ham and cheese, is it?
Quick something, quick piece of bread with butter, allegedly. Who knows?
Chicken fillet roll.
Yeah, I'll see you soon, guys.
Take it easy. There's MVP.
Yeah.
Well, Harry, what do you think? That news broke as you were away on holidays last week. We were chatting about it a little bit. Would you like to see him in the UFC?
I mean, of course, you kind of have to say yes, right? I mean, I think the only other viable option is PFL. I think there were two arguments, right? And I'll try and steelman both arguments. The argument for him going to the PFL would be his opportunity to win $1 million, right? I don't know what sort of money he is on in Bellator, but I imagine he's not made $1 million in all of the fights that he's had. And so if you have 4 fights to $1 million, it seems like the PFL are paying good money just for regular fights, right? And then obviously you get win bonuses and whatever. So I think from a financial perspective, it might be more viable for him to go to the PFL. But from a sporting perspective, I think there's no better place than the UFC. Has he left it too late? Yeah, probably. Probably he has left it too late because we all wanted to see him in there when he was 26, 27, and we knew the potential of him, but he didn't, and we are where we are. But I still think there are some absolutely phenomenal fights. Like, give me MVP versus Ian Gary tomorrow. Give me MVP versus Wonderboy tomorrow. Give me MVP versus Vicente Luque tomorrow. Give me MVP versus Jack Della Maddalena whenever you want. Like, I like all of those fights. Do I see him making a run at a title shot in the UFC? Probably not, right? But I think there are some very, very, very fun fights that Michael Venom Page could have in the UFC.
100%. Marcus has a question there, Harry.
What's the move called when the fighter who is on bottom full mount hugs the guy down to him? I mean, it's not a move.
It's not a move. It's just double underhooks where you're trying to just close the distance. But I think what Marcus was trying to say is that that's what Andre Muniz should have done. But I believe easier said than done, I think, in that situation when you are taking some damage like Andre Muniz was. But like what Marcus said is one of the moves that you could pull off there and trying to close the distance, trying to break the posture of the opponent on top. And close the distance to stop that ground and pound coming. Also, you can use that to sweep as well. But I just think, Muniz was well out of it at that stage.
Is that Charles Rosa in Andre Fili's corner?
No, that is Charles Rosa. No, that's Mike Malott.
What, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. I apologize, Mike Malott. Sorry. They look awful similar to me.
Yeah, they do. They do. Interesting to see what to do with Mike Malott next. He had a good couple of days in the last Canadian event. Yeah. So how do you think this one is going to go down? I would imagine that Wood is just going to be the more kind of, I guess the word I've been using lately is polished on the feet, lot more technical. I think I know what we said on the preview show. It's kind of what Andre Fili turns up really, because he can turn up and he can be really good sometimes and he can be really bad other times. But also certain fighters he gets in there with, it's up to Nathaniel Wood here to try and put that doubt in his mind and try and give him a reason to kind of maybe fold or kind of, Wood is going to want to be the hammer here and not the nail. And I think if he can get the Fili, there's a finish here for Nathaniel Wood.
Possibly. I think Andre Fili is tough. I think that the big difference in this for me is going to be the impactful striking, right? And I know that may sound like a broken record at this point, but Nathaniel really sits down on his punches when he enters the pocket. He has a really beautiful way of baiting his opponents into the pocket and then taking a step out and then coming immediately back in off their one or their two. And when he does that, he lands and sits down on his punches and really has a good job of landing impactful strikes. So Andre Fili is not known as the biggest hitter, but Nathaniel Wood can certainly crack a bit. And I think if this comes down to where I see it going, if we expect the best Andre Fili and obviously we expect the best Nathaniel Wood, then yeah, I mean, I think Nathaniel Wood's impactful striking is going to make a big difference. But the thing I like about Andre Fili when we have seen him and he's on is he mixes everything together really well. And I think that's the route to beating somebody like Nathaniel Wood is, let's say he comes back in off a one and you instead level change, right? And you catch him as he's coming in. Those are the interesting moments. Those are the interesting beats. These are the things that you're going to need to try and beat Nathaniel Wood is size, range, and then diversity. And obviously, Andre Fili has the range for sure. I think he probably has the size when we see them match up. But does he have the diversity? And the question for me is, here we are.
There we go. We're going to find out in a few minutes. I think Nathaniel Wood already took a couple of impactful strikes from Brad Pickett there before he got into the cage. I'm really looking forward to this one. This has fireworks written all over it, really, to be honest. I'm going to call out the crowd again. There's not that many people there, Harry.
Nah, there's not. There really isn't. We're 3 fights from the main event. And yeah, we're almost at the co-main. And, there is a lot of empty seats. A lot. It's a shame. It really is a shame. But in the same vein, I hope that this is a bit of a wake-up call to the UFC, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be very interested to hear what the numbers are in the post-fight press conference now, because they're definitely not going to be able to call this one a sellout. Nathaniel Wood here. Do you do the Lerone Murphy fight next if he wins?
No, I don't think so. I think Nathaniel Wood has a little bit more time, right? And I also think Nathaniel Wood is carrying a little bit more hype than Lerone Murphy. I mean, obviously it depends entirely on what the performance looks like and everything else. But I think for Lerone Murphy, we kind of have to ask the question of him now. I think he's 32, right? 32 or 33. Yeah, look at the size difference immediately. Fucking hell. Yeah, I think if I'm the Lerone Murphy camp, we're looking at a test. Mm-hmm. Like, give me a Bryce Mitchell or give me an Alex Caceres or Edson Barbosa or somebody in and around that rank just to see. Oh, shit.
You're a little bit ahead of me, I think. Oh, there you go. It's, man, it's
Impactful striking.
Yeah, but it's also Wood that probably should be fighting at bantamweight, even though he shouldn't be because it's a tough weight cut for him. It's just in that in between size, really, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, like he's spoken to me and he detailed on the interview we had about his weight cut. And he said 6 weeks out or 4 weeks out, sorry, he was like 138 or 139 pounds. And he was basically weight cutting, water cutting every day from 4 weeks out to try and get those last few pounds off because he just can't get them off. His body just refuses when he gets down that low to open up anymore. And yeah, he said the last one almost killed him. And so he didn't want to do it again, right? And neither fucking should he. But yeah, when you're in this sort of situation where, you fight Charles Rosa, not the biggest featherweight in the world, fine, no problem. Charles Jourdain is a great win because, he's a big rangy featherweight, sorry. But now, as you're going to move through the echelon of featherweight, you're going to get much bigger, much stronger guys. And yeah, the power will certainly cause problems, right? As we see now. Okay, it was only a flash knockdown, and it's MMA, 4-ounce gloves. These things happen, but yeah,
an Italian Wood, he's always privy to getting a little bit of a shake up.
He loves a bit of that, right? Loves a bit of that.
Now he's awake, as they say. But yeah, he's very even there's other guys in the featherweight division that are even bigger than Fili as well. So that's going to be a constant problem for him going forward.
Yeah. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot.
Oh, that's lovely. Straight right over the head. Can he finish? It's looking like it.
Andre Fili is talking to the referee here. He shouted for the ref. I think his mouthpiece is out. Or maybe it was fingers in the glove. Not sure.
Maybe. Nathaniel Wood on top still. Fili has weathered the storm. There was a lot of punches there.
Yeah.
He looked like he was in big trouble.
Oof, another right hand. Clean right hand too.
Oh, do you want to be in or out, Theo? I caught you mid-bite there. Sorry, buddy.
I thought you wouldn't get me before the end of the round, but I'm ready to go right now. Apparently, I missed a lot.
Yeah, we've had two guys that have been hurt so far in this round. Andrew Wood was dropped initially with just a kind of a straight jab. I think that the overhand right that Wood landed later on in the round hurt Fili more. He's caught now and has taken a lot of damage. I would have Nathaniel Wood taking this fight.
Round so far.
Round, excuse me, so far.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. As he gets up, he leg kicks him. That's naughty.
Oh, yeah, that was nasty.
Might have been a little bit of an eye poke there.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an eye poke. I'd like to know what Fili was complaining to the ref about, though.
What, there on the ground?
Yeah, so almost immediately after he got dropped, Nathaniel landed some shots. Looked like there was a moment when Fili shouted out to the ref. I don't know whether it was a mouthpiece issue or whether it was fingers in the glove or not sure. But yeah, he certainly called out to Mark Goddard for something.
Yelling at the principal.
Yeah, it's not a good start. Nathaniel Wood is speedy.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm Andre Fili, I wouldn't be salsa dancing when I'd just been dropped hard.
Yeah, what is he doing here?
He was salsa dancing after that right hand, so
yeah,
probably wants to relax a bit, See here.
There you go. Yeah, he was.
As soon as the left hand start banging in, and then he screams for the ref. I don't know.
Oh, it must be nice. I'm looking at an Amazon commercial, guys.
That's cool.
Maybe he was screaming that he was all right. Maybe you screaming that not to stop it. Just kind of saying, I'm good.
So I just want to quickly, as we're in between rounds, in the Paul Craig fight, Sir Theo, we have one of my training partners at the gym is Scottish, and he called for a second round triangle from Paul Craig. Obviously, he was wrong with the triangle. He was correct with the fighter. But he said after the Bo Nickel win, he expects Paul Craig versus Israel Adesanya, and he reckons he triangles Israel Adesanya inside 3 rounds. Like, gee.
Styles make fights, guys. Styles make
What's
fights.
worse is I'm like, fuck, what happens if Paul Craig fights Israel Adesanya?
That's what I was just gonna say. Like, if he was to theoretically beat Bo Nickel, I don't think it would be the craziest thing in the world to give him a title shot, just because of how stale middleweight is and how many people Israel's already fought. He just cracked him hard there to start this round.
Oh my god! Oh, he's doing a bit. Almost did another salsa dance there.
It would have been his 3rd of the night. Nathaniel's counter striking for MMA is clean.
That like left over the top is so nice as well.
Yeah.
It's so deceiving because you think you're safe and he just sneaks it in over the top so well.
But I also, for his own brain health, Nathaniel probably shouldn't be taking many more head kicks like that.
No. Good fight though, lads. Good fight.
Yeah, really, really good technical fight. This is a good Andre Fili too. This is not the Andre Fili that's come to lie down. This is not the Andre Fili who's here just to roll through and get a paycheck. This is an Andre Fili looking to win a fight.
The difference in hand speed, though, is so apparent. Nathaniel Woods beat him to every single punch in these exchanges.
Yep.
So, sorry guys to interrupt. So Andre Fili was yelling at Mark Goddard, "I'm okay."
Okay. Good.
So yeah, he was trying to fend Goddard off. Obviously, Goddard was. I thought he came in a little bit too soon on the James Webb fight myself, in my own opinion. But that's one way of keeping Mark Goddard off you.
Oh no, boysies!
Oh
He's on
my
the back
gosh.
right away. He's a little bit high up, isn't he, Harry?
Dude, the arm's under the chin. The arm is either right over the jaw or it is under the chin. And Fili has an arm locked, trapped in. This should be an armbar transition that we're looking at now.
Oh
or a
my
back
God.
triangle, one of the two. An armbar or a back triangle. Nathaniel's looking to peel Fili's hands to swim his elbow clean. Fili should be locking the triangle here. Oh, Nathaniel turns in, but Fili follows the back. That's nice. Oh my lord.
Wow.
Backdoor. Fucking hell, lads. This is a fight.
What a fight.
And now Nathaniel's on Fili's back. Fucking hell. What a transition that is.
Hunter Campbell smiling from ear to ear at Octagon side, and so he should be. This is a cracking fight.
Brilliant fight.
Holy. Now Fili's back on top as well.
Wow. That to me is a strength difference. Like that is 145 versus 135. 2 minutes left.
Very, very, kind of a bit of a lull in the action, but that's understandable here. Wood got to land some elbows here. He's just got to get out of this position. He can't stay here.
I mean, yeah, if I'm Wood, I'm absolutely looking like if he can land those elbows like Roman Delidze or Chito Vera, fine. But Fili is doing such a good job of pressuring in that those elbows aren't going to be effective at all. I don't think Nathaniel should be looking for close guard triangles here. He should be looking to suck his knees to the inside, get feet to hips, and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a clean elbow from Nathaniel Wood, though.
That's the one. He needed to create that space. Yeah, that was lovely.
And the way he did that is he extends his back, arches his back. The body triangle from fucking close guard should be banned, guys. But yeah, just gorgeous stuff. This is a great fight. Absolutely fantastic fight.
Looks like Garter's trying to egg him on here to get some more action going.
Yep. Forget Danny Roberts. This is fight of the night.
Yeah, this one is the fight of the night so far. We kind of suggested that as well before the card happened. I mean, yeah, it was interesting round 3. And jeez, that's a hard one to score here now as well, isn't it, guys?
I mean, for sure, Nathaniel Wood took the most impactful strikes. Andre Fili had him hurt real bad in round 2. The back attack obviously doesn't matter because nothing happened. I don't think you can score the choke necessarily. One, because we didn't see the choke, right?
Yeah.
And secondarily, obviously, Nathaniel Wood didn't do anything off his attacks on Andre Fili's back either. But this is an absolutely huge third round.
Yeah,
you're probably
Fili absolutely took that with the drop there as well. I mean,
yeah, you're probably giving that to Fili. Well, it's a closer round than you would think. I thought Nathaniel Wood landed a lot of nice elbows off the back. Fili landed some on top, but yeah, I give it to Fili around the piece. Big third round coming in, lads.
And it slowly felt like, Nathaniel was pulling away with the fight as well. Then all of a sudden, all it takes is just that one shot to get him hurt really bad. Fili jumps on that back as well. We have those crazy grappling exchanges. So, this fight looked like it was going one way. All of a sudden, we're in a barn burner.
Yeah, Nathaniel needs to be careful here. He can't allow the tendencies of getting into a fist fight like we saw with Charles Rosa, right? In the third round of the Charles Rosa fight, Nathaniel looked gorgeous in the first 2 and then was like, fuck it, I'll sit down on some shots. And then it was a closer fight, the closer third round than it needed to be. But yeah, he needs to just take a step here and just go out and win this third round.
Who's gonna? It's like one of these. They've got hurt at the start of both round 1 and round 2 as well. It was like who's going to hurt someone at the start of round 3.
I like the low kicks from Nathaniel.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, they both look relatively fresh coming out for this round as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Nathaniel's talked about sort of on sort of the posts he puts up on Instagram, is that without having to do the weight cut, he can focus on, rather than running and doing cardio for weight loss purposes, he can actually try and do cardio to improve his cardio, which, I think is a really interesting distinction actually. But yeah, I couldn't agree more. Both fighters, I think, have chosen to be a little bit more tentative in this round. They've both been dropped, both taking big shots.
Both know they have to win this round to win the fight too.
Exactly.
Like, so you have to box clever here. Like, oh man, this is on a knife edge right now.
This is such a close round so far. Yeah.
It's about 3 minutes in right now. Nathaniel Wood showing that knee a little bit. I wonder, is he going to fire off with it soon? It's probably just a deter, maybe a level change or a takedown attempt.
Yeah, because I haven't seen Andre dip his head too low, really.
No. But you could come straight up the middle like we've seen with that Chris Duncan. I mean, that shot is there for him. Maybe he was just showing it out there just to get a read or something like that, but he hasn't chose to commit to that knee yet. Let's go. He's done it again. I'd love to see him like just come in there with that knee up the middle like Duncan did in his fight. Probably doesn't
fake for a front kick.
huge stuff there from Wood.
Yeah, big stuff. Something's wrong with his eye.
What is that, his left eye?
Yeah.
Big 90 seconds left here.
Yeah, this is knife edge stuff. I think at the moment I'm slightly leaning Fili in this round.
Yeah. All it could take, like one big shot here now, is all it takes to kind of take to win this round. But I think Fili is happy enough fighting at this range as well.
Oh, that's a big shot.
Oh yeah, that's a lovely left hook. That left hook has been good.
We're really one big shot away from one of them stealing the round, honestly, with how close it's been.
It could have been Nathaniel Wood with that left. Oh, that's another. That left hook is on the money.
Yeah, he's just taking a left hook of his own, though.
Yeah.
Fuck me, lads. This is a close round.
This is so close.
Feel like getting flashy here towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get a big moment. That's it.
What a fight.
No idea who won that last round.
That was some fight. That last round was so close. It's hard to know. Maybe Nathaniel Wood left that behind him a little bit. Very good fight, though. Very, very good fight. And we're on the co-main event already. Here we go.
He says already as we're 6 hours
Already, as we're 6 hours in. Yeah, no, that's me talking like a man who's been here for 6 hours talking. Who do you think, lads? It's going to be a split decision, I'd say, is it?
Yeah, maybe.
Has quite the back piece that Andrea Fili has. It's not a Harry Powell level back piece, that being said, but it's quite the back piece.
No. His back piece is beautiful. It's not finished yet, but it's beautiful.
No.
All right, here come the scorecards.
Here we go.
Damn.
He got it.
He did indeed.
Was it a split decision, or I didn't hear the...
Now that was unanimous 29-28 across the board.
Damn.
You're probably looking at that big left hook that landed in round 3 as a differential between...
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's the epiphany of a close round as well. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about, close round. That's one shot. That is one shot. Interesting.
I mean, yeah, that left hook probably is the one that sealed the deal for him there, Harry. But I mean, even regardless, not to say that Andre Fili didn't have his moments in that third round as well. I would not be mad either way that the scorecard had gone. But yeah, it was a super close fight. Could have gone either way. I'm curious if you agree with the decision.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't really like talking about judging because I'm not very good at it. But I think watching the fight, that third round was close enough that, yeah, I agree. I don't mind it going either way. I do think, just from an outside point, I think that this is the ceiling for Nathaniel Wood, probably in the 145-pound division. I think that this is probably where we see him in and around here. This is probably where we see him top out, mostly just because Andre Fili, as we know, is a good fighter, well put together. But let me just quickly pull up the featherweight division, and we'll have a little look through it. So, do we think he beats Leroy Caceres? I would say yes, probably. Does he beat Edson Barbosa? I think that's a fun fight. Does he beat Sadiq Youssef? I don't know that he does. Does he beat Dan Ige? I don't think that he does. Does he beat Bryce Mitchell? I don't know that he does. Does he beat the Korean Zombie? I mean, maybe, because the Korean Zombie is 400 years old. Does he beat Brian Ortega? I don't know. Movsar Evloev? I don't think so. And now we're talking the big hitters, right? The Calvin Caters. That would be a fun fight, but I think Cal runs him over. Josh Emmett? No. Alexander Volkanovski? Absolutely not. Alia Taporia? No. Arnold Allen? I don't think so. Yaya Rodriguez decimates Nathaniel Wood. And then Max Holloway absolutely runs him over with a dumpster truck. So, like, it's tough, right? It's tough.
It's also like a weird spot to be in because so many people who enter the UFC, honestly, almost everybody who enters the UFC is only going to cap out that certain level there. But yeah, you would always think that, like, with how much the UFC wants to go back to London, how much that market means to them, that they're willing to push a guy like Nathaniel Wood. I mean, could you see a scenario where they maybe give him some favorable matchups going up the rankings to maybe get a title shot that he might have not gotten previously?
There's no way he makes the full title shot. There's no way.
You
can't, like, I don't think that you can. Featherweight is too dense. I don't think that you can architect. I don't even think you can architect it. Like, okay,
there were some winnable fights on that path that you just mentioned there. If you look through the rankings,
let's map it out. Right? Who do we give him next? Well, if we're doing next, let's do Nate Landwehr.
Great fight,
right? Ian, we're just. I'll bring you in just after this. I think your opinion will be valid. Theo just posted a question, which is, could we feasibly map out Nathaniel Wood's path to either a title shot or near a title shot? My answer is absolutely not, but we're going to try and do it. So
yeah, it's going to be tough.
The first options I have for the next fight is either Bruce Leroy Caceres or Nate the Train Landwehr. Right?
Yeah, I like both of those fights.
So let's say he gets through that one, right? Well, the next one is going to be that next level, and that's either going to be Movsar Evloev or Dan Ige.
Like, they might not even give him a crack at the top 15 in the next fight after this. You never know what they might do. I think they might look at doing that Leron Murphy fight, to be honest, and then the winner of that, they'll get maybe the chance. That's there for the taking right now. So, I mean, I think it's the size disadvantage is going to probably hinder. I think Nathaniel Wood is good enough to get into the top 15, but I think he's going to struggle to get into the top 10 and maintain a position in the top 10, in my opinion, in that division.
I don't know if he makes the top 15.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, if you put in Alex Caceres against Nathaniel Wood now, I mean, that's a fight that he could win, to be honest.
For sure. I think he could beat Nate Landwehr, and I think he could beat Alex Caceres. I think he could beat Edson Barbosa at this point in Barbosa's career. But then from there, like, we rattled them through, and I just want a yes or a no. Yeah. Sadiq Youssef, does he beat him?
I think Youssef is too big. No.
Okay, no. Dan Ige.
I think if he's at his absolute best, he could beat Dan Ige, but I'm going to go right now. No.
Okay. Bryce Mitchell.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say he has to.
Yes.
Korean
I'd say
Zombie?
that.
At this point, yeah, probably.
Korean Zombie. Yeah.
Brian Ortega.
No.
Movsar Evloev.
No.
Calvin Cater.
No.
Josh Emmett. Absolutely not.
No.
Josh Emmett. Just
Josh Emmett is too big. Too big. Like he's too big.
yeah. Volkanovski. Obviously not. Topuria.
No.
Arnold Allen.
No.
Yair Rodriguez.
No.
Max Holloway.
No.
Okay. Well, there we go.
It is interesting, though, when you look at the bottom half of the top 15 to see like those sort of 50-50 fights. You know, he could physically beat Barboza. Korean Zombie's a guy who still has name value despite his deteriorated state. You know, there's a couple of guys there, you know, Bryce Mitchell as well as a guy who has a name. So I could see the path for them to try to push him. I think it was still, you'd be very hard pressed to get him to actually get to that next level. Like he would have to beat someone in the top 10. And that is a tall task. But I do think if they really wanted to push him, they could find a path to get him on the way there. I just don't know if he'd be able to cap out at that point.
Yeah, I mean, for me, as I'll just jump in while Ian takes a swig. For me, it's not a skills thing that's necessarily the problem.
Yeah, it's a size thing.
Size and it's a
Yeah.
range disparity. That's the problem.
Yeah, and plus it's like he's getting rocked by Andre Fili, who's not necessarily known for having that big knockout power. Now he's hurt people before, but I think he's going to go in there against big hitters like Danny Ige. Man, Danny Ige hits hard. Edson Barbosa does hit hard still. Like those are winnable fights for him still, but when you're getting into the Caters and the Josh Emmets and the Toporias and even Arnold Allen, like Arnold Allen is a unit.
Unit.
Like I'd say, you know, he might be able to break into the top 15 if he's matched correctly. I think about top 15 is about as good as it's going to get for Nathaniel Wood in reality, based off what we've seen so far. And it's not a skills thing; it's a size thing.
Agree.
I just think that, you know, you're going to be eating more impactful shots from the bigger guys, and it's a shame because I love Nathaniel Wood's fight style as well. It's just a shame that, you know, he's a guy who's that stuck in that in between weight. You know, he's almost
For sure.
you want to have him at almost 140 or something like that. What does Huxley think?
Huxley's going to get a batter in 1 second.
What do you think about this fight, Theo? Molly McCann, Julia Stoliarenko. I feel, and I've labeled this as a kind of a setup for Molly McCann to go in there and get the job done. I think obviously Stoliarenko is coming down in weight, but she's had a bad run of it. She's 10-7, and this is basically set up for Molly to come in and get the job done here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like an old school boxing matchmaking type of setup here, where it's not very subtle. It's not very. They're not trying to hide what they're trying to do here. They obviously want Molly to get a big win here. It's why, I mean, would you ever have Stoliarenko in a co-main event of a UFC London fight night? Obviously not. This is obviously for Molly here. And I'm really excited. Like I told you before we started here, this is my most anticipated fight just because I want to see what Molly looks like now coming off of that huge loss for her, because that was on a huge stage. She said that fighting it at Madison Square Garden meant a ton to her. So I'd imagine getting beat the way she did after that really took a toll on her. So I'm curious to see at this point in her career, after having that big promotional push with the 2 big wins over in London with the favorable matchups, now they're giving her another one of those back home. I'm kind of interested to see how she bounces back and how she's changed mentally.
Yeah, I think, you know, she's been fairly focused on the build up to this fight. There hasn't been too much laughing and joking around. And you know, that to me is a positive sign. You know, it means that, you know, she's fairly zoned in. She knows what she has to do. Like, I think Molly is capable of getting Stoliarenko out of here if she can come in and implement her game plan. And I think that's what she kind of needs to do to get herself back on the path to push towards that title again. But, you know, I'm interested to see. I always say it to Harry when we're recording breakdowns or previews. Always really excited to see fighters coming back after a loss. Like Molly here, like with Shauna Bannon as well. Like very excited to see what she looks like in her next fight, because those losses, you'll hear time and time again, you need those losses in order to develop and in order to grow as a fighter. So it'll be interesting to see what Molly does here. She looks in good shape. She seems that she's mentally ready for this. She has her game face on right now. Yeah, I'm excited to see what she can do. She's wearing the green as well. What are you expecting to see here, Harry?
Who knows? Who knows? I mean, Theo made the point about putting Stoliarenko in a co-main event. I mean, I'm not sure we put Molly McCann in a co-main event of a UFC London fight either. Like, I don't even mean that disrespectfully, but we've talked ad nauseum before about what's a UFC fight night card for, right? What is it for? Well, a UFC fight night card, for the most part, especially a main card of a UFC fight night, is to establish a set of talent that you expect to see springboard up into higher levels of the divisions. You can have, there's placements on that main card for a banger, right? Whether that's a Leroy Murphy versus Josh Colobau type fight or a Nathaniel Wood versus Andre Fili type fight. There is always room for a banger. Then those co-main events and that main event slot are really coveted positions. Generally, your co-main event slot is you really need to watch this fighter. And then your main event slot is either a big fight like an Aspinall versus a Tybura, or like a number one contendership fight, or something similar, like a real showcase. I think they absolutely nailed it with Aspinall and Tybura. But then what are we looking for with Molly McCann versus Julia Stoliarenko? Like, I would have much preferred to see Nathaniel Wood as a co-main event, given that has far more divisional repercussions. And I think it also has much more of a play on Nathaniel Wood's skills and Andre Fili's skills. Now, that's not diminishing or detracting from either of these women's skills, but if we were to look at them skill for skill, I think we can all agree who the better fighter is, or the better fighters are. And so, yeah, I mean, we come in here, and I understand completely why they've done it from a promotional perspective. But I think for me specifically, Molly McCann is always going to get that level of media regardless of whether she's co-main event or not. She's just Molly McCann, right? She holds that level of stardom. She holds that level of intrigue. And so let's use the card for what its purpose is, rather than, chucking Molly McCann and Julia fucking Stoliarenko into a UFC London co-main event. But anyway, here we are. Big smiles from me. See? Big smiles. Lovely
there
stuff.
you go. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I can understand it. I can understand it in some terms as well. But yeah. All right, that calmness is slowly and surely kind of going from Molly. She's getting riled up now in there. She looks very determined.
I mean,
you've got to channel those emotions correctly, though.
100%. Like, if she comes out here like a bat out of hell and gets taken down, the fight's probably done. But if she manages to keep herself on her feet, use the Molly McCann jab that we've seen, use the dirty boxing that we've seen, Stoliarenko is not good on the feet. So, I mean, already Stoliarenko's right hand is in rosette, right? So left hooks from Molly, right hands will land just like that.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see Molly with a touch more volume. Just a touch more volume. Let's not look to just sit down on shots immediately. Let's land some jabs, let's land some low kicks, and then let's look to sit down on our shots.
Yeah, you got to set those shots up, and that's maybe let her emotions and getting a little bit the better of her to start this fight. Obviously, you're wild up. She'll get settled in, though, I would imagine.
Exactly, and I was just going to say, if you want to just sit down on some shots, get some adrenaline out of you, fine, no problem.
The power difference is very clear immediately, though. Every time Molly touches her, she gets a big reaction.
Yeah. That right hand over the top is landing very well for Molly right now.
All shot on the back right away.
Yeah, this isn't good stuff, lads.
No. I'm just a little bit behind. Oh, this is not where you want to be if you're Molly McCann.
Molly's done a good job of turning in, but she's turned into a triangle. There's an armbar here. This is Stoliarenko's absolute A1 move. And Molly McCann's tapping. And she's broken her arm. Well.
Wow.
There we are, boysies.
That was fast.
Wow. That's wow. That's very disappointing for Molly McCann.
Easily the biggest win of Stoliarenko's career, though, is it not?
That is like a co-main event in a fight night card. She, like what we talked about, she was brought in there to lose tonight, and she said, "Fuck all of our opinions." Like, I mean, like Julia Stoliarenko, that's only her second win in 6 fights. She lost to Ana Santos, lost to Julia Alvea, lost to Alexis Davis, won against Jessica Rose Clark, lost to Chelsea Chandler, and then won against Molly McCann. Now, you know, maybe the move down will suit her, but she didn't look any great shapes on the feet. Obviously, she wanted to try and get the fight down, and when she did, she made no mistakes. That was a pretty impressive finish.
Yeah, let's
Molly's
talk about
arm is in bits. Break down that finish first, Harry, please.
Yeah, so obviously Julia Stoliarenko is looking to take the back, right? She's looking to secure the back position. Molly McCann does a good job of turning herself in and pulls her elbow to the far hip. Stoliarenko looks to go to a more traditional armbar, which would have been from the back attack. She'd have just laced her right leg over the top, draped it along Molly's face, and then looked to disconnect the hands. But Molly tried to square up with Stoliarenko. So Stoliarenko inverted underneath. And as she was grabbing the arm, she made a really, really interesting adjustment. So her right hand laced through the crook of the elbow of McCann, trying to split that grip as she started to pull away. But the left hand of Stoliarenko posted on Molly's thigh. The reason why she posted on Molly's thigh was because if Molly had managed to step her left leg over Stoliarenko, the braking mechanics angle would have been far, far, far more inefficient. And so because Molly was not allowed to step over, the only option she had, given the cage position, as Stoliarenko brought both hands together and broke the grip, the only option Molly had was to roll, but she rolled into the cage, right? Which isn't sufficient enough to bring your shoulder off the mat. And obviously we saw that the bridging was happening and the arm was breaking. You're on mute.
That one is going to hurt for Molly McCann. That one, given that big opportunity, obviously she fell short. Yeah, fair play to Julia Stoliarenko. What's disappointing for Molly McCann is big news for her. So she
10 wins by submission, all arm bars in 11 wins, 10 by armbar.
That's insane. That's insane. Ronda Rousey-esque. You know that before you're going into the fight if you're Molly McCann too, and you're drilling that in the gym time and time again. So that's even more impressive for Stoliarenko to kind of go and set that up and secure it as well. When she moved for that armbar, it was so slick and smooth. And then, yeah, you kind of described it perfectly, using her hand to post and push the leg away. It was a lovely finish.
Yep. Right, get Tom Aspinall out here so I can go to bed.
Yeah, what time is it back home now?
11:15.
Yeah. It is like storm central out here now. It's going to like storm heavy now here soon, I think. But yeah, it's been emotional, guys. I appreciate you, Theo, coming in, and Harry as well. It's been good fun. It's a long stint. That's why we don't do these too often, because it is a long stint. But it's nice to go and chat through the fights with you as well at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's been great, honestly. Definitely a different beast going for this long, however. We're closing on the 6-hour mark. But yeah, having a great time, man.
Yeah. And we have the main event next now. All the pressure is on Tom Aspinall. Very, very curious to see what he looks like out here now after that injury. I'd expect I'd expect him maybe to start a little bit slowly in this fight and then kind of slowly build his way in. But I feel that there'll become a stage where Aspinall will be able to finish this whenever he wants to.
Yeah, it is another thing where we're waiting for him to come off this long layoff here, so we have no idea really how he's going to look. A lot of people saying he's put on mass in the time off, but he just looks a little bit more muscular for some reason. It's really hard to know what we're going to get out of Tom Aspinall here, just because we haven't seen him in so long, and we were sort of getting to the point where we were going to get a lot of answers on Tom before the injury. So there's really even more question marks on top of the previous ones we had unanswered already. But even with that said, Marcin Tybura here, as they're showing him warming up in the back, should not give Tom as many problems as people would say. At this point, you can't just win as Tom Aspinall for this fight. You've got to win convincingly. You've got to probably get a finish in the first half of the fight, to be honest with you, by the way people are talking about this matchup.
Yeah, I would tend to agree as well. What we're trying to do here with Tom Aspinall, what the UFC is trying to do, I guess, is just getting back on the horse and getting back into the title picture. This is the perfect fight to do it. So you're probably doing this fight. You're probably doing maybe another, probably a top 5 guy after this, and see what happens. I would have almost liked to have seen Cyril Gane versus Tom Aspinall headline the Paris card, and that would have been a possibility. I mean, if they had held off on announcing that, but obviously they wanted to kind of get that main event on tap, but maybe they don't want to kind of knock off 2 people. What do you think about that, Harry? I would have loved to have seen Tom Aspinall versus Cyril Gane in UFC Paris.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand why we didn't.
Yeah.
And I think that it's probably very smart from the UFC to not book that fight immediately. Because with Tom Aspinall, you have such a potential for future stardom. And I agree with actually what you said fucking 3 hours ago now, probably, which was that because the heavyweight division can move so quickly, a win or even 2 wins can get you right into a title picture, or even if not a title shot. And so I understand why you would see that fight, but for Cyril Gagné, if he loses that fight, it's a long way. It's a much further way back for Cyril than it is for Tommy A. And so I like the idea of giving Tom Aspinall just a feeler, a warm up, right?
Oh yeah, no, I don't mean throw him straight in. I mean if he had won this fight and then you gear up for Cyril in Paris then. But I obviously UFC need to announce that main event and need to get things rolling on that event too. So
I mean,
that fight is going to happen down the line, I guess. Anyway,
yeah, you never know though. If Tom Aspinall goes out here and destroys Marcin Tybura inside 3 minutes, you never know. This is heavyweight, right? There's no weight cutting or anything. Not really.
They could throw him in there. Well, no, Cyril has already been announced for. He has somebody already.
Who's he got?
Oh gosh, who is it? I want to say Sergey Spivak.
Ah, stop! Really?
I haven't seen anything about that. No. Are you breaking news?
I could be talking shit here, guys. Hold on for a minute here. Let me check Cyril and see where someone like that. Anyway, I think. Why isn't he coming up here? Oh, here we go.
Breaking news, O'Neill. Here we are.
Here we go. Get the yellow bar ready. Yeah, Sergey Spivak is announced for that.
Nice.
There you go. I didn't. Well, let's say yeah. Breaking news. But I saw that. I saw that. I saw that a little while ago. But yeah, that's the type of fight you want to be giving Cyril Gane after absolutely going in there and getting destroyed relatively easy against Johnny Jones. You put him in there against the fairly one-dimensional striker and let him dance around and jab the face off him for a little while, and he has no fear about getting taken down.
What, against Spivak?
Oh, Spivak is actually Spivak is a kind of a takedown artist.
Heading on choke Spivak.
Yeah, I guess so.
Spivak is going to him and heading on choke him immediately.
Oh yeah, no, I was getting Spivak mixed up with somebody else. Excuse me, but anyway, yeah, no, it will test his takedown ability now. So,
has this thing just been added to the Hall of Fame? Is that what we've just seen?
It looks like something along those lines.
Yeah, they've just added him to. Hold on, I'm just going to turn comms on 1 sec.
Did they get him in? There's tears in his eye.
Okay, no, I don't think it was a Hall of Fame. I think it was just a tribute. Which is a thing, I guess.
Shout out to Michael Bisping, I guess.
Shout out to Michael Bisping, indeed. The Count, indeed.
I'm confused. What did they do? They're
They just played a VT of Bisping winning titles and doing the things. And yeah, that was it.
Weird. Fair play. Acknowledging a legend of the game.
Yep.
It was cool to see UFC do that for Robbie Lawler as well.
Yeah, that was actually great the way they did it. As soon as they were going through the post-fight interview and they had the little box of his reaction to in the corner. So weird seeing Robbie Lawler actually show emotion for once as well, but he was kind of doing that all during that fight week.
It wasn't real emotion. It was all an act.
It was all an act, was.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing, he definitely wasn't upset when he landed those shots on the inside on poor Nico.
No, sir. Right, forget these VTs, lads. Come on.
Yeah, it's like, let's get things going here. What are we waiting on here?
Fucking get him out here so we can do the things.
Tommy Aspinall. How do we feel about the chance, Harry?
Tremendous.
You don't like rate to Tommy Aspinall a chant out of 10?
At -1.
What? Jesus, that's harsh. What about Sweet Caroline?
-1,000.
I know, I don't like that either as well. What else? Would you prefer to listen to Sweet Caroline play on the speakers for an entire UFC event, or listen to a crowd Ric Flair woo for an entire event?
I would prefer Ric Flair because then I can individually go to each one of them and push them down the stairs.
It would be a long night's work, man.
Well, sure, look, depends on what card it is. If it was last week's card, I might have a better time.
You might. If it was at the start of the card tonight when no one was in the O2, yeah, you'd have a good time as well. You get through them fairly quickly.
Yeah, why is Khamzat Chimaev at this event, by the way, lads? He was in Birmingham earlier today, supposedly, which is like 100 miles away from London.
Crazy. I don't know. Was he training up there with Team Renegade, I wonder?
I mean, maybe, but he was fucking supposed to be fighting Leon Edwards at some point, wasn't he?
Well, he's announced for Costa now, so he's not going to be in. I think welterweight is gone for him now, I think.
Yeah, that Costa thing was weird because he was literally announced to fight Irakimov?
Ikram?
Ikram, yeah.
He was literally announced to fight Ikram, pulls out and then tweets a laughing emoji saying, "I was never going to fight that guy," and then gets announced to fight Khamzat Chimaev. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
I don't think that's any better of a replacement.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Paulo Costa is a weird guy, but like, I don't think Paulo Costa is a guy who's calling the shots. I think he'll do what he's told. And I think that UFC needed an opponent for Khamzat Chimaev on the Abu Dhabi card, and they've got one. And it's a good matchup, don't get me wrong, although I do think Chimaev takes him down and dominates him. But very interested to see what Chimaev looks at middleweight. And a win against Paulo Costa sets up a potential fight with Israel Adesanya as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do, I guess.
I'm honestly surprised, though, that the UFC went back to Paulo Costa at this point for another huge fight, just because, you know, obviously they had the huge weight discrepancy with the Marvin Vettori fight, all these headaches he's given them in the past. He's pulled out of fights before, and now he's going to get this chance against Khamzat Chimaev after just publicly taunting the company, saying he was never going to fight this guy. Like, I thought that was such a backwards move that the UFC would never really be making. I feel like at that point they would say, all right, we can't trust you anymore with these big fights. We're going to be putting a lot of money towards these things. We can't just have it fly off at the hitch. So I'm surprised at this point that they went back to Paulo Costa, because it looked like Jared Cannonier had the momentum to get that fight.
Yeah,
the UFC is doing the opposite. The UFC is feeding Paulo Costa
to Khamzat Chimaev. But I do agree that there's no guarantees that fight takes place, because Paulo Costa, crazy shit could happen. But I definitely agree with Harry. Like, they're making this matchup not to favor Paulo Costa at all. They're
100%.
Yeah.
My point is, I don't know how you can trust the guy to show up at this point.
Yeah,
but I think at this point, what it'll be whatever weight Costa wants it at. If Costa comes in and says, "Oh, I drank too much red wine, I want it at 205," they'll be like, "Yeah, grand, 205 is grand. Khamzat, do you want an extra 20k? Yeah, cool, excellent. Go and smash this dude. Thanks." And then we won't see Paulo Costa anymore.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm kind of wondering how much is the UFC paying Paulo Costa right now? Because I feel like they just went through that huge contract dispute. He wasn't happy with what he's getting paid, obviously. But it looks like the UFC is always willing to cut the guys who are making more money as they're on the way down. Like, remember when they cut Yoel Romero after only a couple losses because he was making all that money for him, right? So I would assume something similar might be happening with Paulo Costa in the near future if he keeps this act up.
100%. I mean, even if he doesn't, is the other side, right? Dana White is a rather salty human and doesn't forget things lightly, and so yeah, I mean, yeah.
What about Islam versus Charles too? You reckon we're going to see anything much different in that rematch?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I think the Volkanovski fight made a lot of people forget who Islam Makhachev is, to be honest.
Well, I was just talking about last night with a few friends, actually, where it's like, and I'm guilty of this as well, where we're like romanticizing over Alexander Volkanovski, and Islam Makhachev just went out there and ended his 20-fight win streak, and also before that ended Charles Oliveira's what was he on? Maybe 8, 9, 10 fight win streak at the time. I mean, yeah, it's not to be snuffed at either, but I would love to see Volkanovski versus Islam too. That's the fight that we all want to see. And I would still, after saying all that, might lean towards Volkanovski in that rematch based off what I seen in the first fight, which was a close fight. But it's just a fascinating fight. That is my number one fight that I'd love to see in the UFC right now. Islam.
I'm gonna give a slight hot take, and that's that I think our time adoring Alexander Volkanovski is going to be shorter than we think. Not because I think he's going to lose or anything like that, but just because I think age is going to catch up with him. That rugby life puts an absolute beating on your body, not only when he's as big as he was. Now, okay, he shedded all that weight and whatever, but I can guarantee you that a ton of damage was done to his body in all of that professional career as a rugby player. And so whilst his mind and his ability is fucking skyrocketing, I do wonder how long his body holds up.
But even in that loss to Islam, he got a little bit wobbled on the feet. It's like, I definitely agree with what you're saying, and it could be a thing where it's like one fight he looks great and the other one he's falling off the cliff. Like, that's what could happen, but it doesn't look like it's happening in the next fight or two for sure. But when it will, I don't know. It could happen at any time. Tom Aspinall, love him taking all of this in. 300, almost a year, man. You know, you're going out there against Curtis Blades. This, like, big fight. A win would have really put him in title contention, and you go out and you blow your knee in 15 seconds, and you're headlining the card. That must have been very tough for him to take. But I'm delighted that he's getting this opportunity again. It was always going to come around again, but I mean,
he looks bigger than last time.
Like, he does. That's what I'm saying. He looks in tremendous shape. He's been
really
like,
does.
Jesus, even look at these traps. Like,
yeah, he looks massive.
So yeah, obviously he was on the upper body weights there when he couldn't do anything with his lower body. That's what I imagine was going on there. But yeah, he looks a tank there now. And imagine, will he lose a little bit of his speed with this. It'll be yet to be seen. But what would you expect? Would you expect Tom to be a tad bit tentative here for a couple of minutes, Harry, before settling into the fight?
I think it's gonna entirely depend on how the opening exchanges go, right? Like Tybura coming in has said he's gonna try and set a pace. If he does try and set a pace, then Tom Aspinall doesn't really have a choice. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think if I'm Aspinall, I probably want to really make a statement here. I want to use this as an ability to, maybe I take a round and a half, just to really get back into the groove, feel myself, feel the cage, feel the fans, do the whole thing. And then I'm going to want to start to ramp things up and get him out of here. But, obviously if he gets a takedown early and is in a dominant position, he'll try and finish, obviously. But I don't think we're going to see Tom Aspinall try and drag this all 5 rounds. I don't see that at all.
No, not at all. He's looking at plus 275 for the submission for Tom Aspinall, and I'm liking that price, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Minus 400, the favorite is Tom Aspinall after nearly a year out against Marcin Tybura.
Crazy.
That was a really cool statement.
Yeah, Harry, your thoughts on the line?
Yeah.
It's very straight. Does it mean if I'd have to put 400 quid down to make a pound? Is that right?
No. I think it's 400 to win 100.
100, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So that's when we see fucking Drake put insane amounts of money down to win not much.
Correct. That's also not really his money. It's promotional money he's given out.
Understood.
Yeah.
And also with Drake, like when you have that cash flow, those are the exact bets that you're putting. When you're low lifes like myself and Tio here, and I can't afford to put thousands on it. We're looking for the old underdog bets. We're looking for the plus ones to kind of get us in there. But yeah, big gamblers will be betting on odds on. Like big gamblers now, you'll probably be putting like 400,000 on Tom Aspinall here to win 100,000. I mean, then
Jesus, who the fuck's got 400 grand to chuck around, lads?
Dana White.
Get me his number right now.
Drake, yeah. Throw a little bit out of direction.
Drake probably lost money on Molly McCann. He likes to bet on her.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a dummy.
He's touring right now. I don't think he's doing a whole lot of betting.
Sure. Look, when you're not touring, what are you doing?
You're
slinging money around, right?
That's it. He's earning big money on that tour now, I'd say.
Oh boy.
What do we think, lads? Does this get outside of the first round?
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no too.
I'll say yes.
What round would you think? Round 2, round 3? Do you see it going a little bit longer than we were expecting it?
Probably round 2. But I mean, I just have a hard time picking anybody who's been out for as long as Tom has, given the injury history as well now. But to get it done in the first round, I should say. But not to think that not to say that he won't steamroll Tybura here. But I would say he's probably going to be a bit more patient than usual.
That, I think, yeah, that's a very good point. And I definitely agree. I think if Tom wants to get him out in the first round, he probably could. But maybe he wants that cage time. He's been away for a long time. You never know.
He's tied for the second shortest amount of average cage time for UFC heavyweights. So,
Jesus, that's a stat.
That is a stat.
Average of 2 minutes and 30 seconds per fight.
Jesus.
So who knows? He could just come out sprinting.
Yeah, I don't know if he comes out sprinting, but let's see. I reckon Tom Aspinall's been training with that Mick Parkin lad, Looks a lot like him. Oh, fuck!
Well, he's coming out relatively fast.
Yeah, sure. If that would have been a walk-off one-shot head kick KO, Jesus.
That would have been some turn of events.
Absolutely.
What are you guys on? I'm on like 430 now.
424, 423, 422.
420.
Hey.
I don't like the pocket exchanges, really, if I'm honest.
From Tom.
Yeah,
He's so much quicker than Tybura already.
he is.
But yeah, you're playing with fire inside there. You know, you're going up against any heavyweight you're playing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Looks like he's moving fine on that leg as well here.
definitely.
When are we going to see the first leg kick from Tybura?
Probably never.
Oh, shit.
Probably never.
That's it. He's back.
Wow.
Less than 230. He improved his average cage time.
That's a feel-good moment. Good for him.
Holy shit.
When are we going to see the first leg kick, lads? Just as Tom lands that right hand.
Yeah,
Never.
I'm 6. Yeah, I was curious as to why. I was almost going to come back and say, "Come on, guys," but I had a feeling that you were a little bit ahead.
We had seen a little something.
So back to this title conversation. We're going to fucking stay playing around here with Tom Aspinall, going out and knocking these guys out in less than half a round, or are we going to stick him in there with Sergey Pavlovich and see who's going to be the next number one contender?
So I think that's kind of harsh on Pavlovich. I think Pavlovich has done enough to be cemented as the number one contender. But I think we do the winner of Cyril Gagné. Hopefully, if Sergey Spivak doesn't win that fight, because obviously Tom's already beaten Spivak. Jesus, that right hand is fucking clean.
Yeah, but what are we going to do with Pavlovich then? Does he want to stay on the sidelines for that long? Like Jones and Miocic are not playing on. What's that?
That's a good shout. Yeah, does he want to stay on the sidelines? I don't know is the answer. If I'm Pavlovich and I'm told by the UFC I'm guaranteed the next title shot, yeah, is the answer. Why risk it? You know?
I wonder is he going to be a backup for that fight?
Almost certainly he is.
It is honestly a shame, though, at this point that we're getting the news that John Jones is going to retire right after this fight, no matter what. Because, man, you look at guys like Aspinall, you look at guys like Almeida on the way up, you look at guys like Pavlovich who could match up potentially very well against John Jones. I just wish we were going to see these fights instead of Stipe here at the tail end of his career.
Yeah, I mean, John Jones is either dipping. I mean, there's a longer conversation to be had here about why John Jones is potentially retiring, but my guess is that he's retiring because he's completed what John Jones wants to complete in the safest manner, and it's the talking points and the bar room, the bar plaudits that he wants to get, rather than going in and clearing out another division of really, really dangerous heavyweights.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Plus, you'd also want to take that retirement talk with a pinch of salt as well, where he could retire and come back. But yeah, it's good. A good moment for Tom Aspinall. And I think it's a good moment for us to kind of wrap up, guys. A 6-hour marathon session as well. We did it. We got the job done. Thanks everybody for tuning in and listening. Thank you two gentlemen for coming on and joining me and keeping me company today. It's been emotional. It's been a roller coaster. We will be back next week. The Balance Breakdown, Severe Spotlight. Are you doing your recap on this card, Theo, or have you been doing your recap, or is this counted as your recap? I think you've done a 6-hour stint, dude. You might not. That's enough. That's enough. Kind of. You've worked hard today, my man.
Yeah, tell Sean Sheehan that. I think I'm going to be finishing up my article a couple of hours here, but yeah, we'll be all set. Thanks for having me on, though, boys. I had a great time. This was quite the marathon. I thought I was only going to be on for like the first hour or so, but this was great. Can't wait for the next one. And again, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Our pleasure, Theo. Thanks for coming on. Thanks, Harry. I'll see you for the Balance Breakdown on Tuesday. Me and Harry will go in depth on this card. Lots to talk about. And we'll see you everybody soon. Follow Theo at LANDER_THEO. Follow Harry Powell at BJJ_Harry Powell. And follow me at IO'Neill MMA. Good luck. See you the next time.